Good morning and afternoon, El Dorado and New World community. Hope you guys are doing okay today. I can't believe it's been 6 days already. We are finally almost at the halfway point of the beta. Things have been going pretty interesting to say the least. We can't really do the breaches right now still because everybody's still spiking. I wanted to try to mobilize some people today because we wanted to do some faction PvP missions before the war started, but it looks like chat's bugging out in game again. So we're waiting for that to come back up because we can't communicate with them without it. But in the meantime, though, everybody's leveling up right now. We actually got the first war of WINDSWARD today, the very first war of El Dorado. And we actually are probably like halfway, yeah, like about halfway to getting Everfall back into conflict. Gonna see if it lets us declare this time again today. If it does, then there's gonna be a war for Everfall tomorrow. That'll be really interesting to see. What's going on, Tristan? How's it going? Oh man, what's going on, Pedro? So right now, most people are just doing town projects. That's all people are doing at the moment. I'm doing like a little bit of corrupted breaches in the meantime because Everfall's got, you know, quite a few of them around, and I need to get that Az off. Oh, I'm gonna do my promotion quest too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna do my promotion quest for the faction because I want to start getting some faction gear today. And I was gonna tell the people in the faction to do that too, so we could get everybody some decent gear. Dang it, chat is just not working in game still. Dang, that sucks. But oh yeah, I hope there's a lot of really good weapons coming in the future. They got a wide open canvas with that. I would love to see it if it got to the point of like Albion Online where you have these like the gigantic tree. I don't even know how many weapons Albion has now, but I know they had, like, even in the testing phases and launch, they had a huge amount. At least 20, I think. 15 to 20. Yeah, town projects are the fastest way right now. For the most part, the armament ones are what people are spamming. I hope that, though, I do, yeah, somebody even said it too. I do hope that they, you know, add more leveling methods in the future and bring back mob farming. I've noticed that people on the forums and other places are starting to talk about that now too. How we probably do need to get more methods of progression. But it is good that people that can gather and craft can, you know, progress now too. But you know, that being the only way, it's kind of weird. I miss my mob farming. What's up, Pickle? Missing journal pages and Sleepy Tallow. Oh yeah, you know, I used to keep notes on that, but yeah, I don't remember where that one is anymore. And the notes that I have for it are scattered. I have a huge like sticky notepad, and you can't do, I hate that you can't do Control F in sticky notes, or at least I haven't found a way to search through it. Makes it so difficult. And doing okay, Tristan. Yeah, absolutely. I want to get to 60 already, but I'm also enjoying it. I'm still enjoying it, even though we had some hiccups last night with the depths and everything else. You know, actually, we did actually manage to do the depths. Somebody else had a key, and I gathered some of the group back up because it was going to be somebody else's key anyway, so I figured why not. And we actually managed to do it. It was really cool. But we didn't get, some of us didn't get any gear. And then who was it? I think it was Prime. One person in our group got like 6 purples. It was ridiculous. He got like almost all the named items in there. He was taking all our loot. I got to do that one again because it's got some really good items for doing a Paladin build. Some really good ones. I need that. We were also jealous though. It was hilarious. Legendary fish. What does peacocking mean? Oh wait. Well, oh, as it uses decoration. Peacocking. I don't know what that is. That's got to be a bug. It's probably talking about got to be talking about either fishing or skinning, because like you know, housing trophies, how some of them have bonuses for crafting, gathering, stuff like that. It's probably fishing, and it's just a bug, or it's skinning maybe, because there are peacocks in the game and we can skin them, but I don't know why it says peacocking. That's weird. Do you think the game is ready for launch at August 31st? I think that you know, there's a lot of things that need tweaking. There's a lot of things I'd like to see added or added back, but so part of me would say, you know, maybe if they needed to, it'd be good if they delayed it a little bit longer, you know, just to make sure that they could get everything in. But the other part of me is like, at this point, it's probably as ready as it's going to be right now, because, you know, there's already been think there's been like 3 total delays or something like that. And plus, I think the game itself and like most MMOs, they're always bound to have pretty rocky launches. So maybe it might be better just to get it out and then, you know, start improving as they go. And then maybe like 6 months down the line, it'll be in a really solid place. Because if they keep up the pace, like they've been adding, you know, they've been adding quite a bit since the preview and changing like a lot of stuff since the preview. And they've been so far they've been pretty receptive to player feedback. So maybe after about 1 or 2 patches, it'll be okay. Plus, if they do a patch before launch, which they probably will, I'm thinking, then that might, you know, that might fix up some of the stuff too. Because if they have mob farming back, I think it'd be okay as far as like for a little while it'd be okay as far as leveling methods go. Or they buff up the faction missions again. I wish we'd get the old one back, actually, the old faction system, because those faction missions were really good, like the ones we had in the preview. And no, there's no group finder. How do you like sword and PvP? Sword and PvP is pretty fun. Right now though, like great axe, hatchet, other weapons are kind of dominating in open world, but no, sword and shield is pretty fun. Really good tank weapon. Pretty much like the main thing for tanking too. Can you show your gear, please? Yeah, hold on. I have most of the stuff is faction gear, so like all of the, well, this one I got from the depths. That's 428. 420, yeah, 428. But the rest of the stuff, it's pretty much just faction gear. And I got a kite shield right now. But my gear is focused mainly on constitution and focus, as much as I can get it to. This one I also got from the depths. But while you're leveling up, your gear is not really, like your gear specifically is not going to matter as much as the stats you're getting from it. And as long as you're, you know, getting within the specific armor thresholds that you want to be in, that's the thing that matters the most. So yeah, early on, I totally recommend looking into the faction armor. And then also, oh, we need some rawhide, right? Faction armor, and then also doing the expeditions a little bit, like Amrine. That'll give you a pretty decent boost in gear. And then crafting, you know, if you want to buy crafting gear early on, you can. But if you get the faction gear and then you start doing like the expeditions, you'll probably be okay until like Endgame. And you can also, you know, get a decent amount of stuff off of drops, and if you want to do breaches and stuff like that too. Can't type in world chat. Nope. Still not working, it seems. We were going to mobilize people for some faction missions, but we can't do that right now until it starts working again. The chat's been crashing periodically throughout the days. It looks like it's still happening. What faction are you in? Marauders. What should I do with gear of no use? You can, yeah, just salvage it. Yeah, just salvage it. And then should you spam town projects? Right now, that's the surefire best way to do it. Specifically, armament town project quests, and that's what I'm doing right now as well. But the other part of me just doesn't, like, that's the fastest way, but I really don't, I would really rather not level up like this, to be honest with you. I wish that they would put mob farming and, you know, I wish we did have more leveling methods at this point, because I love the gathering and crafting system in this game. But, you know, you just see, you know, 15, 20 people sitting next to the town projects board, and it's like, it doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Especially, and I think I'm cursed because I've seen multiple iterations of this game, and what happens is, like, if you're coming in fresh, you don't know what it used to be like, and you don't really know like what to, your mind doesn't know what to compare it to. But if you played the other ones, at some parts of it, you're just like, you miss it so much how it used to be. Miss it. So yeah, you can do, if you really want to level up fast, you're not going to get that much weapon XP, of course, but yeah, you can spam town projects. I would recommend doing town projects, side missions, main story quests, and faction missions at the same time to be you know, just to get the full experience. If you're doing solo level, if you can get a big group or decent sized group, you can also do corrupted breaches like we were. But yeah, town projects are going to be the fastest way right now. Are legendaries craftable? Yep, legendaries are craftable. They're also able to be obtained from drops. You can get them from chests if you get really lucky. We used to be able to get them from corrupted breach caches, and I think they still have that because they said in the patch notes, I think I got to go back and read it, but pretty sure they buffed up the rewards on the breaches again. But yeah, they are craftable too. Shattered Expedition around level 30. The expedition questline starts in Everfall. if you go to the Everfall Inn, like over here, it's a guy upstairs. The quest starts at him, and then you can go through that chain, and he'll give you the key. What time is the war today? Will you be doing trains today? No, I won't. Everybody keeps crashing out and spiking and stuff, even with you know, all our updated drivers and stuff. About 7 hours from now, so about 7 p.m. Pacific. Once the chat starts working in the game again, we can start trying to do some faction PvP missions. But chat's not working in game, so we can't mobilize people. But what was the other one? What's your stat balance? Oh, my stat balance is 157 con right now, 87 focus. I'm going for about 200 con, and then I'm gonna stop there for now. I'm gonna get up to like 100 focus, and then what I want to do, like in game, is get 300 con and about 200 focus. That's my in-game goal. Once I get the really good gear. And yeah, I'm a tank, but I can also heal really well at the same time, like almost as well as a full-on healer. Actually, funnily enough, when we did the because after I ended stream last night, and I was doing some projects for a couple hours, and somebody wanted to do depths, I spec'd a full healer, and all I had to do was I literally just had to respec my con and put it all into focus mostly, and I was healing just like a pure healer. It was super funny. So yeah, it's pretty much a full-on Paladin build. Theseus, I saw that, you lucky biscuit. We got to get you geared up, but we got to get everybody closer too. I know exactly where to take you. I know exactly where. Get you like a bunch of, if they haven't changed the drop rates, we can probably get you like 550, 600 gear the span of a couple of hours. But everybody else can be too low level right now. But yeah, those are my attributes, yeah. And yeah, I'm a tank and healer at the same time. Pretty cool. Okay. High fantasy looking armor, kind of dislike it, like more of a medieval look. Yeah, I like the more medieval look as well when it comes to the armor. The fantasy armor, I could, you know, I could see why they did it. It was kind of leaning that way already, just because of how they were going with other aspects of the game too. I started seeming like it was gonna start going that way in terms of the armor as well. But yeah, I much rather prefer the medieval type of armor. But some of the fantasy outfits do look pretty cool though. But yeah, I totally get that though. I'm kind of in the middle on it, I guess, where as long as we still have the medieval type of armor, then I don't mind the fantasy one as much. Any good weapon, PvP weapon set build? There's a lot of decent choices, but you might have a lot of fun right now with like hatchet and great axe. They're doing really well in PvP right now, and also spear musket, or sorry, spear bow and rapier musket are pretty decent. But fire staff, yeah, I've heard that and seen a little bit that fire staff isn't doing too hot right now after those changes. Territory war, it's kind of decent right now, but outside of it, been hearing that it's not that great. Ice Gauntlet though is kind of picking up a little bit though, from what I've heard. Ember, how long does it take to get to endgame? Right now, like if there wasn't the whole town project thing going on, because with that you can probably get there in a couple days. Without that, it'd probably take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. Want to get heated before the war? Yeah. Well, right now, I was gonna start mobilizing people to do faction missions, but the chat's not working in the game right now, so we gotta wait for that to get working again. We want to know how to farm Azoth. Doing corrupted breaches is a decent way, and then later on invasions is gonna give us a decent amount of Azoth too, as well as do I still have my camp up? You can sometimes get it from mob farming, so you can go over to like Amarine Temple and farm those skeletons, because sometimes you'll have a better chance of getting it from them. And then also gathering sometimes has a chance to give you Azoth too. And yeah, my stats would work with Hammer, Travis. you would just put a focus gem. I actually have one in my inventory, but yeah, you would just put the amber gem into the Warhammer. Complex puzzles which require team synchronization. There are puzzles in expeditions, but they're not like, you know, they're not anything too fancy. It's just like read the symbols on the wall, step on the symbols in the correct pattern, but there's nothing like too advanced. Pretty much the only one that has something like that is Lazarus. Can you hold threat with your build? Oh yeah, absolutely. It holds threat just fine. But I do need to get some better perks too for generating threat, because those are really going to help me. Because right now, at some points in time, I might lose aggro a bit, but for the most part, yeah, it tends to work out for the most part. Okay, let's go to Weavers. Oh, you know what? I need to farm Azoth. Let's go farm some really quick. Hold on. Fire staff isn't doing too hot. Exactly. What do you think about the PvP? Oh, there's no transmog system, no. Where do you buy faction level 2 gear from the faction trader? Oh, why can't you buy it? You have to do the promotion quest, so click J, tap J, go to side stories, and at the top here, you're going to see the promotion quest. Probably going to tell you to go somewhere like Cutlass Keys after you get level 20. Do that and go to the faction vendor over there, and they'll give you the quest for it. Then you can buy it after. And PvP scaling. So I've been hearing some things about PvP scaling. I know it was in the testing phases, and people were saying things like, you know, it's a thing where a level 20 could like 3-shot you if they, you know, are at that level and you're level 60. But I'm seeing mixed feedback on it. I'm seeing some people say that if you're, you know, really high level right now, still, you can still kill people pretty effectively. Back in those testing phases, I was rarely in a situation where I'd be fighting a low level, because I most of the time didn't even attack low levels, and they didn't attack me most of the time. So ever since the PvP scaling debut, I haven't had that much experience with it, but from what I've heard, it's pretty mixed right now. I'd have to see it in action to know for sure. But as far as I know that Theseus was saying that, like, with him fighting a level 30 right now too, it's pretty gnarly when they can do a crap ton of DPS to him. But also, one thing that people were saying that I would also take into account in my mind is that when people were like spamming Titan projects and the people that had resources getting funneled to them, they didn't have a lot of weapon XP being gained while they were doing that. So their weapon XP was pretty low, and their gear was probably pretty bad for the most part. But at the same time too, when you get to level 60, everything kind of becomes easier, including farming gear and weapon XP. So I'm kind of in the middle on that. I'll have to see it to know for sure, but I have heard about it though. See how much XP or how much Azoth we're gonna get for these bad boys. No, it's not going fast enough. Let me see if I can go do a breach really quick. Just a couple. I don't want to do too many because, like I said, they are spiking people up still. What build have you gone for? Yeah, it really is a problem. I know Prime was saying, I think Prime was saying that they're gonna start a Discord or something like that for Marauder factions. That'd probably help a lot. Because yeah, this sucks. But yeah, my build is like a Paladin tank is what it is. So essentially I'm built focus con, mostly con. And I'm able to heal pretty much just as much as like a regular healer. And I'm also able to tank at the same time. So I can put down my spells like Beacon, like this one, and also Sacred Ground. And I can switch back to my sword and shield and keep tanking while that heal is ticking on me at the same time. How do you attach badges to your armor? So the seals, you got to take the seal and the equipment piece to the crafting bench that it's made at. So like if you have heavy armor, you have to make sure it's in your inventory. Take the heavy armor and the crafting seal to the bench, and you'll see a new recipe pop up when you get in there. I didn't get credit for that. Oh man. And then you can do it there. What factions are the purple one? That would be Syndicate. Syndicate, yeah. They're usually pretty popular across the board. Thank you so much, Hero. I appreciate it. Fastest way to level up right now, that after the fixed town projects. Town projects are still the fastest way. Past that, main story quest, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. I don't like recommending, and this is also why I didn't make a leveling vid yet. I didn't want to recommend people do the town projects because, or do the town project specifically, because compared to like how we used to be able to level, it's not really that, you know, for some people, it's not really that fun of a way to level. I prefer the mob farming way we used to do it, and also like the old faction mission system. So that's why I also include main story quest, side missions, and faction missions and town projects. And I'm also waiting to see what they do at launch before I do like a leveling guide or anything like that. Can you send me your playlist? Oh, the Celtic music. I think it's actually one of the first listings when you search Celtic music playlist on YouTube. One of those. It's one of the public ones. And is all your attacking points on Constitution the best move? Why do you have it that way? Well, what I can do at endgame to get a little bit of a damage increase is that I can get 2 different swords. One of them is going to have a carnelian gem in there, so I can tank in expeditions and stuff like that. The other one's going to have an amber gem. What the amber gem does is it takes some of the weapon's damage and it converts it to nature damage, and then it also scales the weapon's damage up with focus. It scales that elemental damage that it converts to a higher level because of my focus. So at endgame, when I'm doing PvP, and even today, I'm going to be using a sword with an amber gem inside, so that'll give me a little bit of a DPS boost. So that's why I can go con focus and be just fine as far as the damage goes. Or fine for the most part. And yeah, I'll keep the build on launch, absolutely. What skills am I using for the life staff and why? I'm using Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Orb of Protection. The reason I'm doing that is because I can put all 3 of these on the ground. They're instant casts, so they're much better, and I can put all 3 on the ground, switch to my sword, and still keep tanking while that heal is ticking on me. See all those buffs at the bottom there? So that's why those are the best choices for me. They're insta-cast, and I don't have to worry about aiming them that much, and then also they are heal over time, so it's much more useful. And nope, I don't need any points for strength, dex, or int. Nope, because of the amber gem I told you about. Let's see here. Aha, I still have these. Still have these. That'll help. Okay. Let's go to Weaver's Fen. Let's do that promotion quest. Over here. Chat working in game. Nope, it is not. What would you take on Ice Gauntlet, Great Axe, DPS, PvP build? I would take int for the build, intelligence, and then on Ice Gauntlet, I would take Ice Storm, Ice Pylon, and you know what? No. Yeah, I'd still take Ice Pylon. Yeah, I take Ice Pylon, Ice Storm, and I take Entombed. And then for the Great Axe, I'd probably take Reap, Gravity Well, and Charge. But some people like to use Execute instead of Reap, but I prefer Reap, honestly. I find it to be a much more reliable skill for Great Axe, unless you know that you're going to hit that Execute. So I'd probably go Reap, Gravity Well, and Charge. But you could test them out, see which one works better for you. Either one is pretty solid. Hello? Will there be motivations? Oh, will wars be the main motivation to take the fort?
It's a deal then.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but also you get an influence bonus for taking the fort. And also, if you hover over the fort, different ones have different bonuses that they can give you for your faction. So this one, for instance, in Restless Shores, gives you extra rewards in Corrupted Breaches. This one in Warningdale gives you expedition rewards. So yeah, there's more reasons to fight over the fortresses besides just the wars. Go straight for that. Yeah, musket rapier. Yeah, hell yeah. You get mastery XP. For the most part, yeah, we've been getting mastery XP doing Corrupted Breaches too. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't from what I've seen, but yeah, we have been. Can you get equipment with 2 gem slots? No, only one. Only one. And you can slot amber gems only in the weapon. The shields, they don't have gem slots anymore, as far as we know. They used to. I don't think they have them anymore, but it was usually the legendary ones from what I saw back then. But what's it called? In the armor, you can do that, but it's not going to increase your damage. What it's going to do is it's going to give you nature defense. So like if you look at the gems, the first effect that you see when you hover over these, that's the one that you'll get from socketing into a weapon. The second one is armor. So like this one will give me Abyssal Ward. This one might give me generating less threat. So if you're a healer, instead of putting it in your weapon, you put it in your armor and you'll generate less threat, which would be good. Stuff like that. How to start up quests to level up from the camp. Oh, to level up the camp. Press K, go to attributes, go to leveling rewards, and you'll see the different milestones that you'll unlock throughout your journey. And the first one, right over here, Survivalist Friends in Fashion, That's the first one, what the first one's going to be. So what you're going to want to do is look on the map and scroll through the different settlements of where to find, you know, go through the settlements and look at each different one. Or if you already have it accepted, because you might, click on objectives and then scroll through this list and you might see it here. That's where I first saw it. I don't remember exactly where Friends in Fashion starts, but I found it through this list though. What are you planning on doing for your weight? Well, I'm going to keep heavy. Keeping heavy. Especially in territory wars, because I'm going to be on the front lines in tanking, so I don't want to be doing that in light armor. It's good if you got like a DPS build going on, but if you're going to, you know, be tanking, your sole job is to sit on like a territory capture point, you do not want to be in light armor. It might seem like a good idea, you know, have fun dodging, but the moment you start getting locked down and hit a lot, it's going to feel bad. Plus, I'm not going to be going for like a mobility tank. I'm going for like a bulwark tank. Visible dead tree. Yeah, they're finally visible. Finally again. Again. I was so bugged. Is the chat working in game? Nope. Negative. Recommended skill tree for life staff or fire staff. Fireball. So yeah, I've heard that the fire staff isn't doing too good right now after those changes, but yeah, fireball, you know, still a decent one overall as far as the fire staff goes. But yeah, if you're looking for a more viable option, maybe fire staff may not be that good right now. But yeah, fireball, I would go fireball and then incinerate and probably flame pillar for PvE, or maybe flamethrower, but I'd probably take flame pillar. And then for territory wars, I'd probably take meteor, of course. Oh hell! Oh hey you. Okay. Oh, I thought I could dodge that. Oh shit! I forgot he does the second strike. I don't have my amber gem yet too, so my DPS on this one is not gonna be the greatest right now. Spear bow, put in light armor. Oh, put inside the armor. That's a very good question. I'm gonna have to look at those in a second here and see. Because yeah, usually if you got like heavy, you could do, you know, physical ward kind of thing. But light armor, I'm gonna have to see. Isn't Reap broken right now? And Gravity Well seems to not do initial damage from range, only explosion. Well, the point of using Gravity Well is the fact that it actually does, you know, pull them in now. It used to be kind of bugged out and not work that well, but now it's working really, really well, where it's actually pulling people in and keeping them there. You have a secondary melee weapon with Ice Gauntlet. Yeah, Rapier is a pretty decent one. Is there another good one? So some people might use Sword and Ice Gauntlet, but I think you might get more bang for your buck with Rapier Ice Gauntlet. So I think you might be in the good spot. I also enjoyed using Musket Ice Gauntlet once upon a time. That was a pretty fun build. The heals benefit Carnelian Gem in your sword. Oh, you mean like for generating threat? As far as I've noticed, not really. Like when if I have a perk on my life staff that generates threat, it seems to, because I do have another one that has that, but the Carnelian Gem by itself on my sword and then just me healing with the life staff doesn't seem to. Notice XP seems to fall off. Any tips on optimal leveling? Well, right now the town projects are a really crazy way to level, but if you don't want to do that, then I highly recommend main story quest, side missions, faction missions, and town project all at the same time. Just keep doing all those whenever you can if you're solo leveling. And if you want to take a break from that, you can also do corrupted breach trains if you get in a big enough group. Tier 2 quest starts in Monarch's Bluff for me. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And how are you feeling about the lack of stagger? I mean, I've always preferred the Alpha 2 and preview combat. I know we all know that, you know, it wasn't perfect. There were some things that needed tweaking. I did make a video before the beta came out on the Outpost Rush 101 thing that I did and talked about how I was kind of worried that the combat system wouldn't mesh with people and that it might take about 1 or 2 patches for them to get it in the right place. Maybe there's a way to meet in the middle for them on the stagger system. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, where it's probably I'll have to see maybe like 1 or 2 patches what they do, and there's probably some way they can meet in the middle on that. about not having it anymore. Because when they did that, it did kind of hurt PvE quite a bit. You know, when they started introducing more of the light weapons and stuff like that, it was a case where sometimes you had to eat a lot of damage to dish out DPS. So that part kind of sucked. How many hours have you already played? Collectively, over 3,100. About 300 hours in the first alpha, about 1,500 plus-ish or something like that between alpha 2 and preview and the skill test that they did, and then also alpha 3, about 1,300 or so. So yeah, around there. Hey, damn it, knocking me off. How do you get water moat? You gotta gather river crest. Oh, chat's working again. Hello, hallelujah. We're back. Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, river crests, you find them near rivers and lakes. And if you go northeast of the WINDSWARD fort, that's where I like to go. Right over here, you go all along this river, and there's a couple waterfalls. And yeah, you can find them through there, just around water. Okay, let's see. Matchmaking to the raids, I found it hard to find people to do that with. Yeah, if you're on an underpopulated server, it can be kind of tough. If you're also over leveled right now, it can be kind of tough to find people until, you know, they level up. But if you use recruitment chat, global chat, just keep looking for people, you'll eventually find people. But I totally get that. Can you have pets? You can have house pets, but not ones that follow you around or anything like that. Amber gem you put in your ice gauntlet, only having it work the basic tags makes it useless. Life staff hits just as hard. Oh yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, honestly, in the future, I would continue to test that. You know, sometimes they do hidden changes where something that may not be working that well now, it might start working pretty well later. So I wouldn't lose hope just yet, but yeah, there's a lot of testing to be had around that stuff. And also for the life staff, if you put an int gem into it, it does not affect your healing. I was able to test that even more last night. So yeah, for the people that were wanting to try that, it doesn't seem like it actually does do that. For expeditions. Oh yeah, gonna make some stuff like that, Nick, yeah. Much later on. One more. Good PvP pairing, because I'm liking most weapons, but not sure what I love. Spear. Oh, spear bow. Spear bow's pretty nice. You can go spear bow. You can also go spear rapier if you want to, but I think most people would like spear bow. What's a good secondary weapon with fire staff? Probably ice gauntlet. Ice gauntlet, or you could do, if you want to do battle mage kind of thing, you could do rapier, or do a sword and put the gem in the sword too. Yeah, you could totally do fire staff, ice gauntlet. And Restless Shores. Restless Shores is an okay zone. It's good to do corrupted breaches in. It's amazing for that. If you're doing a breach train. Questing wise, it's kind of annoying because you have to go through water a lot, and the traveling is a little weird over there. But overall, yeah, it's a pretty solid zone. If it's a pretty solid zone if you have nothing else, and like that's your only option kind of thing. But if you're doing breach trains, oh yeah. The war is going to be at 7 tonight, so right now we're gonna start getting prepared and see if we can start getting people coordinated, get them better gear and stuff like that. In-game chat was up for oh yeah, no, there's no pet build. Melee weapon would you recommend for using with the ice gauntlet? I would love to use rapier with that. Yeah, I would use rapier. How long was alpha test? Alpha 3 was from like October of 2018 when they did the Reekwater preview, like October or November, around there, till what was it? Did it end in June? At the end of June, or was it the beginning of July? It was around there. And then Alpha 2 was from like December 2019-ish for friends and family of Amazon, and then I got in around January, February, and then that was all the way until the preview. You want to do faction missions? Let me respawn. Go back to town. Start getting this going. Corrupted portals are so underwhelming. Yeah, oh man, they have nerfed them quite a bit over the years, and it still bugs me that they did that. It does seem like they kind of hate it's always kind of seemed to me like they hate corrupted breaches, even though they, you know, they implemented them, because they've taken a beating. That when they first introduced the territory standing thing, like being able to get XP from that, they were really good, but that got nerfed. So yeah, they're kind of back in a not so great spot. But yeah, King, I totally understand that. If you do use recruitment chat and global chat though to look for group, it might make it a little bit easier. And if you're on underpopulated server, I could see it being difficult. Best way to farm weapon mastery. I like to farm them on ancients, so you can go to like Amarine Temple or Scattered Obelisk and farm them there. But later on, there's going to be even better options too. But I would start there. The boar pig spot. Oh, we're keeping that secret. No, the boar pig spot's actually in Restless Shores. I'm just kidding. Hold on. Yeah, I like farming on ancients when it comes to the weapon XP. It's really, really good. Wait, what the hell? Hold on. Oh, damn it. Okay, we gotta go over there. Let's go. Sword and shield bow, bad idea. It's not really gonna be a build that meshes well together. Like, those weapons don't really mesh, but you could do it if you want to do it for fun kind of thing. But you might have a better experience going with like sword, great axe, or bow, spear kind of thing. And hatchet musket. Hatchet musket you can do. Rapier musket I think is more popular right now, but hatchet musket could work too. Should you be doing faction missions or the main missions? I would do main missions, side missions, and town projects and faction missions all at once. Gonna meet at Everfall, probably in or dot build's good for endgame, like a bleed burn build. You can make it work. I mean, if you stack up 3 tondos, because you can stack those up on the rapier, that's gonna do a lot of damage. And then if you got something that could burn, like maybe a musket, for instance, that's probably gonna do a lot of damage. And there are perks and stuff like that that do synergize with that pretty well. Can you show your attribute points? Yeah. So right now I have 164 con, 87 focus. I'm gonna go for 200 con and then get that focus up to 100. Then we're gonna go from there. Go about 30 minutes. Okay. We set a timer. Fastest way to level right now. Fastest way would be doing town projects, specifically the armament quests, if you really want to do those. But I honestly, you know, I wouldn't recommend doing those too often. You might get a little bored. I like to do main story missions, side quests, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. But town projects are the surefire fastest way right now. Bow skill should I get for PvP? I tend to go penetrating shot, and then if you want to do PvP, you can get evade shot if you want to, and then poison shot. Most of the time I tend to go rapid fire, penetrating shot, and either rain of arrows and oh sorry, you can go penetrating shot, rapid fire, or sorry, rain of arrows, and poison shot for PvP if you feel like you're gonna not be getting hit that much. If you feel like you are gonna be getting hit, then you can do rain of arrows, poison shot, and evade shot if you're going to do territory war. There's different skills that are better for different situations. So if it's just solo PvE, then I'd probably get rapid fire, penetrating shot, and poison shot. And then just get a weapon like spear for when they get close. Spear bow is really good. Yeah, spear bow is really good. Rapier bow is pretty good too. Most people tend to go spear bow between the two. It's pretty popular, but you can totally do a rapier bow. Does the game get boring? I'm worried about the end game not being enjoyable. There's more options at the end game, but There's still a need for more content and especially leveling methods, but there are more options at the end game. Thank you so much, Ginger. Thank you. What's up, man? Is hammer really good on PvP? It feels hammer's more used for just the skills. I wouldn't really, you know, go around trying to basic and heavy attack people in PvP that much. The basic and heavy attack animations are pretty slow. The windup is, you know, yeah. So I would just kind of use the skills like Shockwave, Path to Destiny, clear out, and switch to another weapon, like Great Axe, for instance, if you want to do that in group PvP. Or you can do Sword and Shield Hatchet kind of thing too. Best way to farm blue tier weapons, armor. You can do expeditions like Shattered Obelisk or Amrine Excavation. Also, Shattered Obelisk, the quest line for that begins in the Everfall Tavern, for whoever asked that earlier. And what happens if you put all points? So if you go for like 400 con, diminishing returns are going to start kicking in around 250, 300. So it's not going to start making that much of a difference. That's why people tend to spread themselves more once they get to that point. So you don't want to go like 400, 500 con because of that reason. Great Hammer, Life Staff. It's like a, yeah, it's a more PvP oriented version of the Paladin build. It could probably work in PvP, yeah. It's like a full-on support character kind of thing. Yeah, you can do it. Thank you so much, Pony. I appreciate it. Sword, Life Staff is a PvE and switch to Sword, Great Axe for PvP. You totally can do that, Spencer, if you want to. Because Life Staff is also very useful for not having to really buy potions. You can just walk around and use the heals all day, so you can do that if you want to, yeah. Like a Paladin build. Blue, yellow, and purple color means in your attribute page. Okay, so that's telling you what I'm getting my attribute points from. So if it's for instance, if it's blue, it's my equipment. If it's yellow, that's how many points I put into it from the attribute points I get while leveling. And my item buffs, that should be the rest of like my, pretty sure that's the rest of my equipment too, kind of thing. Yeah, but either way, yeah, it's like it's a mixture between my attributes and my equipment. Hell yeah, man. Start doing factory missions. Hell yeah, Ginger, nice. Hope work goes okay. How is open world PvP? Open world PvP is pretty fun. There's still some tweaking to be had with PvP in general and combat right now, so we're gonna have to see what they decide to do there. It might take about 1 or 2 patches before they get in the right place, but overall it can be pretty fun. Yeah, we had a really fun experience yesterday where we were fighting over at the Everfall Fort. It was awesome. Gathering. Checking your journal. Okay, I need to kill 10. Rapier bow with blood poison debuff is viable. Yeah, you can start doing stuff like that, especially with when you get builds like weapons or perks that have, weapons or armor that have the perk called Keenly Jagged. What Keenly Jagged does is it gives you a bleed whenever you do a crit. So that could be really useful with the build like that. And then there's other perks that might synergize well with that. But yeah, absolutely, you can definitely start doing something like that. Musket Fire Staff. Musket Fire Staff, you could totally rock that with an intelligence build. It would be pretty fun. Fire Staff, though, isn't, from what I've heard, doing too well right now with the changes that they made. But you could totally try it out and see how it goes. Or you can do Rapier Ice Gauntlet. I've loved using that build. It's really fun. Gravity on the Great Axe still works. Yeah, so what it does is it's like a vortex that you throw out, and it's supposed to pull people to the center and then do the explosion. So right now it's very useful because it used to be, when it was first introduced, it was kind of bugged. It wasn't really working that well, but right now it's actually working as intended. So that's essentially how it functions. show your stats. Yeah, I showed it a bit ago. It's about 164 con, 87 focus, and then I'm going for 200 con and then about 100 focus. Okay, 5. Yeah, mobs really should get better. Yeah, mob farming has been nerfed quite like really hard ever since the preview, and I've been begging almost for them to bring it back, alongside adding more like leveling methods like dynamic events, for instance, more besides the corrupted breaches, and also buffing for the corrupted breaches too. Would love to have that back and more. Because right now, like with the territory town projects, it's the fastest, it's like the surefire fastest way to spam armament quests the level, and it doesn't feel right for, you know, it's good that, you know, gatherers and crafters can, you know, progress now, which is great, but that being the sole way is kind of weird. But we'll see what happens though. Hopefully they'll be receptive to the feedback like they have been in the past. I know other people are starting to talk about that too. I've seen on the forums and whatnot. Great Axe life staff for solo leveling. Yeah, you could totally. I know some people are doing that right now actually, and life staff is always, you know, cool to have while you're leveling because it'll give you that sustain. You don't really have to worry about potions and stuff. So yeah, give it a shot. And also, you can, even if you like, you know, one weapon combination, you can always level up other ones later. There's certain areas where farming mob XP is going to be really easy. And Rapier Gauntlet, yeah. Oh, yeah. My build is, yeah, my build is decent for PvP, but it's not going to, like, you know, kill people as effectively as it will be tanking. So I'm just going to be there to support my team and keep myself alive, keep them focused on me kind of thing. For that, it can be pretty good, yeah. Axe, hatchet, or axe sword. So if you go great axe hatchet, that's going to be way more DPS oriented. So you're going to have that extra gap closing from the charge skill on the great axe. You're going to have the vortex from gravity well, and you're also going to have reap. So that's a lot of CC to add on to the hatchet's massive damage output that it'll be able to do alongside berserk. So yeah, you'll have a lot more gap closing and damage output. And then with the sword, that's going to be more of a beefy kind of build. So you're going to be more on the front lines and just kind of keeping people distracted, keeping people on you and trying to stay alive is what you're going to do with the sword and shield instead. Going to have a lot of time to fix the bugs. I hope so. I mean, they have released patches where they fixed like hundreds of bugs at once. I know the June update, they did 2 of them, and one of those patches, I think they fixed like about 300-ish bugs, and the other one was about 200 or so. So yeah, I think it's definitely possible. We'll just have to see what happens. Is it worth killing other players or just for fun? So you get a 5% XP buff if you flag up for PvP, and then also if you kill people, you can get experience for it. You can get drops, and you can get stuff like, yeah, basically stuff like that. What day does the beta end? August 2nd. Okay, I gotta go over here specifically. Let's go. And sword hatchet, yeah, sword hatchet's pretty decent for tanking. You have that extra sustain from the berserk, and also berserk, if you put a carnelian gem in your hatchet, can give you an extra AoE taunt. And then you can do a paladin build like this where you have a lot of sustain, probably more so than the hatchet. But yeah, with the sword and shield hatchet, you can definitely do okay. Absolutely. Then yeah, there's absolutely a lot of good ways to level, or a lot of good combinations to level with. So it's completely up to you there. Go over here. No, thank you. I gotta lose these mobs. Damn. For heavy armor as a paladin, constitution focus, con main, and focus secondary. And then whenever you're looking for gear pieces, you want to get pieces with those stats. Would kill them, but it's going to take so long to kill these ones. I want to lose them. I don't see a place I can lose them right now. Okay. And they're elites too. How do you get into the Starstone Expedition? You have to go, if you are looking for the key, you have to do the quest line that starts in the Everfall Tavern first. It's going to be the guy upstairs that gives you the quest line, so go to him. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, Tavern, yeah. And do that quest line, and he'll give it to you. Good pair for the Life Staff. Ice Gauntlet, if you want to do Pure Healer, you can do that. And if you want to do Paladin build, you can do Sword and Shield as well. And if you just want something that's melee based to like defend you if people get close, you can also do Hatchet if you want to. Sacred Ground. Just me and you. +20 levels portal farming isn't exactly what I would consider fun either. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right on that. That's why I really want to see more leveling methods in general, because portals are not the best right now, especially with the XP rates. But it's kind of the reason I do them is because it's kind of like we don't have that many options in general right now, because everything's been getting nerfed periodically. Best secondary weapon in PvP, with Hatchet being the main. Is Ice Gauntlet a viable secondary? Right now, Hatchet Great Axe is killing it. So I will look into that. Try that out first. If you really want to do PvP, DPS kind of thing. 16 minutes and we can start gathering. Okay. Push back the launch and... I feel like it's hard to say because they've already done, you know, I think it's like 2 or 3 delays we've already had. So I don't know how much pushing it back again would hurt the game. I know it's always better to have a game that's, you know, fully fleshed out and done rather than, you know, slightly broken on release. But I mean, it's only a couple things right now that if they did them, it would probably get the game in the right place. So I think it might be okay depending on what the patch is going to be before launch comes out. But in terms of them delaying it, I'm not sure on that one. I think I'm in the middle on that one too. The place yeah, probably just this place. Quest objectives keep disappearing. They're still pinned, but not on the map. That's probably a bug. I know that. I think there was a patch that tried to address that one time, but it sounds like it might still be happening. If you're getting that right now, hold on. Okay. Dang, I did not know this was going to be a 3-parter. Would Hatchet Ice Gauntlet be for PvP? Hatchet Ice Gauntlet. I mean, Rapier Ice Gauntlet's pretty good, and Ice Gauntlet Musket's pretty good. Hatchet and Ice Gauntlet. You could technically do that, because if you can do, you know, Sword Ice Gauntlet and put a sword, an ice int gem into the sword, then you could probably do the same thing for Hatchet. But I think the other combinations are normally more popular, but you could, if you wanted to, you could totally try Hatchet Ice Gauntlet if you really wanted to. You're basically unkillable. No, it's possible to kill me, but they would have to out CC me, and then also kiting me. It wouldn't be as easy for me to gap close as it would be for like with the Great Axe and stuff like that. So if there was like multiple people around, then it would eventually kill me if they're able to out kite me and also out CC me. One of the main things would be interrupting or doing the most DPS while I have my life staff out, because when I have my life staff, I'm gonna have reduced defenses. So if they're focusing their DPS around that, and like if I'm trying to pop Sacred Ground, it's a little bit more of a cast time than Beacon and Orb of Protection. And Sacred Ground's my more powerful heal. So when I start getting low, if they start focusing the DPS really hard on that part, then they might kill me outright before I can heal. Is there going to be less XP rate gathering or XP on release? They might end up nerfing the town project armament quests. That remains to be seen. Or they'll, I mean, what I would, you know, ideally would be great is if they rebuff the faction missions back to what they used to be like, and then also brought back mob farming, and then maybe, you know, either they could give us another leveling method like more dynamic events, or, you know, just keep those two for the beginning, and then I think it would be fine. But the problem is right now that everything's not in line with those town projects. They're too powerful if you're able to stack them up. And even with the timer reset nerf, people are just going from town to town and stacking them up and then doing them all at once. Like that's what we were doing earlier. So it's still pretty powerful for leveling at the moment. But we'll have to see what they decide to do there. I would love to see mob farming come back as like a viable option though. Would Great Axe Life Staff be good in PvE? Yeah, you could do that in PvE. PvE, you tend to have more options than PvP. Just because, you know, you're fighting against mobs. You don't really have to worry about a lot of different things that you would for players. So you could make that work if you wanted to. And put a focus gem in the Great Axe if you want to. But you might also, if you want to do like DPS, you might get more bang for your buck with Hatchet Great Axe. But yeah, you know, technically that would still work though. Ow. Put that on me. And yeah, things do get drastically changed all the time. So yeah, if you really like a specific combination, even though it might not be as, you know, viable or considered viable by people now, it might change in the future. Like Musket, for instance, for the longest time was pretty unpopular, and when they buffed it, that changed around real quick, really quick. Okay, 4 out of 10. All right. Too high level, if they disappear, I thought. Oh, you're talking about the quest. What is the block buff you have? Yeah, it's a passive for the defender tree. So you go to your sword, and it's the last one here, defensive formation. When blocking, it reduces damage to all allies within 2 meters. And then whenever you block, it does this. Really, really good one to have. What time is the war? 7 p.m. Pacific. About 7 hours. How do you cancel the animation in the Sacred Ground? Cancel per se? I don't know if you can, actually. But most people, what they tend to do is they'll dodge, like right as a skill is about to be executed, so that way the skill executes like a millisecond before you dodge, and then that'll usually do it. Are you leveling any other weapons? No, just right now, just sword and life staff. But in the future, when I get like the sword maxed out, I'll start leveling up the warhammer too. I think I'm almost there actually, about 2-3 levels to 20 with the sword. Great Axe Warhammer. Yeah, Great Axe Warhammer is doing really good in group PvP right now as well, it seems. And some people are using light armor builds with like the Hatchet Great Axe or Warhammer Great Axe. And Fire Staff, I think Fire Staff would probably be putting people in check if it was working as well as it was a little while ago, like about a month or so ago. But it seems like from what I've heard with the new changes they made that it's not doing too good right now. Yes, done. Okay, start gathering people up. Is Con strength sword and shield with, oh yeah, Great Axe, yeah. If you want to do a tank build, yeah, you can do Con with that as well, Tom. What are the marks of fortune for skins? Oh, those, you know, I thought they were gonna do something with those a while back. actually. I think you can use those for crafting recipes if it's the one I'm thinking of, but I thought they were gonna do something else with that a while back. You're talking about like the battle medallions, right? Like the insignia. Yeah, you can use that in crafting. If you hover over it, it'll probably say, yeah, you can use that in crafting.
Ah, she made it hail, fellow
Jim,
warrior.
you should put in your light armor for... In your light armor, that's right. Oh yeah, I remember that question. So for light armor, because with heavy, I'd probably go like Onyx for the physical absorption, but for light, let me see. Strike damage, thrust damage. You know, you probably be getting hit by thrust weapons a lot, because thrust weapons are rapier, spear, musket, and bow. And then also when people thrust you, or when people do a heavy attack with the sword, they do thrust damage. I'd probably do, yeah, if you're a range build especially, yeah, you're going to be doing spear bow. Most people are going to be using musket, right? I'd probably go thrust damage absorption. Most people are going to be using thrust damage right now. They're going to be using bow. Probably going to be using bow, musket, spear, and rapier and stuff like that. Probably less of the fire staff right now. So yeah, you might benefit off thrust damage right now. Might be another good choice there too, but yeah, I would try that. See how that goes. Is there a place we can find your build? Not yet. I'm still waiting until we get closer to endgame and can fully flesh it out. But later on I will. Yeah.
Hail,
How to set showing
warrior.
skills cooldown. Oh, there is a...
Warrior.
Did it work? I think it worked.
Warrior. Hail,
Let me show you in a second. Sure, yes. Okay. Let me buy some of those if I can. But yeah, what you can do is you can go to your... Oh yeah, let me show you first. Your settings, gameplay, and then you can put this one if you want to have both weapons always showing, and then show extra cooldowns for the thing above my health bar. You can turn that on too. And yes, I did just respawn. That's correct. It can be used as a pretty efficient way of like fast traveling back to a settlement right now, because your gear does break, but other than that, or your gear loses durability when you do that, but other than that, there's not really that many big penalties. Oh yes, I want some of this. Thank you. Okay. Oh wait, can't get a tower shield in here right now. Oh yes, we can. Hello. And I think the next tier may not give it to me. Oh, okay, it will. But this tier, I still can't get a tower shield. I gotta wait till after 40. That's right. Okay. Oh, no, I see it. Hello. Yes. Oh, hello. Beautiful. All right. Finally got a tower shield. Fantastic. Now we're talking. Let's go to Everfall. Let's go. What's your current build like? It's a Paladin build. So I got mostly con for my attributes and then focus secondary. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to like 250 con at endgame. And then I'm going to go about 100 focus. And then I can get rid of this. When I get the really, really, really good gear. Oh, that's a good spear. Hold on. Is that strength? That's con. I'll just keep it. I'm going to get 300 con and about 200 focus. And then the spells that I'm using right now on the life staff is Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Sacred Ground. Yeah, Sacred Ground, Beacon, and... Oh, sorry, Orb of Protection. Yeah. And on the Sword and Shield, I'm just using most of the Defender tree. Shield Bash, Shield Rush, and Defiant Stance. And how to quickly upgrade a weapon. I like to farm on Ancients, so you can go to Amarine Temple, you can go to Shattered Obelisk and farm there. Push a war on Everfall right now. Night. Okay, I'm gonna put this in here, and I'll put that in there. Okay. Let's do it. Please show your life stats tree. Okay, give me one sec. Juicy tower shield. Okay, so right now I've got, yeah, Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Beacon. You only want to take this passive, Protector's Blessing, on the Orb of Protection. Otherwise, when you switch back to your sword, it's going to disappear, the buff. But yeah, other than that, Sacred Ground, Beacon, and that one. What I got.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Got a flag. Let me re-invite you guys.
I salute
I always
you,
forget
fellow
that.
Marauder.
What's better about a
We will
tower shield?
never
So
give
tower
up
shields
the
are going to have
fight.
more damage
And in the
mitigation.
end,
And they
we
made
will
it to where like
emerge
round shields are going to give you more
victorious.
damage bonuses. So kite shields are in the middle, round shields are more DPS, sword and shield warrior based. And then tower shields are going to be the most damage mitigation possible. PCS level 60. Juicy. Where's Ire? Hold on. Blazing. Alright. Let's do it.
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
5 minutes.
We will never give up the fight.
And then we're gonna
In the
get
end,
the
we will emerge
oh, we still got the fort.
victorious.
Okay, good. Best stats to use with sword, the spear, hatchet. Yeah, I'll go dexterity on that. Dexterity. Can you have your own house? Yeah, you do have your own house, but you won't have to defend it. It's all instance housing. But if you have a town that your company owns or your faction owns, and even just in general, there's going to be what's called invasions. So after you get past level after you get past level 50, you'll be able to start doing those with your faction and everybody else in the game too. Hell yeah, tower. We finally got a tower shield. I'm so ready. So good. Can we see your house? Oh, I'm a broke boy. I do not have a house yet. I've been spending so much money on trying to trying to get resources for these town projects and stuff like that I don't have one. I had like 4K and I was super close, but then I spent some, so I'm back down to 1. It costs about 5K to get the first tier of houses. You're gonna do Paladin on, yeah, absolutely. On the full launch, yeah. Save the next spot. Is Theseus still coming? Wait. You still want to do missions? Starting in 3 minutes. If I play DPS Dex fighter, should I only level Dex 2-to-1 ratio? Yeah. Most people, at least back in the testing phases, would say you'd go two-thirds of your points into DPS stat and then 1/3 into con. Copy that. Do tower shields have less blocking stamina? Yeah, they have. Yeah, they'll have more mitigation, so they're gonna have more block stability than the other ones. So yeah, they should have more. Yeah, blocking stamina drain, like less stamina drain kind of thing. Because like if I look at the round shield, it'll have 25% block stability, and then even if I go to the same tier that I'm at, which is going to be like tier 4-ish. It'll still have about 29% blocking stability as opposed to the tower shield right now that I have, which is 45%. So yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, good idea. Okay, let's go. I think we should be good to go. About a minute here. What's my attribute setup like? Mostly con, then focus. Right now it's about, let's see, 162 con and 79 focus. So I'm going to get 200 con and go 100 focus, and then we're going to go from there. Do passives from your secondary weapon still apply to your main weapon? No, they used to be like global passives kind of thing, where if you had a weapon equipped, certain ones would apply, but no, it doesn't anymore. Nuh-uh. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Okay, let's roll. Let's do it. We'll keep you safe. All right, let's see. We got infiltrate, show of strength, and sabotage. Turkeys, always turkeys. They could give perks to lower pop action. Yeah, that was something that I talked about a while ago too, like when they initially but like how they could have potentially like XP bonuses that get given to the lowest populated faction or the weakest faction kind of thing, just to keep people in line and get people, you know, boosted a little bit up so they can get back in league with the other ones. Stuff like that they might do in the future, but we'll have to see. Possible to hide weapon sheath and helmet. So for the weapon part, yeah, I don't think we have a setting for that yet, but the helmet, you can actually hide your helmet. Click on your helmet and then click on change skin, and then you can click hide headgear to your beautiful stash. Theseus is totally killing it. 60. Damn. Bow spear main dex or life staff hatchet in PvP. I'd probably go bow spear between those two, honestly. I think you'll probably have more fun with that. But yeah, you can also do, you know, life staff hatchet like in PvE as well if you wanted to. And if you plan, yeah, if you're gonna do DPS, then I'd go bow spear on that one. Grab that. Okay. Time for the green train. How old are you? 26. Sometimes I even forget my age. For me, birthdays is like I order Chinese food, I maybe get some kettle popcorn, and I watch a movie, and that's my birthday most years. I'm fine with just that most of the time. As long as I got a game to play, then I'm usually okay. And then it becomes a birthday every day. Roger that, Spark. Oh yeah, Ghirardelli. Sometimes I also, on my birthdays, I get the Ghirardelli chocolate. The mint, what was it? The mint one? Mint chocolate? Yeah, that's the one. The green one. That one's good. That one's good. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I completed it from there. I'll take that. Being 60 already? Oh yeah, Theseus went ham. But also these town projects were so OP the first couple of days, and I kept doing breach trains and stuff, and I was missing out. But also it was so fun doing those. It was so fun. Even though we were spiking like left and right with the certain ones, it was still fun. But yeah, those town projects were crazy. And Theseus has been going. He's got a little sleep in some of those days, I thought, He was going crazy. It was awesome. Exactly, PG. Exactly. Do you plan to do PvP at Endgame? Yeah, absolutely. And Paladin build, oh yeah, it'll definitely work. Already, like, we've had some PvP skirmishes and it was doing pretty good. But at Endgame, when I get the full-on cleric, or I'm actually going for nomad gear, that's going to give me more con and then some focus after that. Oh yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. And there's going to be certain perks that I can get in gear that are going to be really, really good. Really, really good. Can we open up 2 skill trees for 1 weapon? Do you mean like unlock everything in 2 skill trees? Because no, because you only get 20 weapon levels that you can go through, and you'll have to specialize. I'm coming over for WoW, where you have best in slot weapon all around, but New World, there's so many different setups. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with New World, is that there's you know, sometimes there's better weapons for different situations, so there's not like an all-around one best in slot. Right now, Hatchet Great Axe in terms of combinations is really top in charts right now. Hatchet Great Axe and Great Axe Warhammer in group PvP. But yeah, with New World, it's a thing where you can make multiple different builds pretty viable. And in PvE, you can enjoy the game many different ways in PvE and still be useful. So yeah, it's a little bit different with New World. Absolutely, I totally understand that. Yeah. Firestaff Ice, yeah, like that for instance. Firestaff Ice Gauntlet is pretty good, but Firestaff isn't doing as well right now since the beta changes that they did, from what I've heard. So yeah, that could, you know, it could work, but you might be using that Firestaff more for strictly territory wars, and you might have a better time with like maybe Musket Ice Gauntlet int build or Rapier Ice Gauntlet int build. And did they increase the price of fast travel? I don't think so. In the beta patches, I don't think I saw anything like that, but you do get discounts if your faction or your company owns the town too. You get even more discounts and bonuses if your company also owns it. And are you playing as a tank or healer right now? It's actually a 2-in-1. It's a twofer. So I heal almost as well as like a full healer build, but I'm also as beefy as a tank would be. Because diminishing returns are also going to kick in when we start getting to like 250, 300 points. So when I get to that point, I'll be able to still spread myself with focus, and I can sacrifice that maybe 1,000, 2,000 extra health that I won't have by going full con kind of thing. And yeah, I'm still a tank, yeah. Life Staff or Hatchet is better for tank if there's a group healer too. Oh, Hatchet. Or yeah, okay, so if you're talking about like Paladin or Hatchet and Sword Tank, then me personally, I would take Paladin. So the difference between them is that the Hatchet is going to be able to generate more taunts. So you're probably going to generate more threat because the Hatchet has Berserk, and that is another AoE taunt that you can do, and it's a pretty quick cooldown. And Berserk is actually a Carnelian gem related skill, and it's only a 14-second cooldown. So if you pop this pretty often in dungeons, you're probably going to be holding aggro much more effectively than a Paladin tank. But Paladin tank is going to have more sustain. Even when there's a healer, you're going to be able to stay alive probably much more effectively. So that's kind of the trade-off. Is sword and shield and hatchet tank is going to generate more threat, and then we're going to generate more sustain. Because for us, like with the sword and shield, we have shield bash and we have defiant stance. But defiant stance is like a 40-second cooldown, and also you know, shield bash kind of on the longer side too. And if we miss either one of those on some of the mobs or all the mobs, then we gotta wait. Whereas if you have a hatchet, you can pop a berserk and make sure that you keep that aggro.
We will never give up the fight. And in the end,
Daily mission, yes. Will you do a video on your build? Yeah, absolutely. Quest XP kind of trash. Yeah, Quest XP, mob farming XP, especially Corrupted Breach XP, it's not as good right now as like the Town Project armament quest that people have been spamming. So yeah, there's some things that got to get tweaked there, and I've always talked about I always forget the turkeys. Yeah, it's a lot of green. But yeah, hopefully in the future, you know, they'll make some tweaks to the leveling system. I would love to see more dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches, and also making mob farming a more viable XP method again, alongside if they were to rebuff faction missions like to what they used to be, in terms of like the objectives, because right now the objectives kind of lead you in a lot of random different places, but beforehand, like back during the preview, they would overlap with each other pretty well, and you could get some really decent XP off of them. Like once I got to like this area, like 44, 45, I would probably go to Morningdale and do faction missions the rest of the way. Back then, it was really fun. You think naval combat is going to be a thing? Yeah, I think it's, well, it's possible. So I made 2 videos about the Q&A that I had with Amazon Games. It was not a like a public thing because I had a conversation with them, but I wasn't able to like record the whole thing, but I was able to relay what was talked about. So one of the things that I asked them about was naval combat and what they plan to do for expansions. And naval combat, when we got to that portion, or naval mechanics, they said that that's something that had come up in conversations, but was something they haven't really, you know, delved into talking about right now. That kind of thing might, they might start thinking about when they start doing an expansion, or start thinking about what they're going to do for an expansion, which will probably be like a year away or so from now. And is it confirmed mounts are in the game? Yeah, it's something that they're discussing, and like that conversation that I talked about, because if you wanted to look at the video, it's called I Spoke with AGS, and there's a part 1 and a part 2. Part 1 was the monetization portion of the conversation, and part 2 was like all the gameplay mechanic wise conversation parts, like mounts, the social features of MMOs, zones, and what they should do in terms of like if they should add more zones or focus on the ones we already have and add more content, because they do have plans for at least 1 more zone. But yeah, it was stuff like that. And then also yeah, there was other topics like the lore and stuff like that too, and possible weapon combinations or possible new weapons. Can you show your weapon tree? Yeah, right now, where are the turkeys at? There's hardly any turkeys around here. Right now for my sword and shield tree, I have everything in the defender tree. And then for life staff, I have beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection for my main spells. And will this game have a subscription? No, there's no subscription, and no mention of a subscription popping up in the near future. It's buy to play. So buy one, play forever. Buy once, play forever. Dynamic events like at lower levels. Yeah, and a game that I always reference is Guild Wars 2 when it comes to that, like those big dynamic event quest chains and even world bosses and stuff like that. I think that's something that could be really cool, because it's really great that they were able to add the expeditions, and you know, some of them are really fun. I love them, but especially Dynasty Shipyard and Garden, and so those are so cool, and Lazarus. But I think the open world side still needs some love too, to kind of, because I think the open world side is really where New World can shine, like it has in the past too. Do you think joining a company is worth it? Yeah, you know, it absolutely is. What I'm doing is only possible because the game itself is built around the faction system, and technically you could do the same and you know, just play with everybody in your faction and also play with other factions in the community. But it would be more beneficial to join a company, because you'll always have, you know, a group of people to play with, and you'll also get bonuses if they own the territory that you use periodically. You'll get way more bonuses than if it was just a faction that owned it. Yeah, we can't even swim yet, so yeah, exactly. Naval content's gonna be ways away. Probably gonna be a ways away. Where do you find what resources look like? Oh, so if you're wanting to like find out what they're gonna look like, you can go to your trade skill menu, and like if you're looking for wood, you can go to logging, and you can kind of see pictures of what they look like. If you're looking for specific resources, like let's say you want to know what dragon glory plants look like, New World Fans website does have a resource map, and also there is a New World map website that has one too. They're pretty good. You can go on those and kind of see where the resources are, and then you'll be able to just go up to them and see for yourself. How do I find salt and sugar? Oh, sugar, I think sugar is also one of the byproducts you can get from gathering herbs. I'd have to check my note because I know you can get parsley, oregano, cinnamon, stuff like that from gathering herbs, but I don't remember about sugar. But salt, I believe saltpeter, like you get in caves, should also drop salt too. And also anything cooking related, you'll also usually find in provision chests too. So the different like food crates that you'll find throughout the different points of interest, you can find them there too. I think sugar is another byproduct of herbs though. Someone can totally correct me on that. I'm looking at my notes. Saltpeter, and I think salt comes from that too. Yeah. And I think you probably can find salt in provision chests. Herbs. I can't see it in my notes right now. My notes are all over the place. Yeah, provision chests are going to be just scattered throughout the different points of interest, though. You'll find them. And then if you find a couple, you can just kind of run around in a rotation. Like, for instance, the farms around WINDSWARD. Like, for instance, you'll probably have a good chance of finding them there. Like Moe's Farm, Merrill's Place, Cooper's Ranch. I've never really, you know, paid attention to see if they're more frequently placed at farms. Because I zone out a lot when I tend to zone out a lot when I'm exploring. But I would check in places like that, and then also Meadow Lake Fishery, north of Everfall. There's like 2 farms over here. You can check those too, as a start.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight.
Go.
And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Keep going. Do you think that there will be any pay-to-win elements? So there was a big thing that came out about that when they initially started talking about what they would plan for the MTX system in the future. They've always been very receptive to feedback, so I think that they don't want to do anything that's going to shoot themselves in the foot, really, because with this game they do need to win. There's been multiple canceled games that they've had under their belt so far, like Crucible, Lord of the Rings Online. They were going to actually do another version of that. They were going to do like a MMO version of Lord of the Rings, and they were going to work with Layu Technologies to get that out, so that was also canceled. So with New World, they need to win. So I would think that they're going to do everything they can to not really, you know, get to a point where they start milking and nickel and diming the consumer, because they also said they wouldn't want to do anything like that. So I think as far as that goes, I don't think we'll have anything to worry about, but we'll see what happens with the other stuff that they might have planned. And any idea what Amazon is thinking right now about the implementation of Stagger? I haven't heard anything about it, to be honest, but that's something that, you know, I've talked about super frequently. I know all of the forums and, you know, other places, people have talked about it a lot. So I know they're aware, but in terms of like what they decide to do to kind of maybe meet in the middle on that remains to be seen. And do you think only having 2 trees and weapons will change? I think it'll probably be this way for a while, because if they do add 3 weapons, that's a lot more balancing and you know, tweaking that they'd have to do. So I think it'll probably be this way for the rest of the game's lifespan, if not for a while, kind of thing. But I know that they'll probably add a lot more weapons. That's something that they've said in like previous media articles and stuff like that, is that they'll never stop working on the combat and adding more weapons and stuff like that. So this time next year, with the current system that they have, we might have like, you know, 6 or 7 more, because of how quickly they're able to put out weapons due to this system, with only 2 skill trees, 3 skills usable per weapon, like total of 6 skills in all per weapon. It's probably a lot easier for them to put out weapons than it would be to like get a class in another game, where like in every 8 to 12 months you might see one class come out in another game, whereas since the preview we've gotten like 5 or 6 new weapons already. $23, okay. Let me drink some water. How good is Hammer life staff in PvE? Can Hammer DPS mobs? I mean, you're gonna have a, if you want to do DPS, you're probably gonna have a better time with Great Axe and like Hatchet, for instance. In PvP, that can be a pretty decent build because of the CC, and also you'll be able to support with the life staff. But in PvE, it's not going to do as much DPS as another combination. Is your build good for solo? It's good for not having to use pots, and you can, you know, if you're trying to solo like elite mobs and stuff like that, you'll probably be able to without having to worry about sustain. But for DPS, and like Meovi asked, what's a good build for DPS? You might get a better time out of a build like Hatchet Great Axe for solo PvE, or like Musket Rapier kind of thing, like Dex fighters or Strength fighters. Do you think they will add more to their cash shop like Guild War 2? I don't think it'll go that far. I'm hoping not. Just like I said, they've always been receptive to feedback, but you know, sometimes things change over time, so you know, you can never really be 100% too sure. But I'd like to believe that, you know, it would never get that far, where we have, like, you know, the ability to buy in-game currency with real money and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, overall they've been very receptive to player feedback, so I don't think anything like that would happen. Are you in we're in the Marauder faction. About how to make hybrid builds effectively. I haven't done any build videos per se yet, other than the brief topics I covered for certain builds you can make in the ultimate weapon video I made. But I'll be doing more build ones in the future, though, mostly when I am able to actually fully flesh out these builds and show their true power, and also show you what kind of perks and gems you can use to get the best benefits from these kinds of builds. But yeah, I'll definitely do stuff like that in the future. Best place for elk? You could probably go west of, what I've usually done is I've gone west of WINDSWARD, and over here near Moonshade, you go south of that, you'll probably find a lot of elk and deer over there. But there's probably other places too, but I like going over there. Bison Island is right over here as well. And you might find a couple deer in the surrounding areas of Everfall, like up here, like in the south area. But I'd go probably over to Moonshade and go south of that. Hours played for this character. For this one right here, 2 days, 22 hours, 41 minutes, and 15 seconds so far. Stupid wolves, get off me. Will you join a huge guild or play yours? I'm probably going to stick without a guild, but still play with the Marauder faction. It's much easier for me that way. I can, you know, focus on the game. Don't really have to worry about the management side of things. So I like doing that. Management and, like, you know, I like the fact that we can play with other people in other factions, not really have to worry about, like, the political situations and stuff like that too. What's your top 3 combinations for PvP? Well, combinations are always drastically changing, but right now Hatchet Great Axe, Warhammer Great Axe, and builds like Musket Rapier, for instance, are doing really good in PvP right now. Those are 3 pretty solid choices, but then you also got Spear Bow. You've got ones like
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
I think people are doing even Ice Gauntlet Great Axe with an Imp build. So you got a lot of choices, but yeah, I would say if you want to take a look at what's really kicking butt right now, you can try maybe one of those builds, like Hatchet Great Axe Warhammer for the CC, and also like Musket Rapier kind of thing. What type of shield is that? It's a tower shield, and I can, yeah, even without showing, I can tell you what it is, but I'll show you too. It's got more damage mitigation than the other shields do. So what happens with the round shield, the ones that you start with, is they have more damage-based stats. And then the tower shield has the most damage mitigation and block stability, and kite shields are in the middle on that. Oh, missed him. I thought he was coming at me. I was like, hey, nope. Oh, okay. No, he's not fighting. Gathering. Gonna go this way. What is the end game? So we're going to be doing a lot of things like invasions. We're going to be doing oh, a lot of people. End game elite points of interest farming, field bosses. Shockbolts scare me sometimes. We're going to be doing territory wars, outpost rush, which is a 20v20 battleground. Stuff like that is what we're going to be doing, and also legendary weapon quest lines, stuff like that too. how viable is your tank build for PvP? It's more useful in territory wars and open-based group PvP as opposed to 1v1s and like 1vx. But yeah, it's basically a tank build, but the only difference between this and a regular tank is I can keep myself sustained. I don't really have to rely on a healer, and that means I can stay alive a lot longer than a regular tank would. But in terms of like chasing people down and killing people efficiently, you'll probably find better combinations. But in terms of staying alive and keeping people on me, like if they're focused on me, it'll be a lot better for doing things like that. Would it be able to only do life staff? Is life staff going to be necessary? Oh, life staff is going to be amazing at endgame for healers. Healers are always sought after in wars, invasions, expeditions, pretty much anything. Anything you do. Here's Johnny. We're really high level compared to these guys. Really high level. We probably let them go. Did they take over the... Oh. Head for the fort. Head for the fort. Anyone near the fort, head towards it. We need to keep that. Thank you, Yoda. Did they fix issues with overheating GPUs? They've made some patches for that. I think most of the people that were getting that issue were on 3090s, but yeah, they've released a patch for that to hopefully help with that too. And life staff build rewarding for playing solo. You're gonna have a little bit of a tough time in terms of the DPS on the life staff, but yeah, like in the end, it's gonna be really rewarding because you'll be super sought after by people in pretty much any form of content. And yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I would go with Ice Gauntlet as a secondary for that. That way you can at least have some DPS going on at the same time. And yeah, for my build, so like for my stats, I'm going 200 con right now, and then I'm gonna go 100 focus and probably go 250 con at endgame, and then try to work my way up to like 200 focus once I can get the really good pieces. Okay, we got purples. Need backup here. Let's see what this build can do. Ooh. Where are you going? Nope. Nope. Interrupt them. Keep interrupting them. That's right. What's up, Brandon? Maybe they'll come back. No, they... Okay. Good fight. We got the fort back. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Do you agree with that? With the faction loses a settlement that the workbenches should drop a level? Well, actually, the invasions are going to make sure that if people aren't, you know, on the ball and getting a lot of people together to defend against those, that the benches are going to downgrade either way. I don't know if the benches need to downgrade, because that also kind of punishes the people that just took it. But the invasions will definitely keep the benches in check because you have to be super on the ball to get those done successfully. And no, they don't have transmog, not fully like WoW or Final Fantasy, but you can transmog with cosmetic stuff from the cash shop though. With that part you can. Is heal staff shield good for 1vx scenarios for PvP? I mean, you can keep yourself alive, but for killing everybody, you might have a little bit of a tough time, but you can keep yourself alive for the most part. Can you use healing staff without focus? You could. It's just not going to heal you for nearly as much, like if you wanted to do a paladin kind of thing, but you could do it. It'll heal you a little bit. On our explode. You were outnumbered and still still pushed them out. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. It was a fun fight. Seriously, it was a fun fight. I think I couldn't look at their levels. I think I over leveled most of them, but that was fun as hell. It might, yeah, but we can still get the tokens at least. Forgot about that actually. Yeah. That's true. Invasion. Yeah, PvP combat, well, oh, so I'm not necessarily a non-healer. I am actually built like a healer would be because I do have the focus as well. If I didn't have any focus, I wouldn't be healing for nearly as much. So non-healers are still like very low when it comes to the healing aspect. But because I do have the focus stat, like even if they nerfed the scaling for the focus in terms of like how effectively you could heal, the build would still be able to because I'm still going to be building focus too. So pretty much they'd have to nerf both stats at the same time, but even then, basically they'd have to take off diminishing returns to nerf this is what they'd have to kind of do. Because once we get to like 200, 250, that's when we can start affording to go more into focus and not lose too much health, as opposed to somebody who goes full on con. Or well, technically 250, 300. That's when the diminishing returns start to kick in, but yeah, still. Without strength stat, you're lacking some damage. Yeah, I'll be lacking some damage until I get an amber gem in my sword, and that's also another thing is that the trade-off is that I don't do a whole lot of damage. But when I do get an amber gem, it's going to convert some of the weapon's damage, and then it's going to scale that damage up based off of my focus stat, and then that's going to allow me to get at least some decent DPS with my sword too, but I'll still be doing, you know, not as much damage, not nearly as much as like a DPS build kind of thing. Yeah, Dan, that was such a fun dungeon. Hell yes. Hell yeah. More than half on that. Okay. Healer, which type of armor would you recommend with Ice Gauntlet light? Actually, even healers that are doing Ice Gauntlet life staff still go heavy, because right now, as far as we know, the healing isn't affected by that bonus damage of 20%, so you can actually go heavy since they changed it to where heavy now has the most physical and elemental resistance, as opposed to before where light had the most elemental. So yeah, you can do a healer heavy build if you want to and be just fine. How does Orb of Protection work? The Orb of Protection puts a Fortify buff on you by default if you throw it at your feet, or if I throw it at somebody else. But also, the first passive is the only one that you want to get for paladins. It makes it to where it turns it into a heal over time. So it starts healing me for like 7.5% of what's it called? Weapon damage every second for 10 seconds, alongside giving that 15% fortify. And the really good thing about Orb of Protection is since it stays on me after I switch weapons, then what happens is that I can go with that Fortify buff and also pop Defiant Stance. And collectively, I'm going to get about 65% damage mitigation. for about 15 seconds. Because what happens is that 15%, that's going to stack with Defiant Stance, which by default gives about 30%. But if my health is above 50%, there's a passive called Final Countdown that gives me an extra 20. So overall, it's going to be 65%. And then once I get to 300 con, or sorry, 250, I get a 80% damage reduction when at full health. So the first hit that somebody does on me is going to have 80% damage reduction. And then if I put that and then fortify, and then a Defiant Stance, that might stack, all stack together. So that's going to be a lot of damage mitigation. So, oh, no, one other thing they can do, and I shouldn't even be saying this, is that if they wanted to nerf the Pally build, they could make it to where when you switch weapons, the buffs disappear and the healing disappears. Because the best part about it right now is that when I put this stuff down, if I switch weapons, it stays out. So I get that constant stream of healing while I'm tanking. So if they change that, it would make the Paladin build non-existent. But if they did that, it would also defeat the purpose of them having Paladin gear, because they also have gear that is specifically built for a Paladin. Like they have Cleric gear that gives you like this, Constitution focus. So it seems like they want Paladins to be an actual thing. But if they nerf that, then that would probably do it. How does PvP scaling works? Oh yeah, so yeah, once you get past a certain threshold, like when you're fighting a level 60 as a 20, then yeah, you can see situations where they might do a lot of DPS against them. But yeah, I think that's something that still needs some testing, and me personally, I haven't had a lot of experience with it myself, but yeah, for the most part, you're going to see a lot of that where you might see low levels doing a lot of damage to high levels. It doesn't mean you're going to, have a guaranteed chance to die as a high level, but yeah, there's a PvP scaling thing going on that people have been talking about. Now this is going to be my first Amber Gem sword. Let's see. You get beta? Yeah, you get beta when you pre-order the game right now. That's correct. I think I still have an Amber Gem in my bank. I need to cut Amber Gem right now. Fort contested. They're trying to snipe it as we leave it. It's kind of why, okay, I do have one. It's kind of why they do need to add some kind of defense to the forts. Like when you capture it, like it would be good if they had it where NPCs might spawn when you take over the fort, and then they're on your side and people have to kill them before they can take over the fort again. Because one person can just like sit next to it and just keep on, yes, I got one. Keep on capping it when you leave. Focus and con stat in your weapon and gear. Yeah, you want to look for focus and con stats. Actually, I got to go to the forge really quick and change my armor stat. Where is it? I got to convert this to a cleric set. Bleed Rapier Gauntlet. So yeah, Bleed Rapier Gauntlet. That sounds like it could be fun. You can also do the same thing with Bow Rapier if you want to. But yeah, you can do that with the Ice Gauntlet. That'd be pretty fun. I like using the yes, 89. I like using the Rapier Ice Gauntlet build a lot. It's really fun. I thought I read that healing is affected by the 20% bonus. Well, on here it says that it's 20% damage bonus, 20% bonus damage, but it doesn't necessarily say healing. So, of course, that would still need testing. I haven't personally tested it. That's one of the things that I haven't really touched too much since the equipment load system. But from what I've heard from like other healers and stuff in the previous testing phases, most of them have gone heavy for the most part because of supposedly it not working on healing when you do the light equipment load. But even if it does, it's probably not going to be that big of a healing bonus to where it's going to cancel out the benefits of having heavy. So even if it did, as a Paladin tank, I would still rock heavy because of the massive amount of damage mitigation that you would get with the heavy instead. Thank you so much, AG. Great Axe Hatchet. Yeah, so for a build like that, yeah, people are doing Great Axe Hatchet with light armor right now. and it's kicking butt. Yeah, you can do that. You can also in PvP do Great Axe Warhammer. If you feel comfortable with the dodge system, you can make it work. And then if you don't, if you're, you know, taking a lot of damage in PvP and territory wars, you can switch to heavy and do just fine as well. Why not get the higher level faction armor? Oh, we are. That's why we're doing the faction missions right now, is we're getting faction tokens. And right now I have the chest piece, the level 35 chest piece for it, and I'm trying to get the rest of the set before the war begins tonight. The benefit would be the staff does 20% more damage. And yeah, that's true. But so with the life staff, you wouldn't really be concerned more. You wouldn't be concerned if you're a healer. You wouldn't be concerned more with the damage as you would be with the healing. You would want to get a healing increase instead of a damage increase. So you could potentially do that, but you're not going to see much return because the life staff isn't really built to be like a DPS cannon. It used to be where they had certain skills that were crazy, called Siphon, for instance. They also had what's it called? Smite, and that one would chunk you for like half your health. It was a burst skill. Yeah, they had some really crazy skills back in the day, but they don't have those anymore. Which weapon should I go to if I want to tank? So if you want a lot of sustain while you're tanking, you can do Paladin build like Life Staff. If you want to do a build where you have more taunts, then you can do the Sword and Hatchet. You're going to have that Berserk taunt on top of the sword taunts, so you'll have more threat generation going down in expeditions. It'd be worth it to do Fire Staff Rapier. Yeah, you can do Fire Staff Rapier. Right now, Fire Staff, from what I've heard, isn't doing too well right now after the changes they did in the beta patch. But yeah, you can totally do that if you want to. Those kinds of builds are fun too. And yeah, so Constitution focus. So the reason I have 2 swords in my inventory, and one of them is one that has a Carnelian gem inside, is because that one's going to be mainly used for, oh yes, heal. That one's mainly going to be used for tanking and expeditions, but my sword that I have currently has the Amber gem inside, the one that I have on, and what the Amber gem does is it converts some of my weapons damage to nature damage, and then it scales that nature damage up based off of my focus. So with this I can actually do decent damage, but it's not going to do a whole lot more than like a DPS build at all. It's going to be probably underneath. But yeah, it'll be decent to the point where I'll still be able to, you know, kill stuff without spending too much time. Okay, we're doing good. Do you need a main healer doing expeditions? I mean, I probably could be my own healer, but it's probably best to be bringing a main healer too, especially in certain expeditions. Certain ones will cut off your party from the rest of the group, and you'll have to split up the DPS and heals. So this one would work best with another healer in the party too. Great Axe Hatchet with heavy armor and full con. Yeah, there you go. Something like that could totally work. I prefer to use heavy armor when I use a build like that, but people are using light armor and doing a lot of damage too. But yeah, either way would probably be fine. If you want to min-max on the damage, you can do the light one. And then if you want more, you know, mitigation in fights, you can do the heavy. Higher focus than Constitution. I mean, it really would do the same thing, but having that extra Constitution is good because I want to get that 250. I want to make sure at least if I get the really, really good gear pieces that I have over 250 con. You see, these attribution milestones are something you also need to look at when you're looking at your build, because the 300 one, that's a 20% duration on, you know, stun, slows, and roots increase to that. That's decent, but do I 100% need that? Probably not. But the 250 one, the 80% damage reduction when at full health with a 60-second cooldown, yes, I want that. So as long as I'm at 250 con, then I wouldn't mind, you know, if I'm able to get there. Maybe I get 250 con, 250 focus, or maybe 300 focus later on. But I would probably go with at least that if you're going to do a tank. That is going to be really good to have. What do you recommend for a healer? But yeah, when will I do a video about my build? Later on when we get closer to 60 and I'm able to fully flesh it out, because there's some pieces that I really need and perks that I want to see if I can get to fully showcase what it can do. I mean, right now already we're starting to see the strength of it in fights where I'm able to stay alive pretty easily, but I want to get even farther. I want to make sure it's fully fleshed out. I can, you know, get the majority of the skills and passives of both skills, or both sword and life staff, to fully show everybody what they should go for, what they can, what it can do.
We will never give up the fight.
And for a pure healer, so for the Ice Gauntlet, if you're going to use that as a secondary, I tend to go Ice Storm, Entombed, and Ice Pylon. For the life staff, Divine Embrace is a pretty good main heal for healers, and I always love using Sacred Ground. That's a pretty good AoE one, useful for most situations. In PvP, some people tend to take Splash of Light, because that is an AoE one that you don't need to target. You can just heal everybody in your group as long as they are within 100 meters of you. And for PvE, I tend to take Beacon alongside Sacred Ground. Sometimes people like to take Light's Embrace if you want to get the, you know, the buff healing going, but I tend to take Divine, Sacred Ground, and like Beacon for expedition healing. How do you zoom out further? Just scroll wheel, and you can also change your FOV settings. Like I have them at max in the visual settings right here. Change the FOV in here. Remind me how to start the legendary quest line. Yeah, you got to get started in the Eastburn outpost right over here. You start the quest line there. It's going to take you over to Cleaves Point. Then it's probably going to take you, I'm pretty sure it takes you to Mountain Home first, and then Mountain Rise is the last one. So you just do all the quest lines you can: Eastburn, Cleaves Point, Mountain Home, and Mountain Rise. Should a standard tank with sword and hatchet focus more on strength or con? Probably more on con than strength, if you're going to go tank in like PvE situations too, especially. How do you feel about Rapier Musket? Yeah, Rapier Musket is really fun. Absolutely. Best way to level right now? I can answer your question and Chikhua's question as well. So in terms of the leveling right now, yeah, the best way, the fastest way, is doing the town projects by just going from town to town looking for the armament ones. You stack those up and you do them all at once, and people are stacking up a lot of XP from it. I recommend main story quests, side quests, and faction missions and town projects all at the same time right now, though, because, you know, if you don't really enjoy doing the town projects over and over, then it, you know, it could get boring doing that. And also, even though that's the fastest way, the territory town projects, I kind of hope that they do add more leveling methods in the future, because I would love to see us have mob grinding become a more viable leveling method again. And then it'd be really cool if we had more dynamic events and stuff like that. But in terms of if they're going to change it or not 100% sure yet on that. If this wolf doesn't get off my butt so I can actually chase people. Thank you. See? How hard was that, wolf? Get them. Please. In dungeons it's good, but PvP it's not. For 200 con, I love that. I love that that milestone. You know, you'd probably be okay with the 200 con. You'd probably be fine with it, but I love the idea of having that extra milestone there. Just because when I'm tanking in PvP, most of the time I'm not even really concerned with DPS anyway. But I think people will probably be okay with 200 con too in the grand scheme of things. Oh, my thing can't reach. Okay, time to go. Do you think PvP scaling should be changed, or do you think it's good? Haven't had a whole lot of experiences with it yet. Like, even in the testing phases, I was rarely fighting people that were like level 20 while I'm level 60. Even in the wars, most of the time, people were pretty high up there, so I never really noticed it. But I know that there's a lot of mixed feedback on it right now, so we're gonna have to see how things go over time. Like when we start fighting in the wars today, for instance, I want to see if the PvP scaling is noticeable in there. Oh, he's dodging, totally dodging. What about the Gladiator Trail? Are you talking about, oh, the trial? Yeah, so you want to do your promotion quest when you can. because that faction PvP gear is going to be useful, or faction gear is going to be useful to have, especially early on. So you can probably, yeah, you can probably get the level 15 gear by just doing a couple faction missions. And then if you want to get the 25 one, you can. And that can be pretty good too. And then Amrine Excavation is going to be like 300 gear score pieces too that you can totally make use of. And then as time goes on, you'll probably get decent gear from drops. You'll probably get decent gear from expeditions and stuff like that. So you can do that too. Stupid wolf. Right now we are super high level compared to some of these people, but we have to kill them though, because we can't have these people capturing the fort while we're trying to do missions. We got to push this territory. Your server has had mobs. Oh, they're not even spawning anymore. Oh god. Jeez, is there a tank DPS build? I mean, yeah, like right now some people would potentially go with like less con than less strength and still be okay as a tank kind of thing. But yeah, for the most part, if you're gonna tank, you probably want more, at least more con than more of your DPS stat, but it's really up to you.
Group chat working?
Damn it. Can't catch him. It's okay. Oh, hopefully they don't go to the fort. They're probably gonna go to the fort.
Hello?
Okay.
Chat, this chat typing lag sucks.
Can you hear me? What's the best DPS build? Right now, there's multiple decent choices.
Syndicate running toward the fort from my ping.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
On ping, there's like 4 or 5 Syndicate running up to the fort.
Turn that down. Okay. Let's go. So right now there's a lot of different good combinations, especially when it comes to DPS. So it's completely up to you in terms of which one you would want to go with, because there's multiple good options. But right now, builds like Hatchet, Great Axe are doing really good for DPS, and then like Rapier, Musket. So you can try ones like those if you want to try DPS. Town 1 is bugged from Alpha. You can do it in a party, trade items, and never lose a resource, and do it over and over in 3 towns. Yeah. Oh yeah. You mean the armament ones? Yeah. It's pretty nutso right now, and was for the past few days before they nerfed the reset timer on it. But even with the reset timer being nerfed, it's still pretty powerful of a method. And how do you unlock it? Gladiator? Yeah, look in your journal page and click on side stories. This top one right here should be your promotion quest if you have the Gladiator one. And just go to that zone when you get like level 20 and talk to the faction vendor, and they'll give you the quest. Okay, it's not contested yet. Thought you had to be 60 to join the war. No, you only have to be 50 to join the invasions. But wars you can join as long as you're like in the faction.
Oh, there's a bunch of purples.
Where are they at? Are they fighting outside maybe? Oh, I see
They're
some.
like out here by me, Ire.
Oh, okay. I think I see somebody. Who's that? Is that Syndicate or is that, yeah, a Syndicate? One guy up there. Get back to Ire. Got you on that. Take her ground for you. in their back line. Never mind. Okay, got him. All right, let's go. Do not log out. Oh, okay, yeah. I know the queues are probably starting to stack up again. Yep. That is not good. Yeah, paladins do work for territory war, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna work. We're gonna use it today in the war as well. It's gonna be kind of chaotic, so there's probably gonna be at points where I'll die because there's gonna be like 20 people on me, but for the most part it should go okay. Weapon passives only apply when you're wielding the weapon, not when the weapon is sheathed. Oh, okay, good question. Actually, yeah, they should only apply when the weapon is out and about. Take it down. Okay. I'll go turn in the asset. Where's the asset? Wait, hold on. Oh, is this the turkey one? Oh, it's the turkey one. Okay. And yeah, like Warhammer War Axe is going to be pretty good for Wars too. It's got a lot of CC in it. CC in that build. Thought there was a way for people to choose their starting city. No, it's random. So if you don't start with the same one your friend is at, then just do the starting quest line from like 1 to 7 plus, and then once you get to the quest that tells you to get to level 12 and go find Jonas the Hermit, you can do that too. And then once you get to Jonas the Hermit, you're both going to be able to link up. Do you think the game is ready for August 31st launch? I think there's things that need to be tweaked. Things that of course need to be added, but of course that'll come with time. And things that might need to be changed, like hopefully the mob farming will become a more viable way to level. In terms of if it's ready for August 31st launch, if they release a decent sized patch before the launch happens and they're able to fix some of the stuff, then I think it could be ready. Yeah, but I think overall it might be better for them to, it depends. Like I'm in the middle on it because I'm not 100% sure if it would be better for them to release it as opposed to delaying it again, because there's been like 2 or 3 delays right now or so far. So we're gonna have to see there, but overall, yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm not sure because I hope that they do add mob farming back as a viable method, and it would be great if we had like dynamic events and stuff like that, more of them than the corrupted breaches as a way to level. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they're gonna do. How are you not gonna be burned out when the game launches? Oh, I've been playing it so long that I'm used to the systems, and I'm so used to the systems and everything that I'm past the point of burnout. I've gone through the trial by fire. Like I've been in I've been in the iterations where the game was like at its worst in terms of the leveling and whatnot, and this portion here, like the town projects, is kind of down there because I really hope that they I do miss like how we were able to do faction missions pretty effectively and grind mobs and stuff like that, but I should be okay. Shouldn't be too bad. There's still a lot of things about the game I do enjoy and still like.
Never give up the fight, and in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Boots, 420. Boots, legs. Let's do legs. And then can I get a seal? I can not get a seal yet. Okay. All right. Are your stats mainly focus or con? They're mostly con, and then focus is the secondary. We're gonna go for like 200 focus and get it up to like 100. I'm sorry, we're gonna go to 200 con and go to like 100 focus, and then we're gonna go from there after. Do you see them adding raids in the future? I think it's possible. Yeah, mean, they've already got expeditions, so raids could definitely be a thing. I do hope that they add more on the open world side though too. But yeah, raids might be a thing. And then gravity well, yeah, is really good for the great axe right now. Oh yeah, it's doing work. Oh, I'm not flag. I'm not fully flagged yet. That's why. Like, wait a second. Hatchet or Warhammer for secondary tank. If you're going to be doing PvE, probably Hatchet. But for PvP, you can probably get away with Warhammer. It's got a lot of CC on it. Just got your house. Oh, they can just come to your house spot, and then as long as you're friends with them in game, they're going to see your house spot on the list. So yeah, just add them as a friend, and then go tell them to go to your house spot, and they can visit you. Oh, nice. Right when the war starts. Oh, it's going to start at 7 p.m., so we're about 5 hours out. We're doing faction PvP missions in the meantime. More people over here, the better. Absolutely. And Warhammer Lifestaff can tank. Yeah, in PvP, you can definitely, you know, tank semi-well. But if you're going to be tanking anything, Warhammer is going to have a lot less block stability than Sword. So I probably would go Sword Shield as opposed to that. Oh, hello. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. So many greens. Oh, I know those pieces. Nice, man. Are you for or against mounts? Kind of in the middle on it. Right now, they appear to be talking about it. From all that we've, you know, heard previously, they appear to be talking about it, and probably not going to be a thing that comes for a while. But I think, yeah, as long as they, you know, do a detailed mount system and the map is, you know, big enough or at least semi-big enough to warrant them, then I think it'd probably be okay. But mounts have never really affected my gameplay experience as much, in terms of like not having it or having it. But if it's a thing where it's going to make faction PvP unbalanced, then it probably needs to be some balancing there, where like if you take a faction PvP mission, you can't mount up, or they're really easy to kill, something like that, to prevent, you know, bad things from happening on the PvP side. Deliver asset. Okay. Are the build split via split attributes viable at all? Depends on what kind of build you're doing. If you're doing like strength dex and then you want to try to get con after that, I probably wouldn't do that. That's kind of stretching yourself really far. Like if you're going to do sword bow, for instance, that might not work as well. But depending on what kind of build you're doing, most people would probably do like damage stat con or con damage stat if you're going to tank. But yeah, and why mostly con? So when I get to like 250, 300 con, I'm going for mainly this thing right here, the 80% damage reduction when at full health milestone. I'm going to get that, and then at 300, I don't really have to care about going to 300 because the difference between 250 con, 300 con wasn't that big last time I tested it. It was like maybe a 700 or maybe 1,000 health difference. But I'd rather go to that, and then I can get about 200 con at endgame, and then I'll be healing for a really, really decent amount. And that's pretty much all I need. I don't really have to care about going for more healing than that. I can just settle for the beefiness and that 80% damage reduction at full health. See how well that goes. The trophies in houses work. Oh no, trophies are global. So if you put a trophy in your house in WINDSWARD, it'll still work in Monarch's Bluff, or it should. And yeah, you can see where I put my points into life staff. Hold on one second. Let me see. For adding mounts. Oh yeah, just like I said before, I'm kind of in the middle on it, but it seems like they're definitely in the work. It's something that's definitely in the works. But we'll have to see if they put it out sooner rather than later. But we'll see, because so this is what, hold on, this is what I have for my life staff. I have Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. And when you get Orb of Protection, you only want to take this passive. Don't take the other two, because it's going to make it disappear. When you put Orb of Protection on yourself, when I switch weapons, it stays on me. If you get the other two passives, it'll make it disappear. And then so for the mounts, I had a conversation with Amazon Games, and there's also 2 videos that I made about this. The first one is for the MTX situation. The second one is for like mounts, the gameplay aspects of the game, future zones that they're going to add, weapon combinations or potential weapons they might add in the future. We had a conversation about that. So what they asked me in their conversation, in the conversation we had, was if they should do a detailed mount system or just rush mounts as soon as possible. And I talked to them about like how mounts have been such a hot topic for the past like year and a half plus, and how some people feel the world's too small. Some people feel the world would warrant mounts right now. And I had a more in-depth breakdown of what I feel about mounts and like how they would impact New World right now versus later, and if they should, you know, go for a detailed mount system or a more, you know, just rush mount system to get it out as soon as possible. But yeah, it seems like they're definitely thinking about it and potentially going to do a mount system based on the conversation we had. Do you find matching weapon types versus creatures worth it? Or is most people tend not to worry about it. You can go from like 1 to 60, not even caring. But, you know, when you get to endgame, if you get like an arcane weapon and you're going to do a lot of, you know, corrupted breaches, or you want to min-max and tell your whole guild to only bring in arcane infused weapons into an invasion, stuff like that can kind of turn the tide in some situations. So yeah, from a leveling perspective, you probably don't have to care. In game, it might help you out though. Like dryads are weak to fire, so if you're going to be doing a lot of eat and grow farming, you might have a set of, you know, fire-based weapons in your bank, stuff like that. What's the best way to level up weapon mastery? You can probably go to Amrine Temple and just farm on the skeletons, and you can also go to Shattered Obelisk and do that. I like to farm on skeletons for my weapon mastery. Tends to be a little bit easier for me. But yeah, I would give that a shot, see how that goes. And how much does it cost to respec at your current level? Right now, for me, for attributes, it's probably gonna be about 300. Yeah, 300 gold. And once you get to 60, it's gonna be 500. And then for weapon mastery, like if I want to respec shield and swords, it's gonna be about 125 right now. What town has the cow? I know Morningdale has it. First Light also has a cow as well, if you're not finding it in the other ones. And yeah, this specific sword right here that we're using during PvP, I am using Amber in this one. And then I have a second sword that I'm going to use for expeditions, that I have been using for expeditions, that has a Carnelian gem in it. But yeah, you want to use 2 swords if you have a Paladin build going on. And will there be a greatsword? That's one that they know that people want, and I talk about greatsword all the time. They know that we want it. They know it. But if it'll come or not, that remains to be seen. But there's a lot of hints pointing to maybe or yes. There's actually screenshots. There's old screenshots in the game that showcase what appears to be a greatsword. Like I can show you right now. There is let me see. Let me go to my screenshot folder. My concept. So yeah, there's a couple different screenshots here that were taken a long time ago. They're like concept screenshots, but this one right here, this absolutely appears to be a greatsword. And this is one that they did a long time ago. I can't even remember when this was first done, but they posted it on like one of their social media pages, and people were already, once they saw that, people were thinking that's got to be the greatsword, and we'll probably get that at some point. But they've also posted GIFs like on their Steam page in the past, like this, that showcase the fire magic. But also, this is the first time we saw the tower shields. But we also saw this, which We don't have a weapon that is wielded in that specific form quite yet, and I believe this is probably going to be an indication that we're going to get the greatsword at some point, or that's what I believe for the longest time. So yeah, I think all hints are pointing towards we're probably going to get it. I don't know if it's going to be that skinny, but yeah, they might already have something in the game files for it. If I could take a look at your Paladin build, I'm swapping over and trying it out. Yeah, so if you want to look at like the spells, because I'm doing for my attributes, I'm going mostly con, and then I'll be focus is going to be secondary. But for the attributes and skill portion, for the skills, I got Beacon, Orb of Protection, and Sacred Ground for mine. And Sacred Ground fully upgraded is awesome. And no, there's no guild bank now, not at the moment. And then sword, I have the full defender tree: Shield Bash, Shield Rush, and Defender, Defiant Stance, and then this defensive formation passive too. Are you currently happy with the combat, or you want stagger back? I mean, I've always preferred the like preview and alpha 2 combat. I feel like there's a way for them to meet in the middle on the stagger system for people that don't want stagger and people that do. Maybe there's other ways they can do it, like at least adding it back for the heavy attack. Maybe adding diminishing returns if they were to add it back fully. I think that, you know, the preview combat and everything like that, there was combat that wasn't perfect. It needed tweaking for sure, but there was probably other alternatives that they could have used too. So we'll have to see what they decide to do, but I think overall the combat system is probably going to need at least 1 or 2 patches before it gets into a, you know, better spot, gets into the right place kind of thing. And no, there's no daggers, but that's something that they know that people want as well. And pistols, we have actually seen footage of the pistols too. It was in their first, third developer diary actually. Third developer diary. We actually showcased that the other day. How we do have footage of the pistols. It's just not in the game just yet, but that's probably coming too at some point. Warhammer. For Aunt Betty's question. So if you want to go like pure healer, then healing paladin build rather than tanking. So yeah, you can go Warhammer life staff and be just fine. That's a pretty good one for PvP because you'll have that Warhammer CC that you can use. But you can also go, if you want to go pure healer, you can go thank you. Appreciate that. I picked the wrong one. But yeah, you can totally do Warhammer life staff. You can also do Ice Gauntlet life staff. Ice Gauntlet is a pretty good secondary weapon for life staff too. Does a shield apply its stats to your setup even if you don't wield the sword? No. If it's on your back, it's just there to look cool, and it just weighs you down if you have it on your back without a weapon out. Without a sword out, that is. Eat turkey. Okay. What are we at on the influence? Getting there. It's slower than yesterday. It's going up slower than yesterday, I've noticed. Yeah, two-handed greatsword. Yes, I hope so. Would you say there's a meta in the game, or should you just play what you like? So playing what you like, that's completely fine. When it comes to PvP, there's definitely weapons that are more popular than others. Like right now, Great Axe and Hatchet are a pretty popular combo among strength-based users, and it's doing a lot of damage in PvP right now. So it's a mixture, but if you want to do PvP, you might need to go with certain weapon combinations to be more effective, but it's ultimately up to you.
I got like 3 dudes.
Wait, where are you at? Oh. I'm not close to you, but I'm coming.
I salute you,
Like
fellow
it
warrior.
kind of does look like a long
We will
rapier.
never give
It
up the
kind of
fight.
does, but we don't
And in the
hold
end,
the
we will
we don't
emerge
hold them like that. But it does kind of look like that, yeah, like a really long. It looks skinny in that picture. The other one, it looks much thicker. And then halberds, yeah, halberds is another thing that was showcased a long time ago, actually. Let me show you. Back when they first introduced the corrupted breaches and the invasions, there was a picture in their first blog about it right here. Halberd. So we never saw that weapon again, but this is the first time and only time that it was really showcased. But that was a while ago, so we don't know what they did with that or if that's coming in the future. But I like to think that it probably is. It looks pretty sick too, and it also is being held in a different animation than we're used to, like with the spears. Although it kind of looks like if you're charging up the thrust animation, it kind of looks like that, like the same animation the spear would use. But I don't know. I think we'll get it though at some point. It looks pretty cool. I don't know if it'll be a weapon all on its own, but either way would be cool to have. Is that dual wielding swords? Wait, hold on, let me see. Concept. So we got this one right here with the really thick greatsword, and then you said hold on. My arrow's not showing up. Oh yeah, over here. Those enemies. Yeah, he might be. He might be. But some of the enemies do actually dual wield like daggers even. If you go to Eden Grove, there's a mob called the Dryad Prowler, and they actually dual wield as well. So it could be, you know, could be coming at some point, but we'll have to see though. How is it that you're dealing 200, 400 damage at best in heavy armor, and he's coming with Great Axe dealing 800 damage to me and being 300? Well, there's a passive called Bloodlust, where if you're using a Great Axe, ooh, turkey, yes, then you get a movement speed buff, and also you get 15% more damage increase while you're looking at a foe. So that's part of the reason why Great Axe is doing really good right now. But yeah, it's mostly Bloodlust and a couple of the factors going into that too, like the 20% bonus damage that people are getting when they go light armor build. People are doing that too. Name server, we're on the El Dorado server. Stagger actually exists right now. So yeah, there's still certain skills that will stagger you. Like if I were to shield rush somebody, then yeah, it would technically stagger them. And you know, some of the combat changes that they've done since the preview, yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm okay with the combat system, like either way. I can still enjoy this combat system. It's just that if I were to compare them in terms of like PvE as well, I've always enjoyed the Alpha 2 and preview combat more. But I'm sure there's probably going to be a way they can meet in the middle on that with people. It just all comes down to like what they decide to do. And like if you do, I'm pretty sure like Path of Destiny has one too, like a stagger on it still. Certain skills, yeah, certain skills do. Upside, but they ended up removing like the majority of the main parts of the stagger, like the basic attack stagger, heavy attack stagger, that part though. Any word on crossbows, blunderbuss, one-handed mace, or flail? Well, there was actually a one-handed mace in the original Alpha 1. Hold on a second. But they haven't said if they're gonna do that again or bring that back. We're not 100% sure yet. Oh, hello. I got you, Pain. Pain, no. No, stay in the green. Damn it. No, they got paid. They got paid. I'm gonna deliver the asset. Okay. Do you know if there was any patches changes last night? I haven't checked yet. I don't think there was though. I didn't see any like patch notification on Twitter or anything like that. But yeah, crossbow blunderbuss. That has been something that people have talked about before too, like having a strength-based range weapon. I actually did talk to them about that in the conversation I had with them too. But if they're gonna actually do anything like that or not in the future, that remains to be seen. But the concept of that sounds pretty interesting, like having a strength-based range weapon like crossbow or blunderbuss. That sounds pretty cool. And then for if they bring the one-handed mace back or not, we're gonna have to see. But do you know if there was any? Oh wait, I already answered that one. What was the other one? More focused weapons coming. We're not 100% sure yet, but there was a while ago a data mine weapon, the Void Gauntlet, and people were saying that it was supposed to be focused, but I never actually looked in the game files to check that. But I don't know if it will be or not, but if it is, that'll be interesting to see. Or if maybe if the mace ends up being focused, possibly if they bring that back. And oh, preferred great axe builds. Yeah, most people are taking at least gravity well right now, and then charge, and then choosing between reap or execute. It's really up to you, whatever one you want to choose, but I tend to prefer using reap. But some people are using execute right now. If you're confident that you're going to be able to get that skill off, then by all means. You do that pose with the rapier when you block. Yeah, I'm trying to think about. I haven't held a rapier in a little bit of time, but it does kind of look like that, as if it does kind of look like a rapier when you're looking at it from this angle, but like a really, really long rapier, because this is just huge. This is absolutely huge. But I have to go back and actually check it and see if there's any other like teases that they've done with the great sword. But this one here was like the main one that I've always looked back on. It looks really cool, and they've also got a lot of other feedback about other weapons that could potentially come in the future that people would really want to see. So maybe we'll see other ones too. Dual daggers was one that people have always talked about. Are you using heavy armor? Yes, I am. Okay, I see what you're saying, Kevin. Yeah, with the... Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's still, even with that, though, people are still kind of mixed on the combat feedback. Or, you know, some people don't like what it is right now. Some people do. And like I said, I'm able to enjoy it either way. But I did still prefer the old version of it. But either way is fine with me when it comes down to it. If they want to keep it like that and then maybe build on it to where it'll still work out in the end, then yeah, it'll still work. Do you think Paladin tank would overall be better for PvP, PvP, or full-on tank? Well, right now, like if you want more sustain than a hatchet, for instance, Paladin tank might keep you alive better. But also, you know, there's different situations where a hatchet could be better, like in terms of gaining mobility to catch people and stuff like that. You might have a better chance with hatchet than a Paladin tank, but it's really preference thing. If you have a healer that's coming with you whenever you're fighting, you probably do okay with the sword and hatchet build too. And what should you pair with the great axe? Most people are doing hatchet right now with the great axe. But you can also do in PvP like Warhammer Great Axe, and that's doing a lot of CC damage, or just CC in general in PvP. Like in Territory Wars, a lot of people are doing that right now. And you can also do light armor if you want to for that 20% bonus damage. Quite a few people are doing that too. If you feel comfortable with the dodge system, then you can do the light armor to get within the light armor threshold. If you're taking too much damage, you can also try heavy and see if that works better for you too. Great Axe, Great Sword, probably the same, just different model. Well, they're also showcasing the... Because the Great Axe was available in Alpha 1, and even during Alpha 2, it was in there for a little while. So these are two different weapons that we're seeing here. So I don't think it's that. Because yeah, the Great Axe has always been a thing for the most part. It's just that for a period of time, and we didn't have it during the preview, right? So yeah, for a period of time, it wasn't available. But like in the first alpha, we had it, and then for a short while, we had it in Alpha 2. We just didn't have any skills for it. The only skill that we had was like and I don't even think we have that skill anymore. It was like a whirlwind spin, but it wasn't like the actual whirlwind. It was like more of a reverse stab kind of move, if that makes sense. But yeah, they definitely know that people want the great sword, though. I hope it does happen. It'll be really cool to see. And yeah, there was a mace. Oh yeah, let me bring that back up. Yeah. So in the first alpha, we did have it as an actual weapon, and we do have concept pictures of it. So in the future, it might come back, but they haven't said anything official on that since back then, from what I remember. But we'll have to see what they decide to do with that one too. And how do you get the title? Oh, press K, go to bio. You can change titles from there. Feeling crappy? Oh, I didn't even know I had that title. That's funny. You said, hold on. If we look at the image again, that it looks like more of an arrow hitting them. I don't know about that. That doesn't really look like an arrow to me. Plus, I don't see any range mobs that have a bow. These ones have muskets over here. That one actually looks like that one back there looks like he has the same model as the archer ones, but I don't see anybody even aiming a bow. Let me see, does that guy have a bow? He might have a bow, but I don't know if that's an arrow. because like where the angle that it's coming from, you know what I mean? That kind of looks like it'd be coming from, how do I say it? Like up in the air almost. Like somebody had to be standing from a higher elevation and shooting down on you for that to be like an arrow. I don't know about that. Plus, like even the hilt. Do I have a rapier on me? The hilt looks different than like the sword hilt for sure, but I don't think the hilt of the rapier looks like that, right? That's also another thing that kind of set it apart for me. Oh, fight. Are you focus strength? No, I'm doing con focus. Con for my main stat, and then focus for my secondary. How's the damage output with your build? The damage output is kind of low. Even with an amber gem and the sword, it'll still be fairly low, but you will have a lot of sustain though. You will have that part at least. Why is no one talking about the fire staff? Oh, fire staff. Yeah, fire staff I've heard isn't doing too great right now since the beta changes. Of course, there was a long time where fire staff was really powerful, but yeah, right now it seems like it's not really in the best spot. You might have better. Well, I mean, territory war, it's probably still got its place, but outside of territory war, people are saying that they're not really wanting to use it that much. How do you add a gem to your weapon? You just drag and drop it, as long as it's got a gem slot. Maybe a great sword with the taunt gem in its skill tree. I don't know. That'd be pretty interesting. All I know is if they do great swords, I'm probably going to use that religiously, and you might even be able to do a paladin great sword build. That'd be pretty cool. No, I use my build for PvP as well. Absolutely, absolutely. We're getting there. Still though, I thought it'd be faster. I thought it'd be more influenced by now. You think that's the bullet travel? Because I don't know. That's, let me look at it again. See, not just the hilt guard too, but the also, if we look at the actual, what do you call this portion of it? Like the, they have a name for it. I don't know if it's the hilt or the, yeah, whatever, but it also looks longer than normal too. Like just looking at it, it doesn't look like, it looks weird though. Like it really does. Let me look at when these screenshots were actually created, because, this was 2020 when I got this, and then this one, August 19. Oh, this is when I went around. Okay, so I don't remember which one was created first. Yeah, this one I know. This is from the gift that they had originally on the New World Steam page, but since then I think they changed those. But the other one, I can't remember what I got that one from. But yeah, it definitely looks like a sword. Like I'm not seeing it. Broadsword. Oh, okay, that's probably a more accurate description of it. Yeah. Oh, whoa, hold on. How many tokens do I have? Size. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's probably a sword, a great sword. It looks huge, but it looks super weird though, like skinny as hell. The pommel, there we go. Thank you. Pommel, that's what it is. Pommel. I need boots. Where are the boots? The heavy boots. Okay, here we go. Boots, and I think I need gloves. Nope, we don't need gloves. I think we might be okay. Hold on, let's see. Might be full 420 plus gear. 28. All right. And I'm just gonna keep the helmet because I like the look of this helmet.
And in the end, you will emerge victorious.
Eric seal. 4. Explain how Paladin skills look like. Yeah, for the life staff, we're using Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Beacon. And the cool thing about these ones is when I switch weapons, the heal over time stays there. Heal over time stays there. That part's pretty cool. And then for the sword tree, I'm just using the entire defender tree. Constitution focus. I need to get some onyx gems for these things too. All right, let's go ahead and switch these attributes. But yeah, the entire defender tree on the sword side, and just orb of protection, sacred ground, and beacon for the spells for that one. And then what you can do whenever you have a piece of faction gear and you want to change the stats, you can take a seal that you get from the faction vendor and the piece of gear, bring it to the bench, you can change the stats. Can you get a zone out of conflict once it reaches that stage? No, once it's in conflict, then only the timer is gonna get it out of the conflict stage. But once it's in conflict, then it's in conflict. Get rid of that. What level do you need to be? Yeah, when you get to around close to level 40-ish, like 35 to 40, around tier 4, that's when you kind of start seeing power shields. Tower shields kind of start, because star metal or tier 4 in general kind of starts around level 35-ish. So before that, you're probably not going to find one. But yeah, after that portion, then you'll start probably getting them as drops and then being able to craft them too. Gemstones. Let's see if we can find onyx. None? Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. Need any crazy looking gear? Oh yeah, there's some really good looking gear sets. When we get closer to Endgame, there's going to be some really cool ones that we're going to be able to find. I can't wait. Quest damn. I might be okay to get an emerald actually, because I know a lot of people are going to be using thrust weapons right now. Ooh, that's a lot. Yeah, maybe I have one on me. Okay. Is there a way to quest with your friends, shared quests? So if you're talking about like starting wise, like when you first start out, you're going to want to just go through your starting quest lines and main story quest lines all the way until you're able to choose a faction and start getting to Jonas the Hermit. But yeah, after that, then you can kind of link up. But in terms of sharing quest lines, you guys got to accept them manually. Both of you got to accept them and then do it at the same time kind of thing. Oh, I need earth motes. Okay, hold on. PvP missions feel impossible for the moment. Keep dying to like people 10, 15 levels higher than me. What do you think they can do about it? Yeah, when you're trying to do PvP missions as a lower level, it's kind of tough. Most people would probably suggest, you know, just doing main story quest side missions and regular ones in the meantime, or waiting until like later in the evening. Thank you so much, One. But yeah, overall, they do have damage scaling. That's a thing currently, so they're trying to make it to where lower levels have a chance in combat against hires. But even with that, you know, some people are kind of mixed on the whole damage scaling right now. So I would just, you know, stick away from those for the meantime if you're having trouble with it, though. Is it possible to get new weapons on the release date? So it's possible, but I think we're probably not going to get one. The current weapons that we have are probably going to be the ones we get at launch. But I would love to see it, though. I would love to see it. And any words on dual wielding? They know that people want it, but in terms of confirmation, not quite yet. But I think I heard something about daggers being found in the files, actually. I remember somebody talking about that, so I'd keep that in mind too. Earth motes, yes. Earth mote. Okay, cool. Here we go. What attributes are you focusing? Con for my main and focus for my secondary. The dampening is too much. Yeah, like that. People are giving you know, mixed feedback on the dampening system right now. So as a lower level, maybe you'll, you know, have a better chance once you start getting the benefits of that. I think it was, what was 20, level 20 that it starts kicking in, or around there. But yeah, that's crazy. Damn, Gary. Holy crap. That's a lot of damage. Are you wait, I gotta catch up to you guys. Do you have full, like, you know, up-to-date armor on too, right? The server might be crashing. Don't tell me that. Why do you think so? Is it chat bug? Wait. Oh, okay. Right, yet. Rest. Ooh, I like putting it. I'm putting my legs. All right, back to the missions.
I salute
I hope
you,
it doesn't
fellow
crash.
Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end,
If a tree falls on you, oh no. No, it's not like Valheim. No. You don't take damage and die. So I remember it was funny. I remember after Valheim came out and people were coming back to the game, people started talking about how they started to get scared while chopping trees down after that. I felt that too, because I played the crap out of Valheim as well. Totally understand that. Any plans to make a leveling guide? I was going to, but since the territory town projects are like the quickest way right now, I didn't really want to make one for that, because I feel like it might get tweaked again, even in its current state before launch, and I'd rather do it when they hopefully add either mob farming back as a viable method, or a couple more leveling methods in general, or rebuff faction missions to what they used to be, kind of thing. But yeah, right now town projects are like a surefire way. If you get the armament town projects, you can just gather up a bunch of mats and just spam those. You get a lot of XP. If you can go between multiple towns, like some people stay at Everfall and then go between Everfall and WINDSWARD, and then get those quests. And you can even TP via the different zones with Azoth. And what I was doing earlier is I just put a campfire down at Everfall, and I just ran to WINDSWARD, and you can just heal your character and respawn at your campfire and do it that way if you want to. How do you have damage if you don't have strength? So what I do in PvP is I have an amber gem in my sword. I have two different swords, one with the carnelian gem, one with a amber gem. And the carnelian gem is going to allow me to oops. Carnelian gem is going to, or sorry, the amber gem is going to allow me to scale some of my damage up, because what it does is it takes some of the physical damage of the sword and it converts it into elemental damage, and then that damage can also scale up based off of your focus stat. The amber gem is the only one that does that. So in PvP, I would use my PvP sword, and then for like PvE situations, I would use the carnelian gem one. Whole lot of green out today. Whole lot of green. He soloed me and Uncle Father. We both have up-to-date armor. Jeez. That is crazy. Oh, hello. I see him. Let me get the thing. Let me get the thing. Oh, he's just gathering. Okay. Yeah, no. Gathering. All yours, sir. Okay. When's the war begin? In in about 5 hours. It begins at about 7 p.m. Pacific. Any dual weapons? Not at the moment, but that's something that they know people want, though. And is there a popular Discord for finding players? Well, yeah, right now, there's still the main 2 New World community Discords. I should have a link to them in the description, and you could probably find players through those. But for an LFG one, I don't know. Somebody probably started one, but I haven't really checked to see if there is one yet. And are you focusing strength in your items? No, I'm doing a con focus. Con focus. I'm on the Phineas realm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard some of them are still... Wait, I hope they came back. Somebody said that yesterday there was like 6 servers or a couple servers that weren't even showing up in the list anymore. I really hope that that's not still the case, because that would suck. I know that even, well, our server was down for like 6 hours the first day, but our server was only like off the list for about maybe 30 minutes. But if they're still off the list for the other ones, that would really suck. Is there oh, hello. Hold on. Oh, Haas. Kind of want to fight these guys. Yes. I want to see how well this build can do against these 2. Let's see. But yeah, there is PvP damage scaling in the open world. Yeah. Oh, let's party, baby. Come on. Yes, that was a really good show. Because for the most part, we've been fighting people that weren't necessarily close to our level, but hell yeah, this is working great. All right, thank you. How do you deal damage without strength? Oh yeah, just like I said before. Yeah, like there's a gem for PvE, so we use the carnelian gem when we want to tank, and then we'd use amber gem when we want to do PvP. That was fun. You can, no, if you put a gem in a weapon, then you can salvage it, and then you have a chance of getting that gem back. But yeah, if you replace the gem, it's going to destroy the gem, though. I would have insta-died in that. Yeah, that was a good test of the... That was a good further test of the Pally build. I like what I saw there. That was really good. Really good. I gotta go back and watch that and see it, how low they got me before I started healing up. I think it was like, what was it, 70, 60%? Something like that. A level 40, which is 10 levels lower than us, hitting us for 700. 700? What weapon are they using? Oh, wait, was that Haas that was hitting for that much? Oh, Haas. Hello. Aha. Oh, yeah, sacred. Yeah, baby. Oh, shit. No! Leave him alone! Hey! No! Give me a second. I can't really answer questions right now. Did I get the asset? I hope I did. Okay. Hell yeah. Good fights, though. Hey, come here. Come here. It did go down to 50%? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Damn it. I just can't catch people. I'm coming back. Do settlements have a level cap? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Give me a second. Good fights. Come on. You want some? Yeah. This is the literal definition of I can do this all day. Like this is that build in a nutshell. Yeah. Oh my god, this is gonna go great in the war. Yes. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Alright, good fight. Yeah, the DPS is bad, but that's the trade-off. You gotta sacrifice. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Uchi. Yeah, so that's the trade-off. So that's our job in PvP as well, like in the wars especially. We're gonna be there to just hopefully stay alive and not die. That's our job. Just keep them on us, and that's about it. What? I didn't hit him. How did he do that? What, noodle damage? Yeah, the damage sucks. The damage does suck.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end,
Okay, let's go.
we will emerge victorious.
I love doing that. I love fighting like that, though. It was so fun. That was so cool. How bad is the PvP scaling? Can a 30 beat a 40 easily? So from 30 to 40, that's a good question. I don't know too much about that, but it seems like 30 to 50, 30 to 60. It seems like they'll probably be able to hit you pretty hard. But in terms of like 30 to 40, the fight might be close, but the 40 might still have a better chance of winning, kind of thing. It really depends on your gear as well. I have a pristine amber, so I should probably hold on to that, right? Yeah, and also the higher tier gems, like even with the sword that I have right now and the amber gem that I have, it's only a tier 2. So it's only getting a 20% conversion, right? So if it was a tier 5, it would be 50%. So at tier 5, it's probably going to have a better chance of increasing my DPS as opposed to this tier 2 one that I have, because it only increases it for the conversion damage. Like whatever gets converted to that nature damage. Focus, yeah, I've heard about Focus Great Axe too, and that's working pretty well, I've heard. Yeah, stuff like that is really cool to test out. And also sometimes there's perks and gems that you can put into your gear that can really elevate builds like this, that can make it even more good than it is already. That's why I want to wait till I get to Endgame and start getting some other perks and stuff like that to do further testing. See what else I can do to really elevate this build even more. Stay alive forever and kill no one. Well, that's why it's more of a group-based one, group-based PvP one. And in like territory wars, if I'm able to stay on capture points until the capture point is taken, then that's what I'm hoping is going to happen in the war later on today. Because all I have to really do is stand there and take shots for my teammates. I'm not really going to need to DPS compared to that. And then also in PvE, like in dungeons, that sustain is going to really help me with staying alive. Oh, okay. It was Haas? Oh, yeah, Haas. I think Haas has good gear, too. That was... Okay, that was Haas. Okay. Do you think this game has more to offer us than ESO? Well, in terms of content right now, it doesn't have a lot of content in comparison to those games that have been out for like 5 or 10 years. Probably not, but... in terms of the combat experience, I would say that I would enjoy the combat even like it is now, but definitely like during the Alpha 2 more than I did in ESO. Are you a heavy armor healer? It's like a mixture between a heavy armor tank and a healer that can keep myself alive kind of thing. Oh yeah, gotcha. My stat distribution, yeah, right now it's con and focus. So right now I'm going for about 200 con. I'm going to get my focus up to about 100, and then I'm going to go for like around 250 con. And then once I get the really good pieces, like the pieces that can give me 30 total attribute points, like later on at Endgame, then I'll probably go for like maybe 300 con, or we'll see what, maybe I'll go for focus instead, and then I'll probably go for 200 focus either way. But yeah, right now I'm going for about 200, 250 con, and then I'm going to get 100 focus and leave it there for now. And yeah, see, this build is way more specialized in PvE than PvP for the most part, but also in PvP, yeah, I'm a frontline initiator. That's absolutely correct. And then I can keep myself alive. The healer doesn't really have to focus on keeping me alive. I can do it myself. And in group-based PvP or even territory wars, that can come in handy because I can probably hold a point with a couple of the DPS characters by myself kind of thing. And I can also keep them healed up too, for the most part. Those hamburgers? Yeah, you know what? They are poultry sliders. Yeah, these are the Constitution food. I'm saving those for the war later. Yeah, there's actually I thought that was funny too. But yeah, there's actually attribute food too now in the game that you can make use of, which is pretty cool. Because a while back they changed up the food system. They've had a couple different tweaks throughout the different testing phases for food, but yeah, now there's attribute food too. I don't, you know, there actually might have always been attribute food. I know they took out one of the types of food, I think. Or I know they nerfed the recovery on the food overall, but I can't remember if there was attribute food in that in the preview in Alpha 2 actually. It might have been. Do you know if the level 45 dungeon is bugged? Oh, the boss door. Is it the first boss, Braza? Because yeah, that happened to us too. Yeah, we had to rerun the oh, I would totally take that. Hell yeah. We had to rerun that dungeon to fix it. It was happening to us too. Oh, there it is. Special armor do Marauder skit. Oh, in game, I looked at the set last night because since they changed the visual style on the heavy sets at Endgame for the tier 5 faction gear, I haven't looked at it, but it looks pretty cool. It's like a, hard to describe. It almost looked like a barbaric kind of outfit. I'm gonna go check the. I'll show you in the faction vendor once we get back there. But yeah, it looks pretty cool. I think I'm gonna probably go for that one too. What do you think about everyone running heavy armor for all builds, sword and shield, life staff, and dominating PvP right now? There's actually, I've seen quite a few people rocking light armor and doing like heavy armor hatchet. I'm sorry, hatchet great axe, and also great axe warhammer, and doing light armor because you get that 20% damage bonus. And yeah, some people are making use of that right now and doing pretty good in PvP. But for the most part, yeah, heavy armor is probably going to be another good thing to use as well because of the heavy damage mitigation. And it used to be where light armor had the most elemental resistance, but now heavy armor and light armor, I'm sorry, heavy armor has elemental and physical resistance at the highest stats. So yeah, you'll probably see a lot of heavy armor, but you'll probably see a good chunk of light running around too now. I don't think the heavy armor is. We'll see in the territory war tonight, but from what I've seen a lot more people in light armor than heavy in the territory wars. At least more so than normal. As. Okay. Yeah, I want to check that set out again too, actually. It was really cool though. It looked really cool. And oh, the war, yeah, it's gonna be at about 7 p.m. PST, so we got about 4 hours and 50 minutes left. We're almost there for pushing this territory into conflict too. We're getting there. We're getting there. And the last PvP fight showed the biggest problem in PvP currently, where they can just walk away from you and you couldn't hit them. Yeah, well, if I had a great axe, I could totally keep up with them because of Bloodlust, but since I'm not using that one, yeah, they're kind of able to run away. And also, if you're not using great axe in general with that, or you don't have hatchet, then as a melee player, you're probably going to have a hard time with trying to keep people from kiting you. But there's, you know, some things that will help a little bit, like with spear, for instance. Vault kick is a pretty cool one because it kind of gives you a little bit of distance. It's more like 2 or 3 feet that it makes you jump in front of yourself if they're like right up on you or running away from you and you're really close. Javelin, you can toss that while they're running away from you, and if you hit that, that'll knock them down. And of course, like for hatchet, we got Berserk, but Warhammer has Path to Destiny, where that might help you catch them a little bit. But overall, yeah, it's something that I think they'll still need to figure out a healthy balance to. But I'm kind of expecting that to be a thing for me using Sword and Shield and Life Staff, because I know that I don't have as many gap closers as other builds would. So I'm not really surprised at that for my build, though. You want to see all the weapon combos that work? Yeah, see, there's... Yeah, and not just that, but there's builds that people might think are weak right now, but with the right perks, with the right gems, could be really good. That's another thing to keep in mind. It's not just attributes and skills by themselves kind of thing, or even, you know, armor. Some builds could be really good late game, but that's what'll take a lot of testing over time to find out. And yeah, you know what? There might be some builds that are being sold short right now that might work really well in game. So even though I, you know, like for instance, sword and bow, like if I would tell people, like if you're gonna try to do strength and dex, you might stretch yourself pretty thin if you want to also try to get constitution in that. But in the future, you know, who knows what could happen in terms of what people find. I don't know if I feel like it'd be hard to make that one really, really good, but you know, who knows? Maybe. The medium, people tend to avoid medium armor because of the bonus system. So people tend to go for the light because of the 20% damage bonus, or heavy for the mitigation, and also the you also get that 20% debuff debuff duration buff, but most of the time it's for the mitigation from what I've seen, to use heavy armor as opposed to that, and the block stability. What? Oh, don't log out. 45-minute queue for El Dorado right now? Hell no. Wait, hold on. Who was that? Oh, Prime. Okay. Yeah, Prime. That's a lot of damage if he was doing that to you. That's crazy. A mail system. Yeah, I don't know about that either. They probably, I would say they might not, because they seem to really want us to use the whole, you know, localized storage, localized market system to the fullest extent, as opposed to being able to just send stuff everywhere, or even use a global market or global storage. There are certain parameters where that is something that you could do. Like if your faction owns 2 territories, you can transfer items between them. But past that, I don't really know if they'd go as so far as to do a mail system though. But yeah, it could happen, you know, in the future. Maybe it could happen. A good Great Axe build. Yeah, well, people right now, if you're using Great Axe, people tend to do Great Axe Hatchet. You can also do Great Axe Warhammer. For the Great Axe specifically, though, people are taking Charge, Reap, and Gravity Well, or they're taking Charge, Gravity Well, and Execute. It's really up to you which ones you want to take, and I've even seen 1 or 2 people use Whirlwind in PvP. I love using Whirlwind for PvE as well. But yeah, it's completely up to you. But there's multiple good choices there, but for PvP, yeah, people are taking like Charge, Gravity Well, and either Reap or Execute right now. Assassin Rogue type builds, no confirmation on that yet, but it's possible. I keep getting turned around. Walked off that cliff. Chase a guy a mile away with Rapier. Yeah, oh, I love using Flesh. The Flesh skill is so fun to use on the Rapier. And it doesn't do collision too, so if you want to fight with it, like if you have Rapier Musket, you can throw a trap down, and as soon as they get right up on you, you can switch to the Rapier and do a Flesh right through them. I love doing that. And then switch right back to the Musket, pop them in the back of the head. And then yeah, for Great Axe, Bloodlust is a really popular passive right now. You said Bloodlust isn't working for you against players? Really? I don't know. Maybe I would try respecking it and seeing if that helps it. Like respec your axe and re-choose everything. Maybe that might help a little bit. What weapon has the most CC? I'm going to say Warhammer more than likely because... Well, okay, so let me think about it. Because single target and AoE, I would say it'd be different choices, potentially. With the Warhammer, AoE, CC, Shockwave, Path to Destiny, it's got a lot of that. And then we also have... Ice Gauntlet does have multiple slows that it has access to. Spear has some pretty good single target-ish ones where you have Sweep, Cyclone, and Vault Kick. I really love using all 3 of those for CC. So it really just depends on what situation we're talking about. If we want AoE, then probably Warhammer for melee. If you want ranged AoE or ranged CC, like for slows, then Gauntlet. And then if you're talking about like 1v1 duels or open world, small skirmish kind of stuff, maybe Spear. But yeah, like Warhammer can be good in small skirmish too. But yeah, I would say different situations, different choices. And yeah, some people are saying that you can do the light armor medium mix. So you can totally get maybe like 2 or 3 pieces of medium and then have light. As long as you're within the light threshold, you should still get that 20%. How many armor parts do you need to wear for the bonus? Oh yeah, it's not really a... Yeah, like we just said, it's not really an armor thing. Like you have to have 5 pieces of light to get it. It's more just being within the threshold. So as long as you're light enough to be within this portion, then you'll get that 20%. And if you're heavy enough to be within this portion, you'll get the heavy bonuses too. It was like 10 minutes, not 45. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 45 would be nuts. how to transfer items between storage. I could probably show you once we get back to town. Actually, you got to go through the bank, and then there's going to be a drop down menu on the right side that you can select, and you change it from your territory to the other territory that your faction owns, and then you can select items from that territory to bring to you. I'll show you once we get over there though. Rapier Ice Gauntlet, it's a fun build. Yeah, Rapier Ice Gauntlet's a fun build. And Ice Fire, right now Fire, from what we've been hearing, isn't really that great outside of Territory Wars right now after the beta changes that they did. But I guess we're gonna see in the war tonight. We might see a couple people using Fire Staff. We'll see though. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, I'll show you how to transfer items in just a second. Vaso. Waited about 15 minutes. The queue said 45. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Gotcha. You should be able to buy from any territory with the price increase. I mean, they technically do have the system for it because you can, rotate between cities through the brokers. So just to check and see what they have. But I don't know. That does sound interesting too, though. So like if you want to transfer items, I'm in Everfall right now. So you click on this drop down, and then you can click on like Cutlass Keys, for instance, or like for Syndicate. If I was Syndicate, since they own Everfall and Brightwood, they could select between those, and you can also select between the outposts too. So I'm gonna go to like First Light, and I could click on this, and I could click Take if my faction owned both of these territories. But since we don't, we can't. And then also it's gonna cost a little bit of gold to do the transferring too. Oh yeah, and for the max tier faction set that I was talking about for Marauders, like what it looks like. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Like right down here, I like the helmet the most. This is like the chest piece we got right here for the heavy. It looks decent. And then this one is the Legatus helmet, which I like. I like the look of those. I've always liked the look of that one too. But there was another one. Yeah, the Commander helmet. Yeah, that one there. So it's like a mixture between a scout helmet and like a, I don't know, like a barbarian headpiece. Yeah, that one looks pretty interesting too. So I'm really looking forward to getting to that portion. I want to see what those ones look like in their full form. Let's see, can we buy anything more? Gem setting pens. What gather or crafting skills will you focus on when the game launches? Oh, armor smithing. Armor smithing. But eventually I'm going to level everything, all the trade skills. But I'm going to do that one first. And what's up, Haku? Best combo to use with battle axe. People are using hatchet great axe right now, or Warhammer great axe. Warhammer great axe is pretty good in territory wars and group PvP right now as well. Well, oh, you know what? I might need to buy a new life staff. Let me see. Where's the life staff? Oh, no, mine's better. Okay. But I don't have a gem slot on that one. So there's that. But I do have a better perk. I think I do have better perks. So I'll keep mine. And then I can probably just get potions. Do that. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Update my helmet with the other green. Oh, just because I like the look of this helmet more. Yeah, the other one is like that bucket helmet, and it's got more stats, but I like the fashion stuff too, you know. Even though I get less stats, sometimes it's all about looking cool. That's what it's all about sometimes. How close are we on the... Oh, we're so close. Okay, we're about to throw the territory into conflict. Awesome. Awesome. And yeah, honestly, it'd probably be a good idea to pick up a gathering and crafting profession at some point if you like want to make, have a good way of making money and whatnot. You could probably do really well by doing that. Lemons, not any currently, but probably for provision chests. Yeah, never seen a lemon gather one, but probably provision chest. Ice Gauntlet Warhammer. Well, I know people are starting to do Ice Gauntlet Great Axe, and it's working pretty decently for int builds. So, translating that to Warhammer, you could try that and see how that goes. You can put an int gem inside the Warhammer. In Territory Wars, you're gonna have a crap ton of CC doing that too. So yeah, you can give that a shot, see how that goes. It could probably work. It might not be as effective as, you know, other combinations, but in terms of CC and supporting your team in Territory Wars, oh yeah. Because really, when you're in a Territory War, it's not even about who gets the most kills. It's not who's doing the most damage. It's, do you win the war or do you lose the war? That's what it comes down to there. And in group PvP, in open world, it's, you know, is your team alive and did you kill the enemy, or did they, you know, did you not? So sometimes going with different kinds of builds that are more support based or more tank based kind of thing, or even, you know, things that are not really going to benefit you but your team as a whole, can be more beneficial in the grand scheme of things. Oh, let's go this way. An idea of a vegetable garden. Oh, that was another thing that I suggested in that convo video I was talking about. Yeah, I was talking about how, like, in the future, if they had, like, in the future zones, if they had house spots in the open world, like not in the towns, but maybe you can have like a line of houses over here, and then potentially have a garden inside of it. I thought that'd be really cool. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. That was something that I think even during the preview, some people were talking about, and like having it in your household where you can have like nodes that you can gather from whenever you go back to your house. That could be pretty cool. I think even with the changes that they made to the produce and like the cooking materials, like where most of them will be found in provision chests, and then they added more produce spawns out in the world, like corn. They added corn, more squash and stuff like that, because it used to be where you couldn't find certain things like anywhere. Like there was a time where potatoes were so rare that there was only like one spawn, and it was a really secret spawn. I think it was over in Great Cleave somewhere, but it was like 1 or 2 nodes and that was it. It was crazy. But yeah, they made a lot of changes there. So I think, yeah, they could probably do farms in the future too, like for your house. That might be pretty cool. Garden field, yeah, because for, you know, for some of the mats, like you're only able to get them through provision chests. So having a garden, and maybe like I know we have it in the towns, but like a cow you can put in your house and stuff like that too might be pretty cool. Maybe you get like a little livestock section in your backyard that you can get raw meat from. How exactly does the war system work? Thank you so much, by the way. So the way you take over a territory, it starts with the faction PvP missions. So what we're doing right now, for instance, we're pushing this influence bar by doing faction PvP missions that automatically flag you up. So it's almost there. But basically, once you do that, like once everybody in your faction or a large number of people do enough faction missions and get it all the way to the right, then it's going to go into conflict mode. When it goes into conflict mode, guilds are able to declare war. And in a previous patch, they made it to where if your company was the one that got the majority of the influence, or at least 10% or more, you're going to have a higher chance of becoming the vanguard, which is basically the company that's leading the assault, but you can invite other people to the war too. And then if the battle is won, then your company gets the territory. And that's basically how it works, is you have to start off with faction PvP missions, not PvE, because they don't generate influence. Faction PvP ones, you get it into conflict, you declare war, and it does cost a little bit of gold to declare. Then you go into the territory war system, which is the 50v50. That gets scheduled after you declare war, and then you win it, and then you got the territory. And if you main Life Staff and Ice Gauntlet, would I benefit from the 20% damage boost? Yeah, so technically you would benefit from the damage side, but the healing side, you shouldn't. From what we've seen so far, the healing side won't get increased on the Life Staff, but the damage side should. And the same thing with the Ice Gauntlet, that should benefit, but not the, you know, not the healing side of the Life Staff. Oh, they're really low level. You mentioned Rapier Ice Gauntlet. Oh, so, and you know what? We were talking about this last night too, but the Rapier weapon is like one of the most well-rounded weapons in the game right now because all the skills on the Rapier can be useful in some way. They can all be pretty cool to use. Maybe Flurry is like the least used between all of them if I had to say which one would be least useful or least used, but all of them are pretty solid. You got Evade, Flesh, Riposte, Flurry, Flourish and Finish, and Tondo. So there's no real bad options there if you know how to use them. So, but I would personally go, like in PvE, I'd normally go Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and Flesh. Sometimes if I'm feeling dangerous, I like to take Riposte, but the mobs like to occasionally wait an extra second before they attack just so you miss your Riposte. So I stopped taking that as much. But you can do that, and then in PvP, you can maybe mix it up if you want to. And oh, that's what happened earlier. I was like, because I was next to a guy who was riposting and I was waiting for his to go away, but he riposted early and I was like, what is that? But I think I saw a bullet trail, so that's what it was. But yeah, for Ice Gauntlet, most of the time people take Ice Storm, Ice Pylon, and Entomb is what I would usually take too. That's what most people tend to take. Some people are taking Ice Shower, but from what I've seen, Ice Shower can be pretty easy to dodge. But yeah. Normally Ice Storm, Entombed, and Ice Pylon. What's the game lacking the most? Yeah, exactly, Josh. Exactly. Looking Baller. I've heard that too, that it does it does increase your stats. But what I would say the game is lacking, and maybe I'm cursed. Like maybe the reason that I feel like it's lacking so much is because I've seen the game at different iterations and I've seen, you know, what's worked better at different iterations. But I would say leveling methods and, you know, overall content, mostly on the leveling method side though, because we used to be able to efficiently grind on mobs. We used to be able to do faction missions more seriously. Like the faction missions were really good during the preview, especially, but even before that too. And, you know, I've always talked about having more dynamic events, like more than just the corrupted breaches, like more incursions, maybe escort missions, world bosses, stuff like that we can fight while we're leveling up, stuff like that. I would say that's probably, you know, the first thing that is lacking, and then just more content in general, which would also tie into, you know, the more dynamic event side kind of thing. I'd say those are probably the main things for me. But it's good that, you know, people can come in, you know, fresh and, you know, really enjoy it for what it is right now. That's great. But in the back of my mind, I'm just always thinking about how some of these systems used to be and how I'd want, you know, some of them to kind of return back to that. Like mostly the mob farming and the faction missions, but yeah. Oh, wait, fort. Heading to the fort. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, so we can't declare. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do the depths then in that case. So we might not be able to declare on Everfall, but we still got that war going on tonight. And then once the invasion's done, that's apparently going to be happening in Everfall pretty soon. We should be able to declare after that one is finished. You get benefits from the shield if you're not using the sword. You do not, no. Do not, nuh-uh. Iberius. Is musket a good weapon, better than bow or not? Musket right now is doing pretty good. I think most people are using the musket over the bow, actually. Both are pretty solid, but I think musket's more popular right now. Would give that a shot. How's the scaling for musket? It scales primarily off of dex and secondarily off of int. But yeah, it does scale off of both of those. Incoming. Ooh, that was close. Wait, hold on. Wish they were in the group. I could get those heals on him. This basket user first. Okay, cool. I can heal him. Oh, don't let him go. Don't let him go. Yeah, once again, they can't declare Neverfall, which sucks. God. I don't know why that invasion's... See, I don't know why the invasion was blocking us out yesterday, though. That doesn't... Because the invasion wasn't even started yet. It still had two icons on the bar yesterday. That's so weird. Oops. I like the shower just for the speed boost. Oh yeah, I forgot about the speed boost. That's true. There's no invasion on Neverfall. Not yet, but it seems like it's getting close. So what the guilds are saying is that whenever they try to declare, it's showing that in the menu. I think it's not showing it for me because I'm not in a company. But what could be going on is that the presence of the corruption was starting to raise yesterday. It was at 2 icons yesterday. It's at 3 today. So there might be like a day plus. See, I don't know what's going on there. It seems like the invasion could potentially be bugging it out, because when it's at 2 symbols, I would assume that you could still, you know, declare as long as it's not fully. It's not fully. Oh, okay, that's a pretty decent route. Whoa, look at that slow. And here I was saying earlier, how normally the ice storm is pretty easy to dodge, and I love how I just walked right into it. Oh, that was nice. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's bugging it out or something. We have to just wait for the invasion to be done, and then we can declare. Either way, you know, it might be a good thing that we wait too, because what's gonna happen? They're gonna lose the invasion guaranteed, so it's gonna downgrade the defenses, and I think they've been upgrading the repeater anyway. So let that downgrade, and then we'll have an easier time afterwards, no matter what. So it should be fine. We'll just wait for the invasion to be done. We can just wait until after it's done. So it'll probably, once the conflict ends, it'll probably do it right then and there, the invasion. It'll schedule it. Is your thought? Oh wait. Oh, you mean Josh? Nothing about the game and can't do any in-game content because it's only level 60. Oh well yeah, they're yeah. I mean, yeah, once we get to level 60, there's definitely a lot of really good places to go. But I know that during the testing phases, especially, they've been making it so you're not going to be able to really solo in a lot of these areas. Hell, even one of my favorite areas that I like to go to loot chests for decent gear, because it was pretty easy to get to. They added about 5 different like dryad mobs to that specific location before the beta came out, and I was just thinking to myself, well, there goes that. But yeah, you really cannot solo in a lot of ways in the end game portion. But once we get everybody to over to 60, it's gonna be really good. Yeah, we can. Let me see. Okay, Pain I know wanted to be invited. Great tanker DPS. Let me get that thing off my feed. Copy that. I'll spec heals. Okay, so I can spec full heals. And then we just need 1 DPS. The build looks solid. Yeah, for open PvP, it's pretty good for, you know, staying alive. And in territory wars, hopefully it's going to work out to where we'll be able to stay on the capture flag pretty long and keep ourselves and our nearby teammates from dying. Coming over to you. How can you carry more weight with you? Oh, you need bags. So by default, it's going to be around like 250-ish or around there, maybe 200. When you get bags, like early on, you should get at least 1 bag from a quest line, I believe. And then armor smiths are also able to craft bags too at the outfitting station. And then you'll unlock the 3rd bag slot, level 45. But yeah, as time goes on, you'll get bag slots that you can put these into. And higher tier bags will let you carry more. Do you think you can reach level 80? Well, no, the max is 60, but wait, we can reach level 60 before the beta ends easily. Easily. Use all medium armor, then a light chest piece to get their health from medium, and then that 20% damage bonus. Well, yeah, you could do that. Some people, I think, have been trying that, where you mix a couple medium pieces. Yeah, as long as you're within the light threshold, it would work. Yeah, technically it would work. Also, thank you so much, Shaya. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome. Okay. Oh, sorry. We just need 1 DPS. We're gonna run depths. One DPS. Oh, Soul. Okay, yeah, if Devil doesn't want to do it, then Soul might. Hopefully we can get some pretty good pieces from it. Game laggy? Oh yeah, it might be the game itself. So far I just checked, I haven't dropped any frames, but yeah, it could be the game. What graphics card? I'm using 2070 Super. And how different is the game currently from Alpha? Well, oh, you mean Alpha 1? Yeah, they removed that a long time ago. The partial loot, or the looting system in the open world and the open world PvP, like the criminal system. Yeah, that was removed probably in January of 2020, last year. Yeah, but in the future, I know on Twitter people were asking about if they might do like a PvP zone, like a zone that is auto PvP flagged. And on Twitter, when they asked that question to them, they said that might be something they'll look into. But you know, it's not a real guarantee if that'll happen, but they are going to do one more zone though, before stopping for a while, as far as I know. And this is a zone that's been already data mined, and yeah, it's been glitched into as well. I've actually glitched into it as well, and I can't talk about what the zones, I can't say what the zone's called, but if I zoom in here, you can probably tell what kind of terrain is going to be in the zone, and it should be in this location. It should be a pretty decent sized zone too. But yeah, so that one might end up being, if they decide to do that, maybe it'll, oh, never mind. Are you running full heavy? Yeah. Yeah, running full heavy. And claims, yeah. Oh, yeah, all that. All that. All that's gone. They got the faction system and, or sorry, faction system and territory system going now. Much different. Oh, okay, sweet, double. Heck yeah, I'd be down. Okay, let's see if we can do... I just want to grab a couple of these before we head over. Maybe I'll find one over in WINDSWARD. 22 minutes until the reset. Okay. Ooh, I do not have enough Azov for this. Hold on. Oh, man. Okay. I need to... Oh, man. I need to take down a breach or two. Dang it. I'm so low on Azoth right now. Hold on. What do you think of the combat system? Some people are saying it's junky and need rework. Yeah, I played through all, you know, all versions of the combat system, and I tend to prefer the older version, at least on the PvE side, but in PvP it was really fun too. But I am able to enjoy this version of it too. I'm kind of in the middle on it, but I did say before the beta came out, I did make a video on the Outpost Rush 101 video that they did, and I kind of talked about how the combat was one of my biggest worries, with some people not really meshing with it. Even the people that didn't really like the stagger system in the preview, they might not like the current combat system, and it might take at least 1 or 2 patches for it to get into the right place. So I'm kind of there right now when it comes to the combat system. Like, there's still things that need to be tweaked, fixed up, but maybe in like 1 or 2 patches it might be in a much better spot, kind of thing. I don't have any more of the Azoth things. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna... Damn. Let's complete that. I'm just gonna run like 2 breaches and TP to the shrine. Where's Amrine Excavation? Just north of WINDSWARD. It's like right over here. Just right here. And then WINDSWARD is right here. $285 in queue. Oh no!
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will
I know. I
never
can't
give
wait
up the
for
fight.
I can't wait for tomorrow,
And in
because
the
I know
end,
as
we
soon
will
as the weekend
emerge
started, it was
victorious.
crazy. Like the queue started popping up all across NA West, it seems. Or I don't know if we're the only ones that have the queue, but I know for us, for El Dorado, it started popping up as soon as the weekend began. We can't, but there is a... And check if it's still there. Suspended at... Yeah, oh, it is. Okay. Aha! Yep. Yep, it is. Sweet. Okay. It's only 50 though. Do I really want to spend that much for that? No, probably not. That's too much. Why do you like heavy armor class versus other? Well, for Paladin builds, this one is going to really benefit off of having heavy mitigation, damage mitigation. So the heavy armor is really needed for me for this one. Sounds like you like previous game builds. So the thing with the previous game builds is I like certain parts of the previous game builds more, and then you know, current parts of this one were better. So like the fact that we have these 6 expeditions now is pretty good as opposed to before. That part is good, so we have more instance content for people who like that kind of thing. The combat side, yeah, I like the previous one more. And then on top, in terms of like the ability to gather and craft and progress through that method, I like that in the current build too. But in terms of the leveling, when we were able to mob farm, when we were able to do faction missions and they were better on the XP, better on the objectives, I like that in the past more. So it's really, yeah, it's really mixed on that too for me. But yeah, some parts I do like better of the old version. Combat would be included in that. But I'm still able to enjoy both of them. But yeah, the content aspect on the expedition side, I like the fact that we have them now as opposed to not having them. But then also I really hope that they do add more stuff to the open world in the future, like the dynamic events that I talk about all the time. Besides corrupted breaches, dynamic events would be good to have too. Okay, I'm just gonna do like 1 or 2 of these. Does grouping for collection quests works? Like, oh, okay. So yeah, if you skin something, then if somebody else is like right next to you, they're not going to be able to skin that. So not really. You'd have to kill multiple bears, and then each one of you can, skin an individual one. Musket hatch up, good setup. Hatchet for berserk. Yeah, hatchet for berserk is useful in a lot of different cases. So you could totally do musket hatchet if you really want to. Yeah. And there's also like musket rapier is really popular right now. That one's really fun to use. And there's other things that you can do there too. Oh yeah, it's gonna cost like 300 gold for me to respec right now. That's true. I just remembered that. Most efficient way to get ammo. Oh yeah. Oh, so the war is gonna be starting in about 4 hours from now. And if you want to get ammo early on, just buy from the faction vendor. So do a couple faction missions and go to the vendor. And then you can buy some ammo from there. Yeah, I'm not going to do the major. I'll do this one. Earn some gold. You can... yeah, you can probably do gathering, crafting, sell some stuff on the trading post. Or you can also do some quests, like doing side missions, main story quests. That's a decent way to get gold too. And yeah, if you do some gathering, maybe just sell the mats on the trading post. That'll do it too. Maybe get some, maybe oil. Oil might be selling for a decent chunk right now. DC can kill a game. Yeah, for the stagger system, like, and I know the hatchet was a big issue for a lot of people back in the preview. There was ways to, get out of the hatchet stagger system and whatnot, but I think most people thought that it wasn't a perfect system. There was tweaking that needed to be had, but having it get removed entirely, I don't know if that was the best option. There might have been a way to meet in the middle there, but that's also like the current thing I'm thinking is that they might find a way to meet in the middle on that, like maybe even adding it back to just the heavy. Because yeah, the PvP system, that does get influenced by the stagger system, but the PvE system also got influenced too. And like sometimes in PvP, like for DPS builds, you might notice that you have to eat a lot of damage sometimes to dish out DPS, and it can get a little annoying depending on what build you're using. Like a Dex fighter, for instance, might get really agitated at that. So maybe there's a way to meet in the middle on that to satisfy everybody. But combat is always a tough thing to find a balance in. So we'll have to see what they decide to do though. But I'm fine with the combat system either way. Like I said, it doesn't matter to me, but that's just the one that I was able to have more fun with though. Was that version. Do I have enough? I think I have enough. Okay, let's go. Can you run it on max settings with 3060? Yeah, probably could. Yeah. Sword Hatchet going Defender Berserk makes a good overall PvE, PvP war. Yeah, most of the time people tend to go that build for tanking. Paladin build is one that I like using, but absolutely you can do that. And for PvE, you're going to have, if you put a Carnelian gem in your Hatchet, then you're going to be able to get an extra taunt off using that skill too. So yeah, you can totally have that work in all situations, really. Chat's down again. Okay, that sucks. That's really not good. Okay, I'm gonna come over there in just a second then. Like during that old phase, I was able to dump like hundreds of. Oh wait, what weapon meta do you see developing? Weapons are changing all the time in terms of the passives, the skill effects, you know, things like that. And I think they're intentionally doing that and probably going to do that even more in the future. So it's hard to say. It's really hard to say right now. It could go either way in a lot of different ways. Because like we've had cases where Warhammer was top dog, like in terms of DPS, where you could get 2-shot by a Path of Destiny, like it was that powerful. Musket was able to 3-shot people, like even full con builds. Incinerate, you could, there was phases where somebody could walk up on you with the fire staff and pop Incinerate, and you would have like 80% of your health just gone. And also they could restore like probably 40 or 50% of their health with one Incinerate, because the perk is still there, I think, where you can get, yeah, cauterized wounds used to be much stronger, much stronger. There was all kinds of stuff that has happened over the years. Hatchet used to be crazy with the 30% heal on the Berserk. Like weapons are always drastically changing. So in terms of like, you know, what I would guess, I don't even know. Who knows on that one? It could be anything. Next week it could be Rapier. You know, Rapier's doing like 2,000 damage, 3,000 damage a hit with just basic attacks. We don't know. But how hard is it to level up 4 different weapons? At first it might be a little tough, but as you get to the higher levels, it won't be as bad. There's also really good spots for farming mobs, so that'll probably help too. But yeah, overall, as you get higher, it won't be as bad. Incinerate does it still? Yeah, yeah, and I remember, oh, Life Staff. I almost forgot. Life Staff, when it used to have Siphon and Smite, and there was times when Smite as a healer, you could hit somebody for like 80% of their health. Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Does Spear have a place in PvP at the moment? Oh yeah. Yeah. And oh, what zones are good for weapon leveling? Early on, you might have a better time over at Amarine Temple. I like to farm weapon levels on skeletons most of the time. So you can go to Amarine Temple, and you can also go to Shattered Obelisk, gather up a bunch of them and start farming them there. And as you get later on, like in levels, you might have a better time in places like well, for me, I love farming in Restless Shores as a specific spot that's really good because there's a lot of boars, like animals, in one spot that you can farm up really quickly on. And then yeah, there's other places around the map too that'll probably be pretty good, like in Eden Grove. When you get to max level in southern Eden Grove, just along this road over here, there's a bunch of corrupted miners, and I used to grind on them all the time. Like in Alpha 2 and even the preview, I used to grind on them for hundreds of hours. It was so fun to grind on those. And Ice Gauntlet, Life Staff. Oh yeah, there was a lot of people normally using the Ice Gauntlet as like a supporting weapon for the Life Staff, but yeah, you can totally make that work. Yeah. You can just do like a pure healer build and then have the Ice Gauntlet be usable for when people get up close on you. Oh, and Siphon. Yeah, Siphon. Oh wait, Olympus just went down again. Really? Oh crap. But yeah, when they used to have a Siphon on the Life Staff even, That one could chunk you for half your health while healing the person casting it at the same time. It was really strong. Really, really strong. Let me see something. Oh, okay. Show your stats? Oh, yeah, I can show them. Actually, I gotta respec my stats, too. So, I have 161 points in Constitution, 96 in Focus right now. And I'm gonna be going for, like, 200 Con, 100 Focus, and then we're gonna go from there. Probably gonna get 250 Con at Endgame. And then, once I get the really good pieces at Endgame, I'll try to go for, like, 300 Con and about 200 Focus, kind of thing. Hatchet, Great Axe is one of the best PvE combos. Yeah, Hatchet, Great Axe right now is doing a lot of damage because of, well, for several reasons, but Great Axe is really, really rocking it because the skills like Gravity Well and Reap are working much better than they used to. And just both of those weapons right now are doing a crap ton of damage overall. So yeah, you're going to have a good time with that if you use that build. And also the Bloodlust passive on the left side tree of the Great Axe is working really, really well for people right now, especially in PvP. So you'll get a lot of DPS out of that, out of that combination. And does 3 skills for 1 weapon seem like enough? So yeah, normally in I guess in MMO, yeah, that would be pretty low. In this game though, they've always kind of wanted it to be similar to like an ARPG as opposed to an MMO when it comes to that part. Like the original inspiration for this game's combat system, like they said in multiple interviews in the past, was Dark Souls. So like you'd see, you know, in RPGs where you have like maybe 3, maybe 4, that's kind of where they wanted the combat system to be, as opposed to like more traditional MMO. But even with that, they've, you know, started moving more towards the traditional MMO combat. So in the future, if they're going to expand that or not, who knows? But that's what it used to be, like in terms of the inspiration. So that's kind of why we only have 3 right now. Let me wipe off my glasses. Hold on. I hope I get some good pieces out of here, because, oh man, I still can't believe I didn't get any purples last night, because there's like 3 different pieces. Look at that staff. I need that so bad. That's so good for Paladin build. Then there's also this sword, and it comes with the Carnelian gem and generates more threat. I need that perk too. And then also this ring, focus. Like, oh man. And sacred, outgoing, healing, please. These are 3 pieces that would be perfect. I need them so bad. So freaking bad. We have 6 though. And yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because when we, you know, rotate our weapons, technically we do have 6, especially since they removed the global cooldown. So there's still some, well, we used to have 3, but they brought it down to 2. But yeah, we still do have 6 technically. That's true. Damn. I need these pieces so bad though. Look at how good that is. And that, oh, it has bless too. I didn't even see siphoning blow. 2% mana per hit. Though I rarely have any issues with mana. But oh, I don't have Light's Embrace though for the accelerating perk, but it doesn't matter. I get bless, so that's all that matters. Rock and roll, baby. There's no such passive as Bloodlust. Yeah, the only one we have right now is on the Great Axe tree. This one right here. Bloodlust. You move 30% faster and deal 15% more damage when looking at a foe. And it's doing mad work in PvP right now. Mad work. Okay, here we go. Oh, shiz, wait. Hold on. Shit, wait. Wait, Theseus, wait. Hold on. I have to respec. Yeah, let me respec. Because I'm going to go pure heals. So, okay. And yep, see the difference between my build, a Paladin build, and a pure healer is just, ah, shit, I can't get Divine. That's okay. Can't get Divine Embrace. I can use these though. Oh, I gotta go targeted healing too. Guess I'm using Orb of Protection. We should be okay. Yes. Yeah, I can immediately switch to a pure focus build at any time and go pure healer. How much gold do I have left? Oh my god. I'm running out of gold. What's the best way to hit 50? Well, right now, if you want to do town projects, people are spamming that, or were spamming that the past couple of days, and kind of still are, and getting a lot of XP. You can do what's called the armament quests, which allow you, they basically want you to go to a forge or like another bench, mostly forge, and you just spin some mats to make these bundles, and then you bring them back to the bench, and then you get a ton of XP off that. And some people are going to different towns and just stacking those up and doing them all at once. But if you want to do it a different way, I would recommend doing town projects, faction missions, and main story quests and side quests all at the same time. What's up, Sleep? Doing pretty good. We're doing depths again, and this time we're gonna rock it. We actually ended up doing it last night successfully, but we're gonna do it again with the new group. It's gonna be great. And I'm going pure healer on this one. I respect. But they don't have Divine Embrace, but I think we'll be okay. They don't have Divine Embrace in here. I really wish I did, though. Maybe I'll get a little bit of Azoth out of one of these. No? You know, I think the Vials of Azoth are still tradable, too, because since we can list them on the broker, they should still be tradable. If anybody has a Vial of Azoth, I would really love it right now, because I could get Divine Embrace, just to make sure we'll have enough heals for Thorpe. We should be fine, but... yeah, we should be fine, actually. I'm healing for a lot right now. Blissful Touch. With EU, still can't log in? Yeah, I think there's some stuff going on with EU right now still, too. And I heard Olympus just went down. Fastest way to level up. Yeah, just like I said, the territory town projects right now are technically the fastest way. But if you want to do it a different way, then you can do main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. If you're solo leveling. If you want to do corrupted breaches, if you have a group, you can do that too. It's usually better if you have like a lot of people doing it, but either way, yeah. Oh. Let me see how much damage I'm doing on this. 136 nature. Okay. Wanted to see with the amber gem. The speed bugs? I haven't seen those yet. Oh, right. Thing in the middle. Forgot. You do that one. Yeah, heals are going great right now. I like it. I like it. Olympus is back up? Okay. And we're in Dorado for our server. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, Blissful Touch is doing work right now. This is great. Oh, chat's back. Sweet. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, gotcha, Prime. How much do you have to pay for respec? For attributes, about 300 gold. I'm running out right now. But, I think it should be fine, actually. I think it should be okay. Be fine. Blissful Touch. Right now. Yeah, with the weapon respec, it's about 50 for my life staff right now. 50, yeah. Copy that. Should you be using faction gear? Nightbot, so you don't have to keep repeating yourself on the level up method. Oh, I totally understand it, because it's not 100% clear right now, like what would be the best way, because some people are just spamming town projects, but one would think normally that, you know, the questing and whatnot would be a good way. So I totally get why people are asking it. It's okay, I don't mind it. I'd rather answer it rather than flood the thing with Nightbot. But in the future, though, once I get like videos and stuff made for it, then I'll probably just I'll probably just answer it, and then we can direct them to it if they want a more in-depth thing. But does your sword crystal transform into transform focus into strength? So what it does is it kind of does something like that, yeah. So what the gems do, at least the 6 gems that are tied to elements, is they take the weapon's damage and convert it to elemental damage, and then this gem, the amber gem, will take that converted damage and scale it up off of my focus stat. So yeah, in a sense, it does turn my damage into strength. But yeah, that's basically what it takes. That physical damage, converts it into elemental, and it takes that elemental and scales it up off my focus. And the other gems do int instead. Sacred Protection, Intensify. I wonder if Sacred Protect... I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm gonna let's do Sacred Protection. What's my health right now? 5.6? 6.2. Okay, yeah, it does go away when I switch. Yeah, I knew it did. Wanted to make sure. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, once you get past level 10 in your weapon skill, then it starts costing Azoth. And once you get past level 20 in your regular attributes, it starts costing gold if you want to respec attributes. And right now, no, it's easy to heal right now because we just have these regular mobs. But once we get to like Captain Thorpe, and mostly Captain Thorpe, he's a little bit of the harder one to heal on. And some of the other expedition bosses in the later dungeons, it'll kind of be more difficult. Blissful Touch is amazing right now, though. Holy crap. Is Hatchet better than Sword? For Life Staff? Oh, okay. Hatchet, Sword better than Life Sword. So when it comes to tanking, Hatchet Sword can be good for keeping constant taunts on all the targets, because the Berserk skill also is Carnelian Gem compatible. So if you have a Carnelian Gem in your Hatchet, then you can get double the taunts for the most part, especially since that has a quick cooldown. But if you have the sword and life staff, you get more sustain. You get more healing for yourself and more sustain overall.
So laggy.
No. You don't need to pay more for every respec. It's just it dynamically scales up based off what level you are, or what weapon level is. So like at level 20, it might cost like 50 or 100 gold, and then at level 60, it's going to cost 500 gold for your attributes. Got you. I think we'll be okay, even though I don't have Divine Embrace. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I do want to make the guide, yeah. I definitely do. I will. Put it on Uncle. Okay. Oh, damn. Really wants Theseus. Dang, you have a lot of health too. Or it's not letting me heal you as effectively as them. What makes Spear Bow good for PvE? Well, for PvP, it's a solid build because you have the bows, you know, constant DPS with like poison shot and penetrating shot, everything else you're doing. And you also have the spear, which is really good for like CCing people if they get close to you. For PvE though, I mean, you could go musket rapier and you'd probably be doing just as much damage, if not more. I think probably more, honestly, because rapier musket is a really DPS heavy build, I would say. But yeah, for PvP, bow spear can be pretty solid for the reasons I just said for those. And what level Starstone Barrel? Starstone Barrel's technically 35, but you can go in there as like early as 30. And the quest chain starts at about the it starts over at the tavern in Everfall. You have to go to the tavern. I can't show you on the map because the map is not going to let me go out. But you go upstairs in that tavern and you'll find the guy and do that quest line. And will they change the leveling? Hopefully they'll add more leveling methods. That's what I'm hoping that they do. But right now we're not 100% sure which way they're gonna go, but we'll see. Wait. Oh, okay. I think they're trying to fix something. Like, why did they jump off? Awesome. Disable that zoom in pre-look camera. I can't find it. To zoom in. Try double tapping Alt. See if that fixes if you're having an issue with the camera. But if not, you can also look in the visual settings. The FOV, you can change that if you need to. If not, what you're looking for may be in the gameplay. Like, I know we have camera shake, but and stuff like that. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I would try those settings to see if any of that fixes it for you. And what's your plan in PvP late game? Yeah, similar build for the Paladin build, and it'll pretty much be the same thing the whole way through, and it should work pretty well in territory wars and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Thorpe is such a pain. Is the way to go even solo. Solo leveling Paladin, you're gonna be taking a little while to kill things. But if you want to, you can. I just probably would choose other options if you're planning on DPSing in PvP or PvE solo. And you want to kill stuff really fast, but you know, it's not bad. It's just gonna take a little while to kill stuff is all. But you won't die, that's for sure. You'll be fine on that part. Owning house worth it? Yeah, owning house is worth it because you can get house trophies. Like you get crafting trophies, gathering trophies. You also get combat-based trophies you can use. And you can put storage chests inside your house. Get extra storage as well in your bank. So there's multiple good uses there. And is this build OP? So the build itself, it doesn't do a lot of damage, and that's kind of the offset. Even with an Amber Gem, it's not really going to be doing a whole lot on the DPS side. It's not that much different from a tank. The only thing that is different from me and a tank really is that this character can heal themselves and stay alive without having to rely too much on a healer. But the objective is still the same. I'm basically just there to support my team and keep the enemy focused on me as long as I can, and being able to heal myself is going to help with that a lot. So if they were to nerf like if they were to nerf healers, then it would nerf. So basically this class is similar to like a fully spec healer, except for just the constitution portion, like how many points I put into that, and the fact that I use a sword as my main weapon. It's not that much different from a full healer. It's just that I'm using full armor and a sword mostly. If they made it to where you know, pure healers got more healing bonuses, like with having 5 pieces of light armor kind of thing, gave you a healing bonus, maybe that would help it. Oh, hello. Excuse me. Oh, it doesn't have a... Damn. That's really good, but it doesn't have a gem slot.
Hello? Testing?
How do dungeons work?
I can hear you.
Okay, so the first time you run it, you can actually run it just with the key you get from the quest lines, but stonecutters are able to make the keys too.
Yeah, please. I was gonna ask when we got there.
Yeah, because the bosses actually became a lot easier when we figured out how to take them.
Yeah, you can go to the fort to sign up, or you can go to the war board in towns. Any town should have it, and you just sign up at the war board, and that should work too. Put it on you. Where to see this healer build? I don't have it posted anywhere just yet, but I will be doing. I'll be doing that in the future. Maybe in the next couple days actually. I'll see if I can find some time and see if I can get something going for it. Even though we're not at endgame yet, I think we're at a point where I could probably go ahead and showcase it. And Gravity Well is good in PvP right now. Yeah, since they fixed that skill up. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, that camera lock. Okay, yeah, that's the one. And do the different elemental gems have special effects per element? So yeah, certain mobs are weaker to certain elements, like the corrupted we're fighting are weaker to arcane, and they're strong against or neutral against void, and they're resistant against ice. So yeah, they do have different effects when it comes to the mobs. And Paladin build is basically where I'm able to put down my heals and I can switch back to my sword and shield and keep tanking. Right now, inside this dungeon, we didn't have a healer, so I spec'd into healer. But Paladin is like, you do heavy armor, you have sword and shield, and you can put down heal over time effects. You can put down Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Sacred or Beacon, and then you can switch back to your sword and shield, keep tanking. And you need to kill stuff. To get past this stuff, yeah, but we do get a lot of gear from this dungeon too, if we get lucky. But yeah, mob farming in general isn't really as effective as it used to be. It's one of the things that I really hope they buff again. I'd really love to see mob farming come back as a viable way to level. What about 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 arenas? They haven't said anything official about if they're going to do that yet, but they know that some people want it. Yeah, I think they might, maybe they'll do it in the future. We'll see though. We'll see. Okay, upcoming boss. What do you do if you have no more quests in your city? Then you can go ahead and start doing faction missions, town projects, or you can switch cities and keep doing more of those. And also your main story quest too. Templar. It's probably more, yeah, it's probably more akin to a Templar. I haven't really checked to see which one it qualifies for more. I knew it would either be Paladin or Templar when I first started thinking about what this build was going to be. Yeah, maybe Templar is the more proper way to describe it though. I'm not sure. Oh, this way, okay. And Carnelian Gem can go into life staff. Yep, it can.
We fight in this circle and we have to fight waves.
You have to craft something for each run? No, you don't. You only need to craft something if nobody in your party has one from the quest lines. So if everybody does the quest line, that's 5 orbs right then and there. So you do 5 runs since you only need 1 orb per run. And then after that, then stonecutters can make more. So if you want to do a 6th or 7th run, then stonecutters can make some more of those. And also there's side quests that can give them too for some of them, like Garden of Genesis, Lazarus Expedition. Those ones should have side quests, and then you'll probably get extra Amrine ones too. Like when you're doing the Shattered Obelisk one, the quest line for that, you'll get another Amrine one too. Without the Taunt Gem, the Taunt Gem is really crucial in a tank build. If you don't have that, then you do have passives, and the shield bash skill by default does have threat generation on it when you get an upgrade for it, but you really want to get that Carnelian Gem if you can. Are dungeons good for XP? The repeatable quests are decent-ish, but I mean you'll get more XP over time just doing a different method entirely, probably. Yeah, the only one that I could maybe see, which would need some testing, is if you continuously do the Amrine excavation with the repeatable, with like a group of 30s or with a group of probably 40s or 50s where you can clear it really fast, but you wouldn't have an unlimited amount of keys either. So no, they're not really that great for dungeons, or for XP, I mean, sorry. Ouch. Oh, we're gonna destroy this boss. I have faith. I gotcha. That build is kind of OP. Maybe nerf. Well, it's not that much different from a pure healer. The only difference, like, Uncle is using Paladin build right now too. And the only difference between me and him is I'm mostly spec'd into focus stat right now. So, and this is pretty much what pure healers would use in New World right now anyway. They'd probably go heavy armor. And they wouldn't necessarily use the same skills probably, because if I was going pure healer, I'd probably go Divine Embrace. And then Splash of Light can be good for some situations, but yeah, as far as stats go, it's pretty similar. So they would have to nerf they would have to nerf a specific aspect of it, like how the skills can stay up even if you switch weapons, to nerf this build. But also, the trade-off is that the build doesn't do a lot of damage on the DPS side. Now, I wouldn't, and also don't take the damage that I'm doing right now as a gauge, because the corrupted enemies are weak to nature damage. If you look at the yellow number when it's popping up, that yellow number and that arrow, that up arrow that pops up next to it, that means that they're weak to that element. So normally my hits would probably be doing about 300-ish on people, but yeah, this is pretty much like a pure healer setup I got right now. And once I get out of here, I'll respec back to Con, and I'll be doing Paladin stuff again. Played other games where, yeah, mobs don't give much XP. And, well, yeah, on the story part too, because they might have looked at that too, and granted, the story of New World does have a strong foundation. I mean, I've read through almost about 300 lore pages of dialogue and quest dialogue in this game already, because back when the preview happened after that, like the New World fans website, they were able to get the lore pages, all of those from the game files, and also other websites had retrieved them too. And just over time, I had made an effort to collect a lot of the lore pages too. So there's a lot of new ones right now that I haven't seen yet, but for the most part, I've read the majority of them. And I still wouldn't consider the story to be, you know, New World's, in comparison to story-based games. It doesn't have enough yet to really, you know, be on that level. And you know, those games have like years and years of lore building, so I wouldn't expect it to. But yeah, I don't think they need to really, you know, nerf it that hard for the mob farming, that is. I would love to see that come back as a viable method. I really would. How punishing is it to switch weapons? What if a level 60 hits and finds 2 weapons? Oh, okay. Oh, not very punishing at all. No, it wouldn't take too long. Once you get to level 60, it becomes much easier to level up weapons. So yeah, it wouldn't take too long. Probably a couple days at max. Main story quests and mission boards. Yeah, main story quests in town, well, territory town project mission boards are the best way right now. They're fast this way. But yeah, if you want to do a different type of leveling, main story quests, side missions, town projects, and faction missions all at the same time. And how do you aggro your enemy? You need a Carnelian gem in your weapon, and some skills are Carnelian gem compatible that will allow you to taunt. And just by default, the sword and shield will have threat generation perks as well, or passives, and a upgrade that you can get on the shield bash that gives you threat generation too. That on you. What other weapons can you use to tank? You can use the hatchet as a supporting weapon to your tank weapon. You can do that. In PvE, I wouldn't really bring like a Warhammer in to a dungeon and try to tank a boss's swing with the Warhammer. It's going to break through your block pretty much immediately. And in PvP, though, you can probably get away with doing that because you'll be able to CC people with the Warhammer, so that'll be nice. Yeah, overall, I would just use those other weapons as like a supporting weapon to the sword and shield. Do you think crafting is going to be prevalent in late game? Oh yeah, so like early game, you can get your faction gear, level 15 faction gear, and that's really good early on. You can also get the 25 set, and then when you get to Amarine, you can do that a couple times for a set of 300 gear. And pretty much throughout the game, you can survive off of drops and expeditions and all that. And even at in-game, if they haven't changed the drop rates, then we'll be able to get really good drops off of that too. But when you get to the mid-maxing portion of in-game, like the final stages, then crafting can really come into play, because that's when you can get you know, the gear sets that have the specific perks that you want to fully maximize your build. You get that, and you also get specific attributes that you're looking for, and you're going to be buying that gear from crafters. And also there's certain things like void bent armor. That stuff is only craftable by master crafter, and that's available in the game right now. So you can, if you have 200 in a crafting skill like armor smithing, you can make void bent armor if you get the artifact for it, because you can only craft that while having the artifact. And then Prime has the helmet I want. Damn, that looks so good. And then that set of gear might be some of the best in slot things you can get. But yeah, crafting should still have its place in game. I mean, all the other professions, they're super useful at in game, but yeah, weaponsmithing, armor smithing, and engineering, they'll definitely have a place when you get to end game too. Already halfway there. Wait, Azoth Seal over here. Combinations for focus DPS class. Focus DPS, so I know somebody's been trying to use Great Axe Life Staff, and I haven't taken a look at that yet, but that might be an interesting one to try. Give it a shot. And then yeah, like a Hammer Life Staff, that'd be like a Ret Paladin build kind of thing that you can use in PvP. Don't you think the only way to earn decent gold is trading? Farming mobs is useless. Yeah, and that's another thing that I'm kind of sad about, is that they did nerf the gold farming aspect on mob farming. Because like I was mentioning earlier, when I was in like Alpha 2 for instance, and I was farming on mobs for hours and hours and hours, and dumped like probably 500 600 hours on just the mob farming. Part of it was because we could farm them, and the gold game was pretty good. But yeah, now that the XP rates are just completely trash on them, and like literally trash. Like I tried to kill a level 51 mob yesterday just to see, and I got 60 XP from it while I was at level 43. So that was super disheartening. But yeah, the gold gain and the XP gain is just really bad right now. And I was solo too. That's another thing to point out, because it actually splits your XP when you're in a party. So yeah, that's something I hope they bring back on both ends. I would, I love mob farming, but also we just need more leveling methods in general too. We really do. Do you have an amber gem for more damage on your sword? Yeah, I do. Yes, that's correct. Pair my gear. And what are good weapons to pair with the fire staff? Right now, people are doing fire staff ice gauntlet for the most part, and you can also do fire staff rapier if you want to. That's a fun build. You can also do I tend to go, if I was gonna go with like the ice gauntlet one with like another combination, I can also do like ice gauntlet musket. It was pretty fun to use. But yeah, you can do fire staff ice gauntlet if you want to. Why do you think hatchet is good for a tank build? Okay, hold on. So okay, and hatchet is good because
I need to know for him?
Yeah, one sec, hold on. Okay, so hatchet is good because if you put a carnelian gem in the I think he's explaining it good. If you put a carnelian gem in the hatchet, that gives you an extra taunt when you use berserk. So sword hatchet is going to have more taunting capabilities than sword life staff, for instance, because that berserk is on a 15-second cooldown, so that's much quicker than if we were to use shield bash, 25-second cooldown, or defiant stance, which is 45. And sometimes if you miss those skills and you don't taunt everything, you have to wait until you can taunt them again, or you have to walk up on them and try to use your light attack chain to generate more threat. But with the hatchet, you'll have a constant stream of taunting going on. So that's why sword hatchet can be more useful on the taunt generation side, but sword life staff can be better for the sustain side. So it's just kind of like a pick your poison thing, whichever one you prefer. Con, int, sword, shield, ice gauntlet can be good for PvP, PvE. So if you're gonna go con, int, that was another interesting one that people talked about that might be interesting to try. It's worth a shot trying that. You might find more viable options in the other choices, but if you really want to try it, like for fun or just to test, you can give it a shot. And also Entombed on the ice gauntlet, that could be a fun one to use in tanking situations, especially because there are certain expeditions like Garden of Genesis where Ice Gauntlet can be really useful. The last boss specifically. So yeah, that's something that could potentially work in certain cases like that. And yeah, if you replace the gem, yeah, the other one gets destroyed. But if you salvage the piece of gear, it has a chance to come back to you. This guy's cake right now. Yeah, we're going to be fine on Thorpe, I think. Okay, here we go.
Alright, go, 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 go. I think he does it twice. The first time you can only go east. You can only go east.
Oh.
Wants to stay and tank him. Yes.
But the next one, both sides.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so I'm going west. Got it.
Do you not get annoyed answering questions over and over again? No, I don't mind. I know coming into an MMO for the first time can be pretty overwhelming. So, you know, I was there once, and I tried to learn everything I could whenever I could. So answering questions is always good. I don't mind it. I don't mind answering questions. And well, asking questions is always good, but I don't mind answering them because I know what it's like. Okay. Ouch. Okay. 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 Oh, missed me. Does Gravity Well skill pull players more than NPCs? Yeah, it seems to right now, especially. It used to be where even players could walk out of it. Like, it used to be pretty useless, but luckily they fixed it on the player side, so it looks like they just need to tweak it on the NPC side as well. When focusing on life trait skills, should you focus on engineering? All the trait skills are very useful in some way. So it really just depends on what you prefer. I mean, you can choose literally any of them, and you're going to make money and be useful in one way or another. Some of them might earn more money early on than the other ones. Like, for example, furnishing can make trophies and storage chests. So when people get houses, they can increase their bank space by buying those storage chests from you. And then also, armor smiths can make the bags. So that'll be another good thing to ace it. Aced it. That'll be another good thing to know too. Can you please store your life staff?
I got a bottle of it now.
Yeah, I need it. Yeah. So, it might just look like I'm running fast because my FOV is kind of zoomed out, but I think I'm running at the same speed as most people. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, for my life staff, yeah, I got, this is my Paladin setup right now. I didn't change it, but I got Beacon, Orb of Protection, and Sacred Ground right now. Oh, I can't salvage. Can I salvage? That's weird. Oh, I can't even click him right now. That's weird. Might be bugged. Rapier, Fire Staff, good for PvE, PvP. You might have more fun with Ice Gauntlet Rapier, because people were saying that Fire Staff isn't doing too well right now, but you can give it a shot, see how it goes. But I love doing Ice Gauntlet Rapier, though. That was super fun. Super, super fun. We're going to smack up Thorpe so hard. So ready. Still can't seem to get a purple, though. I want to get one of those purples. They're so good. They're so good. Okay, back to the core. Life staff hatchet. Yeah, that could work if you want to be pure healer for your group. That way you can, if people get close, you can pop berserk, run away, or just pop it and fight for your life. You can totally do that. But Ice Gauntlet is also a pretty decent support weapon for the life staff. And also keep in mind, you can also level up multiple weapons at the same time, or just level them up later on if you want to. So you can do both options and see which one you prefer, or switch between both on the fly. But yeah, you can start off with that if you want to. Life staff hatchet, absolutely. Primary form of communication, Discord or in-game. Discord is what people usually use, but there is an in-game VoIP too. Axe musket be good for solo. If you mean great axe musket, it's kind of stretching yourself a little thin, but I mean, in terms of leveling up, that might work pretty well because both of them are pretty solid weapons. But as far as the attributes go, that might be stretching yourself a bit. But if you really want to, like for the leveling side, you can totally do that. But in like PvP and expeditions, there might be better combinations. Like what seems to be the most DPS build right now. Like right now, builds like the Hatchet Great Axe are really killing it. And Hatchet Warhammer is pretty good in Territory Wars right now. But as far as DPS goes, Hatchet Great Axe is doing really good. And also Rapier Musket is a really popular DPS build right now too. We're putting the Carnelian Gem in the Life Staff Taunt. So what happens when you put the what happens when you put the Carnelian Gem in the weapon is it's supposed to make your abilities compatible with you know, making them taunt. But also on the threat generation side, that's something that was actually very hard to test for the longest time, and I didn't get a chance to like actively test that, like in expeditions and stuff. So, you know, it's very possible, but what I've noticed is that if you have perks that have more threat generation, like there's a hated perk that gives you a percentage threat generation increase, that one seems to help when I'm healing and like when I'm using Paladin heals and, you know, doing that. It seems like it does help with that. But as far as the Carnelian Gem though goes, we'll have to see. But like if we look at the actual gem, it does say, yeah, it does say that you generate more threat, so I would assume so. But I've noticed it more on the hatred.
Yeah. Next time we definitely have to go to the same one. Yeah, let's hope so.
Do you think they'll bring back Stagger?
See what
Good question. I think they might find a way to try to meet in the middle on that. You know, who knows if they'll fully bring it back, but honestly, I've been able to enjoy the combat system either way. Like in the old system, it was really fun. I love that system the most actually out of all the iterations, but yeah, who knows, they might. It depends though on what the community wants. If someone made highlights of your, no, that'd be fine. No, would be fine. Big Bear. Needs non-human characters and new weapons or skills. Well, it does have a lot of non-human characters. I mean, humanoids, like standing on two legs. Yeah, there's a lot of that. But I mean, if you look at the Angry Earth, if you look at the Lost, and you look at the Corrupted, they do have varying differences. But and the way that they fight is different too. But yeah, there are a lot of humanoids. But there's also a lot of beasts, like the Dryad beasts, the Corrupted ogres, the Wraiths, the Wraith mobs. There's other ones on the Lost side that are more beast. Like I forgot what the name of the four-legged creature is, for instance. But yeah, later on in the game you'll see other ones too. But yeah, there's a lot of like two-legged creatures though. Yeah. In the future, yeah, though, I think it'd be great to have more on the mob diversity side. I think there will be in terms of like the corrupted, for example. They seem very closely related, like lore-wise and with the element too, to the void element. And since we have a mob or a boss technically known as the Void Destroyer that pops up in invasions, I think that there could be mobs in the future that are specifically designed after the Void. So I think, yeah, there might be more diversity coming from that too in the future. But we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see what they decide to do there. And yeah, wearing luck stat stuff does increase the stuff that you get from like dungeons. Because yeah, anytime that you have luck stuff on and you open up or you get drops and stuff like that, it should apply to that. Absolutely. Time for Thorpe. Okay. And bow musket. If you want to be pure ranger, you can totally do bow musket, pure range. Most people, like in PvP cases, would probably go rapier musket, bow, spear, but you could also try bow musket, see how you like it. There's a lot of really good combinations when it comes to dex fighters, honestly. Like you could even go rapier, spear.
Okay, so what's a pattern for Thorpe? What am I supposed to be careful of?
He says some taste of destruction or something, and he shoots a beam from his finger, and it does a.
Oh, okay, let me explain the mechanics.
He does it in like a 45-degree angle, like sweeping. So as a tank, when he got his aggro, point toward like the wall or something. So when he does that, it's
Big counterclockwise beam.
okay. And then he'll do this thing called taste the corruption. Does it taste the corruption? And he'll
We're about to smack Thorpe up.
in the middle of
Do you have full focus? Oh, what happened with the war? War hasn't happened yet. We got like, almost 3 hours left, actually. We're getting close. We're getting super close. But right now, yeah, I have pretty much full focus. We do have another Paladin in the party, so I'm going focus build right now, and he's going Paladin tank. But my normal stats would be like 170, 160-ish constitution and about 89 focus. But right now, I'm respect to full healer.
Oh boy, okay.
Here comes Thorpe. Don't forget the mobs. Thorpe thinks he's a badass.
When the ogres spawn, do they spawn in the middle or do they spawn on the
right in
outside?
the middle.
Now, I know the island.
Come in, Pain.
secret.
Pain.
Now,
Pain. Yeah.
I know true power.
Okay.
Let's see it.
You cannot possibly
Challenge us now. Shut up. Thorpe. Oh, snap. Okay. Thorpe's always talking tough. Don't worry about Thorpe. All bark and no bite. Are you attacking the ground? Yes, I am. Yeah. If you get Blissful Touch, that passive allows you to make your basic attacks heal. How the PvP quality system works. 20. Oh, the PvP scaling. Yeah. No, I haven't had a whole lot of experience with that. Actually, even in the testing phases, I've rarely fought low levels as a high level, even in the wars, for instance. But yeah, I've seen people talk about it a little bit and say that they're taking a lot of damage from low levels right now, though. Dang, I wish I had Divine Embrace, but we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Got you. Almost got Sacred.
Did the ogres spawn? Is that like next phase or is that just okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna use my AoE taunts until the ogres spawn, so
This will be the last time we
Why don't I use
meet.
VoIP? I wouldn't be able to focus on the questions and talk to them at the same time. I'd get too distracted.
Prepare Prepare to have your soul crushed.
Oh, here it comes. Oh shit! 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 Oh, no!
Time to taste
Damn it!
corrupt.
Invisible beam.
Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry.
I didn't see it at first. It's totally okay. Fuck you, Thorpe. Douche.
Let me hold aggro.
Prepare to have your
Soul crush.
crushed.
Oh, that was so close to my head. Okay.
Time to taste corrupted steel.
Back off.
Oh, yeah, when he says that, he
Other than that, he's pretty sweet.
This will be the last time we meet.
Yeah.
What do you think is the best PvP weapon? There's different
I will
situations
crush
where
you
different
beneath
combinations
my
will work really
heel
well.
hands.
Right now, though, Hatchet Great Axe is doing really well in most cases, and also Rapier
Prepare
Musket
to
is
have
pretty
your
popular right
soul
now, so you can try. Oh my god,
Kidding me.
he did it right on top of me. Rip. Okay, I know we said we were gonna smack Thorpe, but damn it. Wipe it. It's okay. Wipe it. Wipe it. Wipe it. Son of a biscuit.
Oh, get out of that fire! Oh!
Pathetic.
Okay, if we need to wipe it. I think we had 4 people die in like one go.
Swirling fire delivered.
Son of a bastard. Okay, we totally got it. We got it now. I always forget to prone. Actually, I always forget to prone.
I got the mechanic.
Great, thank you so much, Rick.
That was my bad.
I'm gonna try that again.
Sorry.
Son of a bastard. He got lucky. All right, he got lucky. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Okay, but no, he's going down.
I know the island's secret.
Shiz.
Now I know true power.
Did I repair my stuff? Repair. Okay.
You cannot
Technically, I
possibly
could get
challenge
Divine
us
Embrace
now.
right now, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Not as good when playing... Yeah, healer when playing solo, you're probably going to have some issues on the healing or the DPS side. But you'll be really sought after late game. Like, people will love having healers for pretty much any situation. Leroy Jenkins. Does Dex help melee? Well, it does. If you get past 50 Dex, you get an increased chance to crit. So if you start noticing that you're critting more, that might end up helping melee. So if you do decide to try a build like that, and you notice you're getting a DPS increase, then maybe. Like some weapons benefit specifically off of having a lot of crits. So you can try that with like a Hatchet Great Axe build, see how it goes for you.
Not holding my aggro.
Shio, oh yeah, I can check that later, Shio, if you... Hopefully I don't forget, but yeah, I can check that later, see if I can get you re-added.
This will be the last time we meet.
Okay, here goes. Here it goes.
I got both responded.
Prepare to have your
Soul Crush, Soul Crush.
crushed.
I'm gonna start using this whip.
I will crush you beneath my heel, and time to taste corrupted steel.
Watch out. Ow. Keep walking into that. Got a
Prepare
pretty
to
wide
have
swing.
your soul
Soul Crush.
crushed.
Why did he start from that direction?
I know he's not aiming at me, but
He, like,
Time to taste corrupted
Back off.
steel.
on you. Gotcha.
This will be the last time we meet.
Mobsy. Does this game have a dungeon fighter? It does not, no.
Ah, pathetic.
Oh, he's going down. He's going down.
Prepare to have your
Soul crush, soul crush.
crushed.
People said try to prone, and you might block. You might dodge it if it's coming at you.
Time to taste corrupted steel.
I haven't tried it before, but worth a shot. Ouch. I haven't tried it in here since we've been in here. Got you. Okay. Caught up. Yes, back to full.
No.
GG.
Not again.
Sorry about that first time, guys.
Holy crap.
Wins.
You're wrecked, Thorpe.
That was
Should you
your
swap
first
your weapon
roll.
loadout to avoid being weak to mob types in dungeons?
Still.
You could. I mean, I would actually do that in an in-game scenario. Like when we get to Garden of Genesis, I'd probably keep an extra sword that has fire gems inside of it and do that kind of thing. It could help you, yeah. It could totally help you.
I got a purple bow. I did it.
A purple rapier.
Nice.
One weapon I didn't want to use.
Oh, he's got a... Oh, that looks so good. Oh, it's got keenly... Oh my god, keenly jagged. That's so good. That's the kind of perk you want with the bow build.
That bow is sexy.
I can't get a purple for the life of me, but that was still fun. That was fun as hell. Oh, I got the hammer, but I want my paladin purples.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what I just realized? I had 11%.
Let me see. Ooh, okay. 429, 177 on the damage mitigation. Nah. Plus I have resilient on my Marauder boots, so I'll keep that. Hell yeah, good game. Good game on that one. Constitution, intelligence. Ooh, in a stack. Oh, this is for perforate. But I really like the look of that gear, though. The gloves look really nice with this.
Is there anything else we can get in
This
here? or are we
look.
done?
Oh, I have
But nah, I'm not gonna wear it.
Well, looking through my gear real fast to see what.
All right, I can leave without pulling you guys out, right?
On standby. Yeah, hopefully the war goes okay. I can't wait to fight in that war
Thanks for the
tonight. That's gonna be
invite,
so
boys.
fun.
If you do any more dungeons, message me. I'll come join you.
Huh? Oh, I remember what he said. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that bow is sick. Bow is so sick. God, I can't wait for the prone works, but you pop up when you get hit by the other mobs. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's worth a try next time. Yeah, that bow is insane. Ooh, oh, refreshing flesh. Yeah, that's the kind of... I want that helmet, but I want it with different stats, though. But I do want that helmet. I got the repeatable quest for next time. You can do with unused gems, right? To get them back, like salvaging? Yeah. If you mean like salvaging a piece of gear that already has a gem in it, yeah, yeah. And then also salvaging jewels, I've heard that has a guaranteed chance to give you that gem back too, or a much higher chance. I haven't tried it yet though. Spear bow good for wars? Yeah, spear bow can be pretty good for wars. Also rapier musket, but oh yeah. Spear bow for sure. You were selected? Good. Yeah, what do we got for the let's see what the sign up is like on the war right now. Oh hell, oh man. Oh jeez. Oh, you got everybody. You got Uncle in here, you got Prime. Over Ander, True of course, name taken. Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh, okay, okay, so at 6:45 they're gonna start sending out the invites. We got like 2 hours and 45 minutes. Ooh, I'm so ready for this war. The first war of El Dorado. Let's go get some more levels. I'm gonna go ahead and TP here. Okay. Hell yeah. And if we do need to do corrupted breach trains for Azoth, we can also do that too. About 2 hours and 45 minutes ish, and then the invites are gonna start going out in 3 hours. The war's gonna begin. We are so stacked. Oh yeah, so it's gonna be so fun. I'm so ready. Gravity well is useless in PvE. Yeah, PvE. It seems like the mobs are still running out of it when you try it, but PvP though it's really good. But yeah, on the PvE side, yeah. Holy crap! I really need to get some more money though somehow on my character. Get 157 and I'll keep the 98 focus. I'll put it at 100 right now actually. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's respec. Oh, actually I don't need to respec my attributes. We're good there. All right, we're back to Pally build. I'm gonna start leveling up my Warhammer a little bit. Once I get to, oh, I need to get to 45. Then I'll start leveling up this Warhammer. Even though I can't put a focus gem in it, but it looks so good though. Is this your third or fourth dungeon? This is the third dungeon or third expedition in the game, but I've done that one about 4 times. And the first 2 times we bugged out, so we couldn't finish it. But yeah, a total of about 4 times for that one. For sword hatchet, would you do full con? Yeah, you could do con and then strength as a secondary, with sword hatchet as a tank character. If you want to tank in PvE, for instance, in PvP, you can do that. Yeah. All right, it's time to put the stuff in the bank. It's time to do some more town projects. In the meantime, maybe we can hit 45. So yeah, right now the fastest way to level is these town projects, but I like doing other stuff in between because I like the combat aspects of the game more than I do like the crafting and gathering, but the combat aspects, that's where it's really at for me. A lot of people are doing the territory boards right now. Got that one. Okay. Where can you get the earring before the 45 one? Some quest lines have jewelry that you can get. So if you do the quest lines in different zones, I think the Weaver's Fen one, that one I think is either an earring or a necklace. I'd have to go double check again, but I would try doing the different side quests in different zones, and you might get one that way. And also, if anybody makes it and puts it on the trading post, I'd keep checking that too, just in case. That we're gonna go gather some iron. How much iron do I have right now? Okay, yeah, iron, and then rawhide. I'm kind of okay, but I need to get some more. Okay. You can fight on other factions team. Yeah, so you can, it's like a 3-way fight is what can happen. So if Syndicate declares war on Covenant, Marauders can join in. If Marauders declare war on Syndicate, Covenant can join in. If Syndicate and or Covenant Marauders fight, then Syndicate can join in, kind of thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll just keep this. Actually, I'm gonna deflag. We're gonna go gather some iron ore. Those fights we were having earlier too were so fun, so fun. A review video. I don't know if I'll do a review because it would probably take like 2 hours to make a review of like everything that I've been through with this game, like with all the, oh man, just everything combined. But also I think I'll probably hold off on that because you know, I've been playing the game for so long and I'm so used to all the systems that I think it's hard for me to look at everything objectively because I'm so intertwined with it. So I think I'd rather let other people do that, and then I'll just, you know, I'll focus on, you know, the type of videos that I like to make. But in the future though, like when a year passes, then I'd probably do one like that, like a year one review kind of thing. That one I am planning to do, but not right away. I don't think right now. I think I'm gonna wait on that. Does it feel repetitive? Yeah, right now, especially since town projects are the main way to level up, we do feel like a lack of farming methods right now. Like I'm really hoping they bring back mob farming in an impactful way and make it a viable way to level again. But also not just that, but you know, the faction missions used to be a lot better, and also having more dynamic events in the future would be great. Like being able to do maybe, I don't know, escort caravans, faction incursions, where maybe like faction NPCs pop out of the ground and we have to jump in and fight them with our teammates or something like that, or even world boss chains, like something like what Guild Wars 2 does with their dynamic events. Stuff like that might be really cool. But yeah, when you get to this portion, it starts to slow down. It does start to feel pretty repetitive, even with like the main story side missions, all that stuff too. So yeah, in the future, I think they're gonna hopefully add some more, because they have a lot of feedback to go through about that stuff. And oh, you don't wanna worry about buying it from the broker. Buy it from the faction vendor. Is that 79? Unfocus. What's the perk on that? Crushing wards. It's actually pretty solid. Oh, it's 40. Oh, yeah. I can take that. Yeah. Yes. I'll take that. Are you never fall? Paladin good for soloing. It's very slow to kill stuff, but it's very beefy. It's capable of healing you really, really well. But in terms of like the killing speed, it's kind of slow on that part. But yeah, buy your arrows from the faction vendor though. Yeah. You can get a lot of them doing that instead. Just do a couple faction missions and then get some tokens, and you can buy them from the faction NPC. And also musket ammo too. Of your gear and slotted gems before the war. Yeah, so like right now, I've got pretty much all the faction gear on. A couple of my pieces are custom, but they all have cleric stats. So the cleric is going to give me constitution and focus. When I get later on in the game, I'm going to start getting nomad pieces, which are going to give me more constitution than focus. And my tower shield, this one has the most block stability out of all the shields. The round shield gives you more damage stats. So if you want to be like a warrior, a melee warrior with sword and shield, you can do that with that one. And then the kite shield is in the middle, but the tower shield has the most armor stats and most armor mitigation. And for my slotted ability, so for the slotted gems, what I have is 2 different swords, and when we get to endgame, we're going to do the same thing. This sword right here, this one has the nature gem amber in it. This is my PvP sword. So what I can do here is it converts 20% of the weapon's damage and puts it into nature damage, and that nature damage can scale up based off of my focus stat or the weapon damage stat, whichever's higher. So having that focus gem in there is going to give me a little bit more on the DPS side with this build. And then when I want to tank in expeditions, then I can use this sword, which will have a carnelian gem in it. I need to put a better one in there, but that's kind of how I can synergize both of those together with all the skills and everything else that I have. How are you running so fast? I don't know. It's I think it's the FOV. Somebody said that it was the FOV causing it. That makes it look like I'm running super fast. But for the most part, I don't have anything special on. I'm just running, zooming along. It's so nice seeing people on the road. Oh man, feels great. It's like in the testing phases, sometimes the roads will be empty, but now you see people everywhere. It's great. I have hair. Oh god. What do you use your iron for? So we're going to be stockpiling iron to oh, he didn't say it was in Everfall. Okay. I'm going to go to no, actually I'm going to go back over there. I'll go get some iron over there. But I'm going to be doing town projects, so I'm going to use the iron for building those bundles that you get in the armament quests, and then you can turn them in for a decent amount of XP. So we're going to see if we can get level 45 before the war starts. Do that. And the bundles take like iron, and they take coarse leather or rawhide, and also wood. Musket gauntlet. Yeah, musket gauntlet's super fun. Super, super fun. Oh, okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, let's go get that iron. Yeah, Musket Gauntlet is really fun. And yeah, it can be viable. I hear that Ice Gauntlet's doing pretty good right now in PvP wars, especially. More so than maybe even more so than the Fire Staff, because the Fire Staff kind of got nerfed with the beta patch notes, it seems. But yeah, you can totally give that a shot, see how it goes for you. And I had a lot of fun doing Musket Ice Gauntlet. And also you can do Musket Rapier is a pretty popular build as well. If you wanted to try Dex, but yeah, Musket Ice Gauntlet is super fun. A third weapon to keep leveled up, probably Great Axe. If you're PvE farming, then yeah, you can switch that in and out so that you can, you know, have a better time with killing mobs. Or you can do, you can probably do, well, really there's multiple good choices there. You could do Hatchet if you want to switch it out whenever you need to travel anywhere. That way you can, you know, run fast with the Berserk, and that's really useful. The Great Axe for the DPS and AoE, and then you can also do technically Warhammer if you want to do like a Ret Paladin build, but I think that's more on the PvP side. So I'd probably check out either Great Axe or Hatchet for like a third weapon. Spear Cyclone is worth using. I think it's more useful if you have like a bow spear build where you're trying to knock them back. But if you're doing like a rapier spear build where you want to keep them close enough to DPS, then you might benefit more off of like perforate. You can do perforate, sweep, and vault kick, and see how that works for you. I've seen a lot of people use perforate. It seems pretty good. I used to use that a little bit too. It was really nice. Oh, that is sick. Thank you. Are you in the war tonight? Okay, let's see if we can get some iron over here. My FOB is at max. It's at 70. And fastest way to level weapon mastery, you can go to different places like Amarine Temple. You can go to Shattered Obelisk, and I like to farm weapon mastery on skeletons. So I would totally fight those early on. I can't wait for the war tonight. It's gonna be so fun. I'll get it from you. I'll get it from you in the war. Graphics card is 2070 Super, and yeah, I can show my healer tree. Let me just get this iron really quick. Hold on. Okay. So for my life staff, I've got Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection right now. For Orb of Protection, you only want to get this passive right over here. And then for the rest of that, you can totally, yeah, get these passives and whatnot too. But yeah, Orb of Protection, just this one, Protector's Blessing. Don't get the other ones, because if you get the other ones, it's going to disappear when you try to switch to your sword. But other than that, yeah, Sacred Ground and Beacon is pretty good. A good Fire Staff build. For Fire Staff, yeah, because somebody asked about how hard they nerfed it. So they changed up the Meteor. The Meteor Strike works a little bit differently now. It kind of conjures like an AoE flame puddle that does damage over time, as opposed to the impact damage per meteor that it was doing beforehand. So yeah, from what I've heard, I haven't tried it personally, but from what I've heard, it's not doing too well in all instances but Territory War right now. So it's worth a shot, because you can, you know, you level up multiple weapons if you want to. But yeah, that's what I've heard so far about the Fire Staff. Yeah, and yeah, AGG, yeah, I haven't seen hardly anybody using Fire Staff either. But it's also a thing where Fire Staff is usually that kind of weapon where early on you'll run out of mana a lot and it might seem weaker, but later on it tends to scale up a little bit better. But right now though, even with that, it seems like it's not doing too well at the moment. What's so good with Gauntlet Musket? So with Gauntlet Musket, what I like to do is with the musket, you can start firing on somebody, and if they get close, you can throw down a trap, and then if they get rooted in it, you can switch to the gauntlet and throw down like an ice shower or an ice storm that they're just constantly sitting in. And then also, the cool thing about Ice Gauntlet is when you put down the Ice Pylon, that's another one of those skills where you can put it down and switch to another weapon, and the Ice Pylon will stay there. So that's pretty useful to combo with other aspects of the musket. Plus, musket also, the secondary stat for it is intelligence. So if you start doing an intelligence build with the Ice Gauntlet musket, you'll still get that scaling from that weapon too. Same thing with rapier. Rapier also has a secondary scaling for musket or for intelligence too. And yeah, you can respec attributes when you're tanking expeditions. Yeah, you can. Yeah. And shield with the hatchet. No, you can't. No. But that's something that was highly requested for a long time too. And honestly, they could end up doing it in the future if they wanted to, but they'd probably have to make an entirely new skill tree for it. Thank you so much, Hunter. I appreciate it. But that's something that people have requested before. Yeah. And yeah, no, only 2 weapons. You won't be able to get a third one anymore. That's correct. Only 2. Only 2. And roger that, Dan. Okay. Have a good night, Joker. What mobs are weak to thrust damage? Let me bring up my chart. Hold on a second. Got you. Thrust damage is corrupted and beasts, so animals. And the lost are strong against it. Angry Earth is strong against it too. But corrupted, yeah, they're weak to it, and it says animals are weak to it as well. How do you prioritize your attributes with the build you're currently using? I go mostly con, and focus is a secondary thing for me. So, like, if you look at my build right now, it's going to be like 157 con, 100 focus. It's kind of like mixed up a little bit, but when I get to endgame, my first thing is getting 250 con for this 80% damage reduction when at full health. That one I really want to try out again. I loved using that one in the past testing phases. And then when I get the really good pieces of gear that give me like 30 plus for my attributes per piece, then I can probably get 300 con and like 200 focus. And Hatchet Lifestaff, you can totally give that a shot. If you want to have Hatchet be like a backup for your healing when you're, you got somebody right up on you, you can do that. Yeah, that would totally work. Because you can pop Berserk, fight to the death, and see how that goes, or run away, and that'd be just fine. You can also do Ice Gauntlet Lifestaff. That's a pretty good weapon to support the Lifestaff too, but it's up to you. And no, people aren't randomly chosen for wars. People have to get selected, but for the invasions, only 10 people of the 50 can be reserved by the company, and then the other 40 are chosen at random from who signed up. Or chosen without them selecting it, kind of thing. And advice for beginners, definitely do all of your side quests and faction missions and town projects at the same time you're doing your main story quest. Try to do all the ones in the same area as your quest is. You don't have to really worry if they're too far out of the way if you're solo leveling to do them. And also town projects are giving a lot of XP right now, so if you want to do that, strictly do that all the time, you can. You look for the armament quests, the ones that want you to go to the forge bench and craft those bundles, and you can do it that way. And yeah, for my attributes, just like I said, it's a primary con and secondary focus. Fire staff was causing issues, and yeah, so yeah, that was a thing. That was definitely a thing. So you know what, you're right. They might not have been able to find a fix in time, because there was some things going on with the previous testing phases and people using fire staff in the war. It was getting pretty choppy for a little bit there, so yeah, it could have also been something like that too. Absolutely. I think yeah, you're right. I think they did mention that in the beta patch notes, so it might take about 1 or 2 patches for them to get it back in a pretty decent place. But yeah, in the meantime, fire staff might just be in that state for a little bit. And do you think they should still add mount system with the tele system they have? Well, I know people have been really mixed on the mount system for a while, like a long time. And normally I've been pretty in the middle on it. Either way it goes, I can still enjoy the exploration, because I'll still take time to visit the points of interest. I always visit like almost every single point of interest I can during the testing phases, and when we get to beta, or sorry, when we get to launch, I'll definitely do the same. But yeah, I totally get where the opposition comes from to the mount system, where the map right now, it's just slightly bigger than the size of Skyrim. About a year ago, when they did an MMORPG article, they pinpointed the map at like about 40 kilometers squared. I actually might still have that article posted. Let me see if I can find it actually. About 40 kilometers squared that they said. So yeah, I can see where people are saying that, the map seems too small right now, and maybe they have to wait until they get more zones, but I don't know. We'll have to see what they decide to do with that overall, but I totally get it on both sides of the argument. Because yeah, once you get to a later point, you do get an innkeeper, you get, you know, Azoth that you can use to travel between settlements, even though the cap really should be higher. I wish we had a 2K cap. And then also you get 3 different house spots too. I think did I make that video about that? I think it was in my 9 folder. 9 point something. It's an MMORPG article. Oh, I think it was the oh wait, hold on. I think it was related to the magic. I think I'm getting close. Map size. Here we go. Yeah. But combat isn't all there is to New World. The land of Eternum has much more to explore, see, and do. The team emphasized that they didn't want to create a large map, 40 kilometers squared. So that was about a year ago, and I think that was before we had I know that was before we had Ebonscale and a couple other regions, so probably a little bit bigger than that now. But about the size of Skyrim, yeah. And yeah, crafting is pretty good right now, yeah. Oh yeah. What farming town missions is there only requests that are for gathering? Are you talking about like which? Oh, okay. So yeah, the town missions that you see, they're randomized. So whenever you look at the board, if you're not seeing what you want, then you just have to wait that timer, that 30 minutes, for the other ones to pop up after. Each house has its own timer. Yeah, each house has its own. And you can reset the cooldown with Azoth too. Hatchet Lifestaff. Yeah, Hatchet Lifestaff can be a decent one. And Sword and Lifestaff, where you tank or healer, on both at the same time. As a Paladin, both at the same time. And Musket Rapier. What stats would you take? You can go Dex for your main stat and Con for your secondary. And if you're talking about skills, then right now people tend to gravitate towards Powder Burn for the musket. Powder Burn, you can do Power Shot if you're going to be doing like open world stuff. I like to do Sharpshooter Stance and Territory Wars. And then also Trap. People always take the Trap. And then for the Rapier, there's multiple good choices there with the Rapier. It's a pretty well-rounded weapon overall. But I like to use, at least when I'm using the musket, I probably would use Flesh for the mobility skill if I need to get away or dive right through the person. And then also you can do Tondo and Flourish and Finish for that bleed and DPS. Or you can do I've even seen people do Tondo and Evade. It's really up to you, whichever skills you prefer there. Even Riposte kind of thing. Oops. Is it only worth doing Armament Town missions? Yeah, when it comes to... Oh, okay, so yeah, if you're wanting to choose between the armaments or the ingot ones, I probably would wait for the armaments, and you can travel between different towns to get them. But yeah, I would probably stick with the armaments unless you have a excess of ingots. But iron ingots, you know, that might eat up a lot of potential armaments that you could have done. And also, hopefully they still bring back mob farming in the future and add more leveling methods, because I really would like to see that come back. Great Axe Gauntlet looks promising for wars and PvE, not so much open world PvP because you can't chase like you do with Hatchet or Rapier. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because well, with the Great Axe you do have Bloodlust, but with the Hatchet also you would have Berserk on top of that, and Rapier. Yeah, I totally understand that. Potatoes, like I was saying before, potatoes used to be so freaking rare. It was ridiculous. So glad that they added more produce around the map. How do you feel about the crafting currently? Yeah, crafting is pretty good. All the crafting professions are pretty viable, and you'll make a lot of money if you're pretty high in your craft. You can probably make bank, especially early on. Even armor, even though, you know, armor wise, you can probably survive off just getting the faction armor and also getting drops and like stuff from the expeditions. But you can even sell armor early on too. Vic. And then later on down the line, like at Endgame, crafting armor can be really good because even though we can get decent drops off of like field bosses and elite points of interest, we can really specialize when we start getting crafted armor. Like that's when you get the perks that you really want and the exact attributes too. Up-to-date talent calculator, I do not know. Every time I've like had a new testing phase pop up, like they've, you know, done new iterations of the alpha or anything like that, I've always gone into the skill trees and screenshotted every single one of them, like the passives and skills, and I would usually read through them. But they change them all the time, so I haven't done that in a little bit. The PvP group, oh, I can't. I gotta do armaments. So we should be close to 45 right now. I think we can probably get there before the war, no problem. We should be good on that. What's the real hook of New World? Right now, I would say the graphics and the sound design are a big part of that. The combat, that's something that I've always enjoyed, even in its current state, even though I prefer the old combat system. The old combat system, that's something where people would say, you know, it's got the combat of like an ARPG or kind of like Dark Souls kind of thing, because that was, from what they said, that was the original inspiration of the combat system. But now it's more on the side of like almost getting towards ESO kind of combat, or more traditional MMO combat, so it doesn't really have that as much anymore, but combat is still unique in its own right. So I think that might be another thing. But as far as like PvP and, you know, PvE content goes, we do have the territory wars, that's 50v50. We have the invasions, that's, you know, tower defense, but you know, that's stuff that you probably would see in other MMOs too. You know, and even those old school MMOs, you get hundreds of people fighting against each other on both sides. So I wouldn't really say that's like the pull or the unique part of New World. You know, as fun as it is though, it's really fun in there, but I think that when they get into the future, like, you know, 5-10 months down the line, hopefully they'll start adding more to it, to where maybe if they expand the open world, that'll be where the, what's it called, more appealing parts of New World come from. But yeah, I would say right now it's mostly on like the combat graphics and even the crafting side. Oh yeah, crafting as well is really good in this game as well. So I think that's the kind of stuff that'll pull people to it right now. And also the expeditions are pretty decent experience, but you know, it's like they're pretty similar to dungeons, but overall, yeah, I would say the other ones for the most part right now. And does Ice Gauntlet Heavy Attack Freeze work as well on players? It should. I haven't tested it out yet, but it definitely should. I can't hover over that. What is that? It looks familiar. Totally looks familiar. With farming town missions, you take the armament ones and run to the next town, or teleport there. Yeah, most people teleport, but if you're out of Azoth, then you just run to the next town. But yeah, either way. Are there any kind of points of interest for resources on the map you find after you find a spot for the first time, or you have to memorize them all? Well, if you're talking about if there's any like map that you can see where all the points of interest or resources are, yeah. If you go on the New World Fans website, you can see a map through there, and they actually have all the resources. And then also the New World map has a resource map too, but for the point of interest locations, those ones, yeah, you'll have to memorize those. I don't know if those maps show the points of interest. I don't think they do. But yeah, you'll probably have to memorize, take screenshots, that kind of thing for those. When is the war? We're about 2 hours out, actually. 2 hours and 30 minutes. We're so close. So close. Okay, so I don't have any missions here. I'm going to go ahead and run down to WINDSWARD. See what we can get there. Great Axe Musket can be viable. Great Axe Musket, oh man. Oh, for Dex, that's pretty good. And regeneration, not too shabby. 0.43. Okay. Oh, that looks sick. Lucky. But yeah, for Great Axe Musket, you might find better combinations by doing like Rapier Musket or Hatchet Great Axe. But if you wanted to try Great Axe Musket, you can give it a shot. See how it goes. Round out max in Fire Staff without burnout. Oh, without burnout. That would be Ice Gauntlet for that one, Callan. Because Ice Gauntlet has Entombed. And Entomb gives you mana regeneration. So you can totally use that and get your mana back. You think they'll fix the respawn penalty? If you mean like make it to where you don't lose durability on your gear when you respawn, probably no, I don't think so. I don't think they'll change that because it used to be where people would actually people would actually respawn to do you fast travel all the time before they did that. And also, even when they did that for the first time, people would just take off all their gear and they would just respawn that way, and they never had to they never really had to care about Azoth or anything like that. So I think that's something that they want to avoid, but I don't think they'll do that in the future. Oh, there was my camp. Like, where's my camp at? What gem should I use on Warhammer? It depends on what the rest of your build is, but if you're just like a strength warrior kind of thing, strength con warrior, then for the Warhammer, let me see. Because I know for the Great Axe, one of the good ones would be like Emerald. Or like Hatchet even. Emerald could work really well with that. Malachite could potentially be pretty good for Warhammer, since most of the time, if you're fighting somebody, you're going to have a lot of CC on them if you're using Warhammer. So, yeah, maybe you can use Malachite. That looks like the best one that I can see thus far for Warhammer. And I know I know somebody who uses Jaspers with Great Axe. And yeah, after you get 3 hits, you get a damage bonus. But yeah, you can totally do Malachite as well if you want a non-elemental one to put in there. Do you think the game's longevity? Okay, so for the game's longevity, Jim, I would say that I've always thought about this game as it's going to have a rocky couple of first months either way, no matter what way we slice it, because compared to, the games that have been out for like 5-10 years, it doesn't have nearly as much right now. But I always look at it like what this game could be when it does reach that point of being out for like 1 or 2, 3 years. So, I think that longevity wise, if they can continue to be receptive to player feedback, as well as, implement stuff and make changes as fast as they have been so far, then I think overall longevity wise, it should last for a while. But, it's going to depend on multiple factors, and being receptive to the community feedback is definitely key. And when is the war? It's at 7 p.m. Pacific, so we're about 2 hours and 23 minutes out. Can't freaking wait. Okay, there's the invasion. Okay, so after the invasion is done, then we should be able to actually declare on Everfall, and it'll work. As a tank with sword and shield, is Great Axe an okay weapon? You can totally do that in PvP especially, and do just fine. In PvE, you can do that as well if you want to, but you might get more bang for your buck doing Hatchet Sword or even Life Staff Sword. But yeah, you can do Great Axe Sword too if you want to. Why are green allowed in the WINDSWARD faction? Yeah, this will be a thing in launch too. It's always, ever since they introduced the faction system, it's always been a thing where you can basically have Marauders declare on Syndicate and Covenant can join in, or Covenant declares on Syndicate, Marauders can join in. Yeah, that's always been a thing. But in terms of the faction imbalance across the board, across, different servers, what they'll do there, like maybe if they introduce bonuses for underdog factions or something like that, that remains to be seen if they're going to do that or not. And what's the best way to level? Yeah, once you get, that's around that point I started to kind of stop leveling as fast too, and it starts to get pretty tedious. But when you get to that point, definitely doing, if you're solo leveling, you can do your main story quest, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at once. Or if you really want to level fast, you can do town projects specifically. What people are doing is what I'm doing right now, which is going from town to town, getting the armament town projects, and then you just stockpile a bunch of resources, do them all at once, and turn them in. You get a lot of XP. I don't like doing it all the time though, because honestly, I really hope that they add more leveling methods in the future, and also bring back mob farming in terms of making it more viable. I think we have a lack of, you know, leveling methods right now, and it's great that gatherers and crafters are able to progress off of doing this pretty well, but yeah, it being the main source of XP right now is kind of weird, or it feels kind of wrong. But overall, yeah, those are your options there. And then if you want to gather a group, like if you want to do something different, you can also do corrupted breaches. And we've been doing those a lot over the past couple of days. We kind of stopped because we've been getting lag spikes pretty frequently from breaches. Everybody has, so we kind of stopped them so far, but you can do those too if you want. Why would you add a nature gem or fire gem to your weapon, for example? So what happens with the gems is that when you add a fire gem to your weapon, it can scale. So what it does is it takes some of the physical damage of that weapon and it converts that to an element. And then that element can be scaled, that elemental damage can be scaled up based off of your intelligence if you have a fire gem. But if you have a nature gem, that elemental damage scales off of your focus. And the nature gem, the amber gem, is the only one that does that. So that's where the paladin build comes from, is the nature gem there. You can use that, and then also you can just be a paladin even without that if you really want to. But yeah, that's basically how those gems do work. Let me bring this with me, and some of this, and this. Okay. Where do you get the strength for the sword? Yeah, and just like I said, with the focus gem, that's where I get the strength for the sword. I get the focus gem, and I'll use that gem for PvP sword, and then I'll have another sword that I'll use for PvE with the carnelian gem for build with Warhammer and Fire Staff. Yeah, with Warhammer, most of the time people are taking, I would usually take Shockwave, Path of Destiny, and Clear Out. Some people use Mighty Gavel as well, but I tend to take Clear Out and Shockwave. And then also for the Fire Staff, for Territory Wars, you can bring Meteor if you want. Just in regular combat situations, you can probably do Incinerate as well as Fireball. And do I have my recall? I don't want to waste my ass off. And Fireball and oh yeah, Flame Pillar in PvE for the mana regen if you want to. And how do you do the tank healer build? So yeah, just like I said with the Amber Gem scaling, you can use that whenever you're doing PvP, and then also the Carnelian Gem in tanking. And then what the Paladin build does is I can put down these 3 spells, Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection, and I can switch back to my sword, and that heal is going to continue to tick on me. I can continue to tank while I'm being healed up. So that's kind of what the Paladin build does, and when you're spec'd into mostly con, but also a little bit of focus, you're going to be healing almost as much as like a real healer would be, while still tanking at the same time. Do they have an armor stand or something you can have your house to? No, they don't. No, not yet. But they do have a lot more furniture now than we did during the preview. But so, you know, that might be possible in the future. They might do something like that. Be really cool. Gem is a good, good max focus ice healer build. Oh, actually, what I would do for the healing staff is I would put a diamond into the healing staff. That one would work really well with the one, because the diamond is the only one that I've seen that actually gives you an increased damage and outgoing healing output when you're at full health. And as a healer, you're probably going to be full most of the time, so I'd use diamond for the life staff. And yeah, good pairing for the ice gauntlet is life staff if you're going to go healing. Fire staff if you want a DPS mage, you can do that. And also there's other cool builds you can do with like rapier and what's it called? Musket. There we go. Aren't breaches bad for XP? Yeah, honestly, they've really nerfed breach XP overall. It's good for farming Azoth and also weapon XP as well, and also you get a bunch of gear caches that you can open up for salvaging and getting repair parts and a little bit of gold from. But yeah, overall, yeah, on the XP side, they're not the greatest. You do get territory standing from them as well, and they did make it to where when you get territory standing levels, you get XP. But yeah, overall on the breach XP side, yeah, it's not the best right now. I would love if that got rebuffed, but also I'd love it even more too if they brought back mob farming in a good way. And we're on El Dorado server, and also brought out more leveling methods in general too. What bags do I have equipped? Just regular tier 2 ones. Yeah, just tier 2. This one has a little bit more gear score, so it has more encumbrance gain. But yeah, just tier 2 ones at the most part. This one's 50, this one's 109. Best gem for life staff? Oh yeah, like I said earlier, I would take a diamond. Diamond's going to give you increased healing output and damage when you're at full health, and as a healer, you're probably going to be full most of the time, so I'd take a diamond. Put it in there. Oh, the lifestyle passive is called Blissful Touch. It should be. Yeah, and it's right underneath this one, Absolved. You have to get that one first, then Blissful Touch. You can get this one too, which I'm going to get that one later, which also allows you to remove debuffs when the heal is passing, when the heavy attack is passing through an ally. But yeah, for the light attacks, it's Blissful Touch. That one there. And you can aim it at the ground for it to heal too. No, strength wouldn't really help with the rapier spear build. Spear does have strength scaling, but it's only a secondary part of it. Dexterity is its main, so if you're gonna go spear rapier, I would go dex. Now there are milestones that you can look at that might help in terms of the damage. So if you want to try testing out what 50 strength would do for you, you could. And then you can go to a fort and test out your DPS, because all the forts, you have to flag to enter them though. All the forts have training dummies that you can test out DPS stuff on. So I'd highly recommend testing that out, see what your build's like with different attributes. And how do you increase your inventory? Oh yeah, with bags. And armor smiths can make the bags, but also you can get them from quests. Like the starting quest line, you'll get a bag from one of those, and buy them from the trading post when people list them. So ready for the war. Oh yeah, and I'm doing DPS without strength by using the focus gem, the amber gem, like I said before. It's what it does is it converts some of the physical damage, and that elemental damage that it converts to, it raises that based off of the focus stat that I have. It's not going to be like massive DPS by a long shot, but it'll be something at least. It'll be something. Okay, let's see what we got here. Go craft. Wait. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to make rawhide. Website for builds. Yeah, go to New World Fans. They actually have a build calculator, and you can test out what, what rotations you can do for choosing your skills and stuff like that and passives. But yeah, New World Fans. Yeah. Do gems only work with certain weapons and skills? No, the gems can work with all weapons, and it's not really, no, it's not really like that. It would apply, like if you put a onyx gem into a musket, then it would apply no matter what. It wouldn't apply to like a bow only. It would apply to the musket too. And thoughts on bow? Yeah, bow's pretty solid. People are taking musket a lot right now. Oh, there's the chromal tiger. Oh god, the thing looks so cool, or well, interesting. I mean, I don't know about cool, but it looks different. That's for sure. Because you wouldn't really expect that something like that to pop up in a game like this. So that's why it surprised me when I first saw that. But that's so cool. I want to see a wolf one in there though. I don't have enough tokens to get that one. Really want to see a wolf-based one. Okay, let's get that. Oh, we got 2 more. And a good way to get gold. Oh yeah, sorry. For bows, yeah, people are taking musket more often right now, but bows are still pretty solid. Like bow spear, for instance. Did you test to convert Endgame and rapier musket? And yeah, you can totally use that because it should, in theory, it should definitely scale up the damage. And I think I've done that before too. But yeah, it worked pretty well overall with the imp build because both of those will scale off int to a degree. And a good way to get gold, you can always craft and gather stuff and then sell that stuff on the broker. But also you can do quests and get decent gold off of that too. I'm actually going to salvage a bunch of gear in a second here too, because I want to see if I can get decent gold off that, because I'm pretty sure they made it to where you get some gold off of salvaging too. I have about 200 unopened caches in my bank. So let's see how much we get off of that and see how much gold we get. See what it's going to equal out to. Put all this stuff in here. Cooking, fishing, craft mods. Okay. Stand here, because we're going to be super heavy by the time we're done. Yeah, even exactly. Even water. People even buy up wood because, you know, they just want to save time on gathering that stuff. Even flint. Even something as simple as that stuff. So you could even go find oil. Like Weaver's Fen is pretty full of oil. So you can just go over there and just gather up a bunch of that. You'll probably make quite a bit of money off that too. Hope they get a salvage all button in the future so you can just salvage everything in your inventory that's not salvage locked. This is gonna take a while. Okay. Wait, can I get you open up even more? Okay, here we go. What level is each expedition? Amarine is technically 25, but you can go in there beforehand. Starstone, same thing, but it's 35. The Depths, 45. Dynasty Shipyard, it's about 50 to 55-ish. And Lazarus and Garden of Genesis are both 60. What time is the war? We are about 2 hours out. About 2 hours and 10 minutes. And community quest still the fastest way to yeah, people are still going from town to town. Instead of staying at one town, people are just going from town to town and doing the town projects now. I've been trying to mix it up with like quests here and there because, you know, doing just the town projects can get kind of boring. But yeah, you can totally do that too. Just keep doing those and level up pretty fast. God damn, we really need a salvage all button. Okay, yeah, my gold's going up semi-decent amount. Going, keep clicking. It's like almost like 1.5. No, it's like half a gold every time I salvage. Yeah. It's gonna take a little while. Oh, my fingers already. Recommendation to level up bow. Axe levels up fast. Bow levels so slow. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I can totally understand that. If you use the bow more during the fight, you'll get more XP for it, or you should. So I would probably go out to like Bison Island and start hunting those. Plus, you get a lot of rawhide and fur off that. Or you can go hunt wolves like north of Everfall. Maybe start with animals and see how that treats you. But yeah, I know bow, that was a pretty slow one to level for me too. Most of the time I switched to other weapons once they got close, so that might make it even harder if you do that. Is there any other town quest to take? Like take the Killing Wolves? You can take the Killing Wolves one, but yeah, if you take the Killing Wolves one and you're like cycling between towns, then what could happen is that specific slot where the wolf one is, if you have it accepted still, that one could have been an armament on the next cycle. So people tend to, from what I've seen, people tend to avoid that one, and they just keep going from town to town and getting the armament ones. But what you can do is you can actually take that. Oh, let me make sure I salvage lock this, and then do the armament quests, and then while you're waiting for the reset, you can do the wolf ones. If you have like a good location nearby, you can do that too. Still 0.50. It is okay. Oh, Bison Island is so that's its nickname. The Bison Island is west of WINDSWARD. It's over in this area right over here. And what it is it's basically just filled with bison, like as far as the eye can see, and a lot of herbs, or sorry, hemp is over there. If you want herbs, you can go to First Light, and over here near the fort, like right over here, there's like a bunch of herbs all over the place. And yeah, Sword and Shield is good with heavy armor. Yeah, absolutely. The key to get the level 35 dungeon. Oh, go to the Everfall Innkeeper. Not Innkeeper, sorry, the tavern. So it's going to be over here. And there's going to be a guy upstairs in that tavern over here. You take the quest from him, and he'll start you on a quest chain that starts off over in like Akron or Gate. You go over there, you do that quest chain, and keep going back to him, and he'll give you the key eventually. But yeah, it's in the tavern, that quest chain. How do guilds make gold to claim territories? Most of the time, what you can do, like if you're in a guild, is do quests, and also you can do crafting and gathering, sell stuff to the broker, and just start funneling gold to one person, like the leader, and then they can eventually take territories after they have enough of it. And you can also ask your faction, see if they'll give you any donations, because your faction getting control of a zone is more beneficial now because they have faction bonuses alongside company bonuses. So yeah, you can also ask, question your faction, see if they'll give you any gold too, and see if that works for you. We're done. 803. Okay, so that wasn't really worth it to the full degree for all that clicking, but it's better than nothing. Totally better than nothing. Like 200 gold for free. And I think I have like 200 more of them in here. Oh, never mind. Okay. Cool. Done. And multiple people own the same. Yeah, it's instance housing, so multiple people can own the same housing spot. And you can get gems by mining. You have a chance to get them from that. Oh yeah, let's get some wood. Can't chop that? Okay. No mobs have spawned at all. They won't restart the server until later today. Oh, okay. Is that a phase server, or what server are you on, Jeremy? Yeah, I don't know why that's still happening. That sucks. Like no mobs at all. That's a good time though to level up your gathering, and you can also, at least in the meantime, what I would do on a server like that is I would go out and go to places that are, because you can open chests, right? You could actually go to different points of interest around the map and start opening a bunch of chests that would normally be guarded by a lot of mobs. Like I would, there's some places I would go specifically. I would get a bunch of gear if it still works. Like if you're able to, you know, open chests right now on a server like that, or you can, you know, go gather a bunch of resources too. At least in the meantime. And we got that many chests from doing a bunch of corrupted portals trains. So we were doing a lot of these corrupted breaches. We were doing them all day long for the first couple of days. After we got past like level 20. Is sword and shield good with the bow? I mean, it can be a fun one to use. If you want to do that as like a fun combo, you can. But in terms of being viable, it might not be as viable because that's, if you're going to go like strength dex, that might be stretching yourself out too thin. You might get better combinations with both weapons. Like you might get sword and hatchet would be a good combo. Sword great axe even for PvP kind of thing. And then bow side, bow spear, bow rapier might be really good. I would probably give that a shot first. What's your favorite aspect? I probably have to say the graphics. I would say the graphics is my top because sometimes I like to just go around exploring and turn my HUD off, and I like to just take everything in, really. I mean, they've got some beautiful areas in this game, but also it used to be the combat too. I'd say the combat is still very unique in its own right, and like it's still very enjoyable. But yeah, I'd say the graphics probably takes the cake as like the tippy top right now. Like especially Morningdale is one of my favorite areas to go, and it's an absolutely gorgeous area, and it also has constant rain, which is my favorite weather. So Morningdale is just all kinds of perfect for me. And Eden Grove is really beautiful too. And yeah, they do need to add a mass salvage option. That would be great. I wish. Do you know if they'll be making great swords? They know we want it. They know we really want it, but as for when it's coming, we don't know yet. But they know people want it so bad. What type of computer do you need to run this? Well, honestly, I haven't really looked too much at the system requirements in a while, but I'd say probably a medium, whatever is considered a medium rig could potentially run this on like medium or low settings. But yeah, there might be certain cases like towns where your FPS is just going to be bound to drop, like ours usually does in towns. We go down to about 50 or 60. Yeah, elite chests are open. Yeah, I would have a field day if you're getting no mobs and elite chests are opens. Oh yeah, even if I was low level, I would just stockpile the crap out of that. At least because at least then you can, until they get the. Well, actually, no. I guess doesn't really matter right now because all the stuff's gonna get wiped anyway. That's more of a useful thing to have at launch, but still. It's definitely something to do in the meantime, though. Hopefully they bring it back up, though. That sucks. It really sucks. Or bring the mobs up. Why did you do corruption if you're not going to use the gear? Well, another reason I did that is because of the repair parts that you get from salvaging. Because once we get to endgame, we're going to be using a lot of repair parts to repair some of those pieces. If they didn't change it from the previous testing phases, then some of the gear pieces are going to cost a lot of repair parts to repair, and over time it's going to be pretty easy to run out. So like right now we've been running out of Azoth pretty periodically, but repair parts running out of that is going to be so much worse because, well, there's options you can do, like we'll be able to buy gear from the broker, like cheap gear, and just salvage that, but it's so much easier to just get it from the corrupted portals and just salvage all that. That way by the time we get to endgame, we'll have a steady supply of that, not have to worry too much about it. Best weapon with musket for PvP. Rapier has been pretty popular so far. Musket rapier. You can also do musket spear if you prefer that weapon, but I like both of those kinds of combos. There's a lot of pretty good combos with the dex fighters in general, actually. And your best way to farm gold, if you're a crafter, you can sell stuff, or a gatherer too, you can sell stuff to the broker, but past that you can also do the quest lines, make a decent amount off that. I wish I could trade banks. I wish I could trade Azoth banks with Maz because I've been really in need of Azoth all day. But I've also been traveling around like a crap ton. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, you get a chance to get Azoth from gathering and also killing mobs. 3 minutes until the reset. Okay. And also doing breaches, of course, and invasions later on. We'll get them from that, too. What will endgame be like? So endgame is going to be like, we'll be able to do elite points of interest farming. We'll be able to farm elite mob bosses, like field bosses. We'll be able to fight in invasions, outpost rush, which is the 20v20 battleground. We'll be able to fight in territory wars more effectively, at least. And then also expeditions. There's going to be Garden of Genesis and Lazarus, as well as Dynasty Shipyard to do at that point in time, too. Okay, let's go check WINDSWARD, and then we'll head right back up. See what we can do. I got a campfire still, right? I forgot to use the campfire last time. And yeah, that's absolutely right. The combat for that Hamodi, yeah, is mostly because of the action combat. I tend to gravitate way more towards action than tab target. And ever since I played games like Vindictus, Black Desert also ruined me on that, even though I didn't like that game. Certain aspects of that game I didn't like the progression system and the RNG loot system. But the combat, yeah, absolutely. Even Blade and Soul, all kinds of action combat games like that. And like dungeon crawlers back in the day, when most of the time those kinds of games were dungeon crawlers, the action combat ones. Those ones too. And what gem are you putting on life staff? Oh, you can put diamond on life staff for the extra healing output and damage output when you get to hold on. Oh, siege damage. Yeah, you can do a diamond. Yeah, and that should work just fine. It gives you extra healing and damage when you're at full health, which as a healer you'll probably be at full health most of the time. But yeah, Warhammers used to be really effective at taking down gates too. Really effective. Is there any other town projects to take? Like, oh yeah, I answered that earlier. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about that one unless you're waiting for the reset to happen. Then otherwise you can just probably do the armament ones. Do you think bow's on the same level as musket? Musket was pretty powerful before the beta began, like really powerful. I think it's probably at a state where musket's slightly higher now, or still slightly higher than the bow. I'm seeing it being used a lot more in PvP right now than bow, but bow's pretty solid either way though. But yeah, what are the best skills for rapier? Rapier is actually really well rounded with its skills. There's not really a bad choice to be had with that weapon, but for PvP, I know people are doing evade right now. Like a lot of people are taking evade with rapier, and then maybe you can do Tondo and flesh. I tend to take like if I'm doing rapier musket, I tend to take Tondo, flesh, and what was the other one? Flourish and finish. But it's up to you on that one. But yeah, a lot of good choices. And no, I don't think I have the Azoth perk on my tools right now. They're just, yeah, they're regular gray ones. I didn't really get any special ones, but I should probably get one because yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, I need to probably get one of those right now. Totally forgot about that actually. Even as I'm talking about it too, I totally forgot that I could just do that for Azoth. It's true. PvP group. Wait. I'm almost to WINDSWARD though. Okay, let me invite you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Maz. Yeah. Is bow any good? Yeah, bow's pretty solid. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. On my way to you in a sec. Are you at Everfall? Okay, yeah. The best gem for the life staff and the paladin build. Yeah, I'm gonna go diamond for mine, but when you're tanking, I might be able to get a little bit more threat generation off putting a Karn gem in my life staff too, but for the most part, I'm probably gonna do diamond. And that's correct. Nay, yeah. The usual strategy for the armament ones is you get rid of all the other quests that aren't armaments and you go to a different city. You do and then what you can do, like let's say Everfall is where you have most of your mats. You can go to WINDSWARD, see if you have any there. You can also go to like Monarch's Bluff if you want to, TP over there, or even Brightwood. And then go back to Everfall to craft everything and then turn them all in at those different towns. Because as long as you have the thing accepted, the town project accepted, you can craft it anywhere. So like, yeah, I crafted these in Everfall and I'm bringing them back to WINDSWARD. Then I'm going back. Is it worth it to do side quests? If you're solo leveling, yeah, I would give it a shot. And do you think you can make good money with fishing? With fishing, good question actually. I know people are, since the town project, some of them are fishing related. Some of them are probably, some people are probably buying fish. And also fish is used for cooking and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's worth a shot if you really want to do fishing. And also, oh yeah, you do get treasure chests. And I think those give you a little bit of gold. You get items that you can, you know, sell for a pretty penny or get gold from in some way or another. So yeah, it's worth a shot for fishing, yeah. Oh, there you are. Oh yeah, I gotta turn that off. Targeted healing, especially for the war, I gotta turn that off. There we go. Is there a reset for El Dorado coming? As far as we know, there shouldn't be, but hopefully that queue goes quick. Some people have been saying that they've seen big queues, but they actually didn't spend too much time in the queue. So hopefully yours goes quick. Hopefully yours goes quick too. How important is gold at endgame? At endgame, yeah, you're gonna be spending gold in different cases. But yeah, there's gonna be different things that gold is gonna be used for. Housing. I mean, in terms of like buying trophies and food and potions and stuff like that from the broker, you're always gonna be doing that, even at endgame. So yeah, you're gonna always have a use for gold. Absolutely. I think early on, you're rarely gonna be at the point where gold isn't really needed for something. When you start getting closer to the cap, like the gold cap, then at that point, maybe. But for the most part, now you'll probably need gold for the most part the whole way through. Might need to switch the sword I'm using here for tanking. How much do you think the devs can improve the game within a month before launch? You know, honestly, I don't know if they're gonna add too much more on the content side. I think it's mostly gonna be bug fixes and tweaking. And I don't even know if we're gonna see another weapon. So I don't, yeah. On that one, I don't think I don't think it's gonna be like a huge amount of more stuff. I think it's gonna be a thing where we get to launch and then you know, might have a rocky couple first months, and then over time they're probably gonna start to add more to it. And it might be something like that. If you really feel, you know, on the fence about it, then you know there's no hurt in waiting towards launch. You don't necessarily need to rush into the game right now. It's no hurt at all. And the best way to get gems, yeah, you want to do mining. You have a chance to get it from mining. And town quests, oh, for level 30? You can still do them in Everfall if you want to, like for faction missions and town projects, but Brightwood is where you'd probably be going for like the side quests kind of thing. For axe and hatchet, let me see. Barrel rush, raging torrent. Gravity well. Like that. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, okay. Wouldn't it be better to just carry the materials with you? Not really, because I don't have that much carry capacity, and you'd need to well, you could, but then once you run out, then you'd have to, you know, go back and load up on them, and you can just make them all in one place and do it that way instead of having to worry about that, because some of the town projects, they don't require the raw material, they require a certain amount of the refined material. Like some of the armament ones might take horse leather instead of raw hide, some might take timber instead of regular wood, and same thing with the iron ingots and the ore. So if you start to stack up too many of those, you know, different resources, you might not be able to take as many, and you might you know, if you run out of what's it called, if you run out of resources while you're there, then you're gonna have to come back to the other town anyway. So I tend to just craft them all here, because I'm also, whenever it comes to like banks and stuff like that, I can be super unorganized, so I find it easier for myself to just keep them all in one place. But if you have like 3 bags and you have pretty decent bags, you'll probably be just fine doing that though. How do you gain reputation? Just keep doing PvP faction missions as well as the regular ones. I would find an area. You can also find an area that's not very populated. So let's say you have a lot of people that hang out in Everfall, or you have a lot of people that are not in your faction that hang out there. You can go to like Monarch's Bluff and do them there. And Everfall has a pretty good faction mission rotation. Same with WINDSWARD. Well, WINDSWARD decent, but yeah, Everfall is pretty good on theirs. Morningdale used to love their rotation for the faction missions. But yeah, you can also do Monarch's Bluff. It might be a little weird when you start getting to like these areas for your faction missions, but I usually stick to like the mines, Trader's Hold if I get that one, and I don't know what else they got for their rotation too, but you can try Monarchs. See how that goes. Something about reset. Can I screen? Oh, no. It's not going to reset the wars, but it will reset the I was talking about the town projects, because it's going to reset the selection of town projects that'll have access to in about 20 minutes. Yeah, in a sense it does, Rust. What it does is it converts some of the physical damage of the weapon into elemental damage, and then that elemental damage can scale off of focus, so it can scale up. So yeah, it does do that. Ooh, those are good. Oh yeah. You come to EF? I'll definitely take those. What's up, Dis? We're almost at 45. We're trying to get there before the war, which we got about, oh yeah, we got about an hour and 43 minutes left, actually. Not that long. Okay, not that long away. Hatchet Warhammer. You could do Hatchet Warhammer if you want to. And always, most of the time, people take Raging Torrent, Barrel Rush, and Berserk on the Hatchet. And then you can also take Shockwave, Clear Out. And what was the other one? Path of Destiny on the Warhammer. Okay, let me see what else I have in terms of quest lines here. I still have to do Morningdale. We can do that after we get to 45. Has there been any talks on getting a skill cap or being able to max a couple? Oh, Trace, I'm sorry. I didn't see any, or I didn't hear anything like that. But it's possible that it could potentially happen in the future. What's up, Maz? But it'll mostly depend on like player feedback and everything like that.
There you go, you have it.
Oh, here, actually.
There you go, you have it.
Here, let me give you some. Let me give you some gold. I don't have much, but give you some. Like at least for the mats.
Oh, thank you very much. That's
No problem.
I've been looking for Peter for the past 5 minutes. Apparently he's not inside the
Oh, show my build? Oh, yeah, I can in a second.
trying to figure out how to get everybody.
Give me one moment. I'm going to start gathering from some trees. You see something here? Yeah, I love the shield. Oh, power shields are awesome. Yeah, the graphics and the combat, they both are they're both unique in their own way. The graphics especially, but the combat, yeah, it's unique in its own way. I think you can enjoy it, but I also want to see, you know, more leveling methods. I've always asked about more leveling methods, like downright begged at this point. But yeah, I want to see the mob farming come back in a good way, make it more viable, and the other things that I've talked about before too. And I think it could, you know, end up being a much better experience for players too. Any thoughts on faction balance? I'm worried about it. Yeah, that's been a thing that's been, you know, ever since they really introduced the factions, that's been a hot topic about what they could potentially do for the faction imbalance. I know a couple suggestions that we've talked about over the years was things like, well, over the year, but things like if they gave bonuses to the underdog factions, like maybe XP gains, something like that, to kind of keep them in line and help them catch up and maybe persuade people to join that faction. That stuff like that might help it a little bit. But yeah, it's gonna be something that they'll probably have to continue to work on. But I totally understand that too. It can be pretty disheartening to be on a server where your faction is severely imbalanced and it feels like there's nothing you can do about it. At the same time, they do want to create that conflict where when you're in that situation, they want you to band together with your faction members and try to take back the land. They do want you to do that, but yeah, at the same time, it can be disheartening until you're able to get to that point, though. I totally understand that. Because like if you know, if somebody owns a town, they got really high taxes on it, then the way that the faction system works, they kind of want you to try to synergize together to get that person taken out of that position of power. And why wouldn't companies take them? Yeah, the 100K raise made it to where some people, like some guilds, just don't care about having the rest of these territories as much as fighting over the current ones that we have. Because yeah, that 100K thing, there's only a few guilds that have even tried to mobilize enough money to buy these ones. And the war's starting in about an hour and about 38 minutes. We're getting close. You should have the war at a most sociable hour. Oh, I know, actually, because the wartime doesn't get chosen by the players. It's more of a, well, it technically does. The companies choose it. But yeah, when I saw that it was at 7, I was like, oh god, that's gonna suck. But yeah, I totally understand that, because they have to set the companies have to set a war time frame, like at what point you're okay with being attacked, kind of thing. At least it used to be like that. It should still be. So yeah, I think people would have to change that for it to rotate to an earlier time. But also sometimes people like they might have more people online at that time, so that might also be why they have that window set there. The siege window. That's what it's called. Siege window. What should you pair with your spear with? Sword, bow, or hatchet? I like spear bow. Spear hatchet could totally work. Even spear sword could totally work in like PvP scenarios. But yeah, you can totally give spear bow a try. See how you like it. Might be pretty fun. How long does it take to level? Right now, leveling is kind of slow in comparison to previous iterations. But right now, the fastest way to level would be doing town projects, the armament quests that you have to just get a bunch of mats together, go to a forge, and craft bundles to do. And then after that, doing main story quests, side missions, and town projects and faction missions all at once is going to be the best way to level after that. Oh yeah, being stuck in the queue after... Oh, that would suck. After signing up for the war? No. Even worse, sometimes it's been a case where maintenances have happened in the middle of a war, or like right as the war was gonna start, or before it, and the war just gets canceled out. I think it happened yesterday too. I'm pretty sure, because they had a... What was it? It was yesterday or the day before. They had a maintenance in the middle of the day, like at noon. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday, yeah. And I know some people came in and said that some wars got canceled out on their server. Like, that sucked. Faction balance can never happen. Yeah, like full on balance, yeah, that's something that... Imbalance is just something that happens with faction games in general. Like, we look at ESO, we look at Ebonheart, Daggerfall, and Aldmeri Dominion. You go to one campaign, Aldmeri might be in command. You go to another campaign, Daggerfall might be rocking it. You go play Blade and Soul, and I know they had the red and blue factions, so on our server, blue was really powerful. And then, you know, same thing with other games too, like PlanetSide 2, Dark Age of Camelot, you know, all kinds of faction games. It's just kind of a thing that happens. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the future of things, if they're going to introduce any bonuses or anything extra to kind of help people out a little bit. We'll see if they do anything like that. Really hope they polish up the game. Yeah, absolutely. It would be great to see it, you know, touched up, and I'm sure they will. I mean, they've been killing it when it comes to like how fast they can make changes and implement weapons compared to other games. Because if this was like, you know, most other traditional games, we probably only see a class, let alone a new weapon entirely, like probably once every 8 or 10 months. And then even though, you know, we'd probably see more skills because, you know, traditional MMOs have more skills. But with this current system they have, it seems like they're able to put out weapons faster. And also, like about 5-6 months ago, we didn't have any expeditions. Now we have 6. So if they put that same amount of effort in that they put into adding more weapons, adding those zones, we got like, what was it? Probably like 3 or 4 zones since the preview. Oh, no, I think it was just... Can't remember how many. But yeah, if they keep going like that, then I think the game itself can have a bright future. It just all depends on how receptive they continue to be and how fast they can put out these updates as well, and the quality of the updates too. It's not even just about how fast they can be, because sometimes, you know, they'll make one change and it might break like 10 other things, as is common in MMOs sometimes. But still, thanks so much, Scoots. Have a good night. Will there be a wipe? Yeah, there will be a wipe. We will lose our progress. Oh, you got that. We will lose our progress when we get to launch. Yeah, Dark Age of Camelot. Yes, absolutely. What server? We're on El Dorado right now. What are you doing now? Right now we're doing the town projects. We're just trying to get to level 45 as soon as possible before the war. So we're going down to WINDSWARD and we're going to see if there's any armament quests there. And if not, we're going to TP back up to Everfall and craft the ones we already have and then head back down again. Do you have a video of the build you're using? Not yet, but I will be doing that. So I will be. Main quest XP need a buff. Mob XP needs a buff. Potentially killing people in PvP needs a buff. Yep. And patrol mission. Yeah. I see the faction missions used to be a lot better too. Like, oh man, I love. That's why I kind of felt like I started feeling like that last night. That I'm just like I'm cursed with the fact that I know, and I think alpha players kind of feel this too. We know how some of these systems used to be, and they used to be so good. And what is this? Look at all these people outside. Oh, snap. Is that Covenant? That's Covenant. Damn. Look at all these lovely people. Got a dance party coming. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I hope more stuff like this happens in the future. We got a dance off going on here. That's hilarious. That's awesome. What were we talking about? Hit 60 yesterday. Oh, congrats. Because nobody else is 60 on your server. Yeah, it's probably just going to be a waiting game from there. You got to wait until everybody else gets leveled up. Because you can't even... You go to the elite points of interest and stuff like that. You're not going to be able to do much. Until you get other people with you. And what's your build? We're doing... oh, wait. You asked a different question. But we're doing a Paladin build. That is so cool. Oh yeah, so I was saying the faction mission boards used to be so good, like so good on the XP, but also the objectives, like you would have them overlap with each other. Like you might have 2 or 3 of them that would make you go to Amarine Temple, for instance. You could do all of them right there. Then it make you go to like maybe this Cooper's Ranch right over here. Then you do this one, and then you go all the way back to WINDSWARD, you turn them in. It was like a really smooth rotation. Morningdale was awesome. I would usually go down here, and you can also combine these with quests, and then you go like here-ish, there, usually there. Yeah, Pueblo, and then you probably end it in this area. Then you go back to town, do it again. It was great. But we don't have it like that anymore. But hopefully they'll make improvements to that in the future and bring back mob farming too. Love if they do that. Alliance with other factions is a good idea. The system literally killed Revelation Online. Oh, if you're talking about the fact that like we can fight, you know, in other people's wars. Yeah, I don't know. I know that oh, we don't have a lifestyle buff. Okay. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk in the past about that too. Like sometimes, in previous iterations, sometimes it'd be where Syndicate and Covenant band together to get Marauder down. Sometimes it would be Covenant and Marauder would beat down Syndicate. You know, things like that I think are just bound to happen in games that have faction systems too, especially when we're allowed to join other people's wars. That might be a thing, but... Wait, did they disperse? Holy crap. They already dispersed too. That was so cool. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, yeah. And having like a seasonal thing. The only thing with that is that if we did that, then if they reset the benches too, it would kind of, you know, it would kind of put people behind again. Because then you'd have to get the benches all the way back up to tier 5, and then you know, it might start to feel a little tedious after a while. Like for example, you know, some games do that where, like, I remember there was a game called Rend on Steam where it was like a sandbox game, but you did have factions. There was I'm pretty sure there was a purple, a green, and a orange faction too, if I remember right, or there was 2 factions. But it was like that where You know, you go into a server, you start building up your base and everything like that, and then over time, the server would reset, you start all over again. And I know it's not exactly the same, you know, mechanics and everything, but that kind of thing could start to get tedious. Like after the first rotation, for instance, you might start to feel a little burnt out on, you know, doing everything again. So that's the only thing. But, you know, there might be ways to still enhance the system to where, you know, underdog factions aren't as left in the dust in those situations. But we'll have to see what they do. But I think that, you know, brainstorming ideas like that is a good thing to do, just to, you know, think about different ways that it could potentially work. But do you think you'll get burnt out and tired of the game by the release, having to do this all over again? I've leveled to 60 probably about, holy crap, at least 10 to 14 times over the course of all the alpha phases. So no, at this point, if anything, I'm more ready to do it, because then I'll just have to do it one more time and then it's over with. So no, I'm totally ready. Oh man, because a lot of times during the testing phases, they would actually wipe the game too. Sometimes it'd be like months in between, but sometimes when they had to put out big updates, like for crafting, and for instance, they would wipe the server, so we'd have to do it all over again to get back to Endgame. So no, I'm so used to it at this point that it's just like second nature. Although the territory town projects thing, I did not expect that coming in, I'll be honest, and that's why I was behind people this time around, because I thought with all the changes that they were doing to the PvE, that the main story quests would end up being main story side missions and stuff like that would still be the best way. But then the town project thing happened, and that ended up being the best way. Oh, okay. You're in queue. I think you're gonna make it back in time. It's in about an hour and 30 minutes from now, but you have to be online before the invites go out. So the invites are going out at 6:45. So you got about an hour and 10 minutes. No, sorry, about an hour and 11 minutes. What button do you press to remove the HUD? Alt H. Alt H. Lack of content after 2. Yeah, there's gonna be a lack of, like, yeah, especially once people you know, start doing all the elite points of interest farming and elite bosses and stuff like that. People are probably gonna burn out after doing all that pretty quick, and some people might not even know about all the pieces of content. Like, if you guys didn't know, there's more arena bosses than just the Eden Grove Spriggan. There's, of course, the Siren Queen. I'm sure people have figured out that she's a arena boss at this point too. There's also the Protector of the Source, the Corrupted Spriggan that we fought after fighting Captain Thorpe. People might miss those pieces of content actually too, which those are pretty fun, but after the first, you know, couple times, it might, you know, people might start to get burnt out on it. But yeah, I was always thinking to myself that this game was probably going to have, you know, in terms of content, like a rocky first couple of months, because people will probably rush through everything. But there's definitely things that are going to be useful for keeping yourself busy, like leveling up all the trade skills. I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to start with armoring and then go from there, but that can be a good way. And then exploring all the points of interest around the map, probably a good way to burn out like at least a couple days. I'm definitely going to do that again. I've done that many times before. And no, there's no mounts currently. No. But yeah, I think it'll be okay once they start getting, you know, more content updates out, and like maybe 6 or 8 months down the line, once they can get going on an expansion, if they're going to get that out after that period of time, it'll probably have a boost up after that. Like, it'll boost back up again. And why don't you accept all the town quests and get rid of the non-armaments? Because most of the time the other ones I'll probably have no intention of doing those anyway, like the wolf ones and like even the elk ones. Most of the time when I'm running on the road, I hardly ever care about killing the wolves, but I just want to get back. I just want to get to where I'm going. So even if I had those, I probably wouldn't do them. If you use hatchet and warhammer armor, yeah, with that armor, or with that weapon loadout, I'll probably go heavy. But you could go light too if you wanted to. You could go light. But I would probably go heavy with that, honestly, with those two weapons. But do you plan on making a video on how to level really quick? I do, but I was going to do it during beta, but now that the town project thing is the only thing that is like super viable right now, the fastest way. I don't know. I think I'll probably wait until launch because I want to see if they're gonna add mob farming back, and I want to see if they're gonna add maybe one more leveling method or change up the faction missions, and then I'm gonna probably do it from there. But I was going to, but then the town project thing happened, and I didn't really want to suggest that because I feel like this is probably gonna get tweaked or nerfed again before launch, but I'm hoping that they bring back mob farming too. Is your company gonna recruit for live? Oh, I'm not gonna make a company, but I'm gonna play with the Marauder faction though. But I tend to go guildless. It tends to put my mind at ease. I don't have to really deal with the management part of it, and I can play with everybody without having to worry about like politics or anything like that. So that part's pretty cool. Do you think hiding is going to be oppressive in PvP? I think it's going to be a long battle when it comes to balancing hiding and allowing melee to have ways of gap closing in PvP. I think it's going to be a pretty long battle, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure. But yeah, I think for a little while it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth between melee being able to catch up really easily and range being able to kite. And I'm going to go to Morningdale. Let's go do some quests. Yeah. Then we'll get the rest of the way off of that instead. What's the best elite point of interest? Well, when you get to 60, Merkguard is going to be one of the places I would go first. But Merkguard is going to be a place you're going to really need to group. Solo, there's like, thinking to myself, there's like almost nowhere you can go solo right now. I would have suggested Malevolence because there's actually a way you could go to Malevolence, you go inside, you jump off to the bottom floor, and you can loot a chest on the bottom floor, and then start fighting your way up slowly but surely to fight other mobs through the tower and get chests. But that very same chest spawn that I just described, they added about 5 new dryads right there, like just 5 of them straight up. Like that's why I said one of the first days when somebody asked like why they wouldn't be aware of the town project thing, like people abusing that. They know, like anytime you start thinking about something and you think something's gonna be good, or you start putting a plan in your head, they know. They're probably watching you while you're doing it too, or they just read your mind. And that chest location, like in Malevolence, I'm pretty sure there's only like 5 people that probably would have been doing that. Maybe there was more, but I went to Malevolence just most of the time. I'd go there like every day-ish kind of thing, and I just drop down and I'd loot that chest maybe once, and then I'd go out of there. And then they out of nowhere, they add 5 mobs right on top of that chest. That was the most random thing ever. Like they know. They know what you want to do. Best place to find tier 2 medicinal regions. Oh, like herbs. Go to First Light. Oh wait, hold on. Gotta go here. Go to First Light, and over near the fortress, like down over here, there's a bunch of herbs. You can just gather them back to back. Hey, you. But yeah, it would have been Eden Grove, Malevolence beforehand, but now I'd probably say you're probably gonna want to try to go to Merkguard. Now, if you're able to sneak past the ogre, which I have done this before, and you're really careful, you might be able to get a couple chests without aggroing all the mobs, but it might be pretty difficult. But worth a shot. Yeah, like they know it's why we can't have nice things. Anything you're thinking of, they've thought of it already. Or they're watching you think about it. They're literally watching you think about it. Crazy. Can't get around them. Best areas to mine iron and silver. So iron, there's quite a few good locations, and actually, oh hello. Oh, that's good. That's actually, wait, critical chance. Oh, this would be amazing for a great axe build. Are you serious? Is this tradable? Oh, son of a. Damn. That would be amazing for a great axe build. Great axe hatchet. Wow. Hell yeah. What was the other thing I was gonna say? We make a trade skill leveling. Oh yeah, for that too. Right now, if you're doing weaponsmithing and armor smithing, you do those armament town projects, and you're gonna get a crap ton of trade skill XP right now, like an actual crap ton. That's worth a shot too. Oh yeah, iron and okay. So if you want to look for iron, you can go to the New World Fans website, and they actually have a map on there that'll show you all the resources. And same thing with New World map. There's places like northeast of Monarch's Bluff that I like to go, like over here. That's pretty untaken most of the time. And for silver, you can go northeast of the fortress in Everfall, northeast of the Everfall fort, to a place called Canary Mine, and that place has a lot of silver. Okay, that one's done. Let's go. Oh, go here. Purely aesthetic. Yeah, for the most part, yeah, factions are like purely aesthetic between the color and some of the faction gear. And then, yeah, on the... Oh, was that iron? I need that. And then in the lore, too. How is the faction balance on your server? All purple or green? Right now, it's actually a pretty healthy... Well, for the most part, we seem to have a decent chunk of Marauders, like a lot of Marauders. But we also have seen quite a few purple roaming around. And then Covenant. Covenant seems to be the least populated from what we've seen. But yeah, right now it seems to be between Marauder and Syndicate in terms of who has more. It's actually fairly, compared to other servers, I think it's fairly mixed. If you don't get rid of the... Yeah, exactly. If you don't get rid of the... Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yay. So I have a potion quest accepted. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that one I'm actually going to save because that's actually really decent XP. But once I get a strong potion, I could just pop that one out really quick. I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, that one I'm saving. Because you can also buy those from the trading broker. Sometimes people sell them for like 100 gold. And then, yeah, I'm planning to do that one later. I forgot about that one, actually. And what's your opinion on mounts? Mounts have been kind of a hot topic for a while. And I know there's a lot of mixed feelings on mounts. So when it comes to those, I tend to stay in the middle on that because for the most part, I like exploring the world, you know, just on foot, but I can also probably enjoy it on mount back too. It wouldn't really matter to me either way, but I'd rather, if it was done, that it be done in a way where it's balanced, where like in PvP situations, you wouldn't have a case where somebody could just outrun you based on them being on a mount. Like it'd be probably better, and especially for faction PvP missions, they would need to make it to where you dismount or it's impossible to mount while doing a faction PvP mission. Marauder the best? I like Marauder quite a lot. It's my favorite faction, but it's totally a preference thing. And we got like an hour before the war signups start happening, the war invites. So we're not that far now. It's about to be... Oh, it's about to get real. Can't wait. Hour and 13 minutes. Oh my god. The board is so full. It's amazing. Awesome. Where'd you find a tower shield? Oh, once you get past like the level 35 threshold, you can find them in, you know, multiple ways. Like you might be able to craft them at that point because the recipe shows up in the you'll see recipes like for star metal tower shields that you can make around that point, and also faction based shields. You can buy them from the vendor too. So I got this one from the faction vendor. Oh, hello. I'm hoping they... Your Alexa is listening to you yell out all your ideas. You know what she is, and I just realized that she's been playing rain sounds this whole time, because before I go to sleep, I tend to leave her on ambient mode. So I just hold on. Alexa, stop. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I make it play rain sounds while I'm sleeping. It really helps me. We've fallen asleep. Completely forgot about that though. Oh, I hate these stupid boars. Get off me. Get away. Actually, no, I hate the ghosts more though. The boars are okay compared to the ghosts. Is it a good solo experience or best to be played with others? Well, just like all MMOs, you're gonna have more fun in a group. You're absolutely gonna have more fun in a group, but it's still a game that you can play solo if you want to. And it's also, even though if you're a solo player, it's also very community oriented. So you can still play with your faction, and you probably still will be playing with your faction even if you play solo. But I mean, yeah, all games, you know, in this genre, it's gonna enhance it if you play with other people though. But yeah, there's still a place for like solo play. There's absolutely a place for that. What's the fastest way to level 50? Right now, spamming town projects, the territory town projects, the armament quest lines that you get from there, where you have to go to a forge and craft the bundles, like for weapon and armor smithing, is a really fast way right now. Past that though, if you don't want to do that, you can do main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at once. Yeah, I chose Marauder because of like the warrior aspect of it. I like that quite a lot, and also yeah, for the visual aspects too. Yeah, actually Marauder used to be, you know, I don't even think people really know this. Not a lot of people know this, but the Marauder and Covenant used to be different colors. And I think what was it? Pretty sure the Covenant used to be green, and the Marauder used to be orange or yellow. They switched them around, and it was the most random thing ever. Actually, let me go back, because, hold on. Because, yeah, actually, it was a long time ago, but it was the most random thing ever. Get away from me. But I think if we go all the way back in the news, like to when they first introduced the factions, I think it shows it there. Where is it? Factions. And Covenant. Yeah, Covenant was wait. Marauders was green. Wait, hold on. Am I high? Wait, when was this done? It was February 27, 2020. Oh, I'd have to go. I know I'd have to show you guys the no, okay, I think they changed it before this. No, I remember it though. I remember they were different colors. Like really early on. That's so weird. I think I'd have to go into the Alpha 2 footage folder, but I can't do that like here. So I'd have to check that. Let me turn this off really quick. Let me see if I can go into my alpha footage folder and see if I can go way back and just make sure. Candyland. Covenant sucks. Covenant doesn't really suck, but I think people tend to gravitate towards it less than the other factions. Like Syndicate's really popular because they have like the intelligent science thing going on. Yeah, let me go all the way back. Map. Did you miss the war? No. You didn't miss the war. Aha, yeah. Okay, I'm seeing it. It's just that there's a watermark all over this. But yeah, Marauders were orange, Syndicate was purple, and Covenant was green. Okay. I thought I was like tripping for a second, or high. Okay, I can't show it because yeah, but that's what it was. And then they changed. When was this created? This was. I might be able to show the. Yeah, because technically you're not seeing the watermark, so. This. And then if I scroll in, really Really, really hard.
Oh, how you doing?
You can see Marauder right there. Oh, it's orange. Technically, we're not showing the watermark. Yeah. Marauder, Syndicate, and Covenant. If you can see that. Hopefully you can. I knew it, though. That's right. I knew it. Are the factions different in anything other than flavor? For the most part, no. Not really, no.
That's a fine animal,
But they do have unique visuals, like when it comes to the tier 5 faction gear, though. That part is a little bit different.
That feeling you get when somebody comes up behind you and takes your iron mine.
Body sir. No, I was well within the rules. Actually, I didn't even. No, yeah. They said.
I saved that guy's life and then he steals my mine.
They said that we can't show the watermark, so we didn't show the watermark. Just the symbols. Oh wait. Oh. They claim Weaver's Fen. Wait, hold on. Just when we were talking about how most of the other companies aren't really worried about claiming stuff right now. That's so funny. Bring back ships. Christian Chads. Oh god. Had blue, orange, green, so that might have been what you were thinking about. The oh, you mean from the dev blog? Oh yeah, no, because they did it. I guess they must have done it really early on. Really, really early on. Oh snap, the Weaver's Fin got claimed. What's your choice for PvP build and why? PvP, you have a lot of pretty decent options there. Right now, for like warrior builds, people are doing Hatchet Great Axe and doing quite a bit of damage there. But you can also do Rapier Musket. You can do bow spear. You can do a bunch of different things there. But yeah, the war's still starting. It's starting in about an hour, but the invites are going to start going out in about 45 minutes though. About 45 minutes. The Templar build. Oh yeah, hell yeah. For the attributes right now, I've got about a 161 con and about 97 focus. We're going to go up to like 250 con at endgame, and we're going to keep it at 100 focus until we get the really, really good gear pieces. Then we're going to do 300 con, about 200 focus if we can. And then that's going to be the best thing that we can do for what I want to go for. And there's probably going to be different combinations we could do. We might be able to do like more focus and then maybe like half and half, 250 focus, 250 con. But I'm going to do the 300 con first. Yeah, like sword and board spear can be good. Silver art. Oh, I know where this is. I think it's inside the ancient statue's eye. Let me see. Yes, right here. Aha. What town should you level up if you're 30? So you can probably, you can either spam the territory town projects like a lot of people are doing, or you can do, what's it called? You can also do faction missions, territory town projects, main story quests, and side missions all at the same time. You can probably go to Brightwood and do that all at the same time if you really want to, and see how that goes for you. Probably do that. But if that doesn't work out, then you can also just spam town projects. Do the what's it called? Armament quest lines. Those are the ones that will want you to go to the forge and craft a bunch of bundled weapons and armor and stuff like that. You can just stack those up and you get a ton of XP off doing that. You can go to different towns and just get those ones specifically. Like go from Everfall to WINDSWARD and grab the armament ones, and then you'll get a ton of XP. And rapier, hatchet, full dex build, yeah, that can, something like that could totally work. Something like that could totally work. You can definitely do that. Rapier musket's pretty popular right now too, but yeah, rapier hatchet would be pretty fun.
You know, I would do that, but I need all them resources to work on my crafting.
Like the Paladin type faction, so Covenant. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Do you feel like tanks need better aggro? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I feel like they're, you know, compared to the preview, they've done some really good things to the tanking and threat generation stuff. But as far as like what we have right now, I think there's, you know, still some improvements to be had there. Granted, once we get access to threat generation perks and stuff like that, it's going to be much easier to hold aggro. But yeah, for the most part, I'd say that there's probably still some tweaking to be done there. Because like right now, if you don't have your taunts on, then threat generation, we don't really have that many other ways of doing it, because we do have the third attack in your light attack chain that has a chance of generating threat if you have that passive, but you know, past that, not much else. But also we can do hatchet and put a carnelian gem in that, and at least get the taunt off the berserk too. The most demanded role for groups, would you say? Well, healers are always in demand. Always in demand. So you can be a healer and be pretty popular amongst expeditions and stuff like that. And tanks past that. But yeah, if you're talking about like PvP, for instance, hatchet and Great Axe is pretty good right now. Also, Great Axe Warhammer is pretty good because of the CC that it has available in PvP right now. And it used to be like fire mages were pretty good in like PvP scenarios. Territory Wars and Ice Gauntlet as a supporting weapon was pretty solid, but Fire Staff doesn't seem to be doing that well right now from what I heard from the previous changes they made during the beta, like the recent changes they made. So for PvP, maybe Great Axe Warhammer or musket users, potentially musket users too for DPS. And should I clear town mission board, make it so there isn't any quest in order to have a higher chance to get armaments? Yeah, so that's what I would do too. You do it that way you're gonna have a higher chance of getting it. And no, there shouldn't be a set amount. I know Theseus one night was able to do like 8 in a row, which was like, ooh, nuts. Had a crap ton of XP. Damage difference between Con Great Axe and Strength Great Axe. Well, if you're gonna do if you're gonna do Con Great Axe Sword and Shield, then yeah, you can do that and have Strength be the secondary on that. But if you're gonna do like Great Axe Hatchet, then you can probably benefit more off doing the Strength and then Con build. See how that goes for you. You can try either one, but if you're gonna do Con and Great Axe is the main thing, then you might not be doing as much DPS as the other. What should you spec for bow? Skill wise, there's multiple, you know, decent choices there. Like PvE situations, I'd probably go rapid fire, penetrating shot, and poison shot, and then I'd have a defensive weapon if they get close, like probably rapier or spear. You can try that if you want to, like go bow, spear, and then do that. And then in Territory Wars, you can probably get Rain of Arrows in there somewhere, just so you can get that AoE alongside the poison shot. Do you feel we need harder PvE content? Yes, I do. I think harder PvE content does have its place, because you're talking about like raids and stuff like that with actual full-on mechanics. Yeah, I love, and I know a lot of people really love that kind of stuff when it comes to PvE. So I think it'll happen. They've already started introducing, you know, scenarios in the expeditions where you do have to be aware of the mechanics, the depths for example, is a good place where that actually starts. And then Garden of Genesis and Lazarus are really, really, really common with that. Mostly Garden. And then Dynasty Shipyard, kinda. But I'd say Garden is probably going to be the hardest out of those. Just based off of the mechanical side. Yeah, later on, I think they're probably going to do stuff like that. It's just all a matter of when. And I hope we also get like world bosses, not just, you know, if they do raids in the future. Of course, I want to see more dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches, stuff that would actually pose a challenge, but world bosses would be really cool too. Not these, right now we have field bosses, but I don't really consider them to be world. I think field bosses is like, you can take them down with 10, 15 people, and world bosses like 40 man, 50 man, potentially 100 man bosses. Maybe with really good mechanics with those too. Cutlass Keys? Cutlass Keys is like a thing I would go to when I don't really have any other choice, honestly. I think some people like Cutlass Keys, but I kind of find it a little, you know, iffy to quest in. Yeah, I normally don't go to Cutlass Keys at all for questing. But if you don't have anything else, then yeah, I would do it. PC has made it, yes. You get, how do you get Wisp from gem cutting? Oh, for gem cutting. Okay, yeah, you have to gather the elemental plants. So if you're looking for like water motes, you're gonna get that from river crests. You find those normally around lakes and rivers. Fire motes are gonna come from dragon glory plants. You'll find those periodically throughout the map. There used to be a bunch of them near Amrine Temple. Not anymore though, I don't think. But I would recommend looking at the New World Fans website or the New World Map website, and they have resource maps where you can actually see where all the resources are, and also hover over them in the crafting recipe because they should usually tell you where they come from. But I don't know if it'll tell you the exact name of it. But if you tell us what moat you're looking for, like Earth moat would be. What was Earth moat again? Earth crag, yeah, and then light would be, or death would be like the blight crags, I believe, stuff like that. Come here. Uh-oh. Where are the best chests to open? Are you looking for like crafting resources, or you mean gear? Because you can probably find, well, both really everywhere. There's not really a set best location unless you're looking for like in-game stuff, because then that, yeah. But if you're looking for like early game, mid-game stuff, then normally it's pretty balanced all around. There are some spots that might be slightly better than others, but for the most part, yeah. It depends what you're looking for. Guy's playing hardball. Okay. God. And one other thing with the Paladin build is your damage will be really low. Especially because the Ancients are weak to, or resistant to slashing damage too. So even more so right now. Ow. Like the battle of the century right here. Rarely have such intense battles with an NPC. You should, yeah. Oops. How easy is it to switch roles in this game? Oh yeah, you can do that at the click of a button. After you get level 20, it starts costing gold to switch your attributes up. And then for weapon skills after level 10 starts costing Azoth. Before then, it's free though. I think they'll delay it again. I think it's a low chance of it at this point, because I think they're, you know, I think they're pretty ready for it to release. It's because not just on the content side, but I think that, you know, due to, even though they probably have like a really big budget, their you know, their superiors are probably only going to allow them to delay the game for so long without making a profit, because, or, you know, their investors or whatever might only allow them to do that for so long, because at the end of the day, they've already done a delay like probably 2 or 3 times. So I think they're at the point where, ooh, storage chest, where they might be on their, oh, nice, where they might be, you know, just wanting to put it out, and then hopefully they're going to be able to put out content and stuff over the first couple of months, and it'll get to a pretty good spot after that. Why don't you spec strength? Oh, because I'm going with the Paladin build, going focus and constitution will allow me to be really beefy, but also be able to heal myself very effectively at the same time. And while leveling, it was pretty mixed on how I divided it. Like when I got to the beach, for instance, level 1, from 1 to 20, I put my points into con. Then I switched to focus. So I went to about 50 focus. And then after that, I started going more so into con. And my goal overall, once I get to endgame, is I'm going to start out with 250 con, 100 focus. And then I'm going to do 300 con, 200 focus once I start getting the really, really good pieces. $2K. Oh, never mind. Pain gonna be on. I thought Pain was on still. Pain. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought he was still on. Is your company full? We don't have a company. We just play with the Marauder faction now.
It's cool that you're waiting for the buildup of people to come and try to destroy your fort to improve. It's just, I love it.
Get off me, you stupid boar. And yeah, my armor stats are focus con. That's correct. Yeah, I have the cleric set right now, so I'm getting mostly focus, mostly con. Yeah, that's... We got 30 minutes left. We're so close. I should be getting 45 off this. Oh, I completely forgot to... Crap. I'm gonna have to go down there again.
Down by the shore in Musclebeard's Cove.
Get this other quest too. And yeah, they've had multiple different canceled titles at this point, so they definitely do need to get a win. And after the Lord of the Rings one got canceled, this one, because people were kind of assuming that this one would be, you know, one of their main games until Lord of the Rings, that version came out. But since that got canceled, this is probably going to be their baby now. So I think they're probably kind of dead set on getting it out, and just from there trying to update it and patch it and do all they can as fast as they possibly can, kind of thing. Here, okay. Absolutely. So ready for it. What are the chances the stagger being brought back to the release? You know, I doubt it would come back for release, but in the like next 2, 3 patches, they might do more on the combat side. But you know, I'm sure they're gonna hopefully try to find a way to meet in the middle on that stuff. But I don't think it would probably come back in the patch before launch, though. I feel like it's gonna take at least 2 or 3 patches to get it in the right place. What is it you're waiting for the most? So see, like even if the leveling is still kind of like this, where it's not, you know, we don't have that much to it. I'm still gonna level all the way, and I'm probably still gonna, you know, continue to ask for that because new players coming in after us, it'd be good if they had more options, you know, of leveling up so they can enjoy themselves as they're getting to end game and mid game. So I think for me, the first thing would be, you know, more changes to the leveling system, and then on top of that, also the combat. I want to see what happens there, changes to that. But more importantly, I think than the combat for me, is it's so tough because there's so many things. Well, there's quite a few things. The weapons too. I would love to see. I doubt it'll happen or be the next one, but greatsword, I've just been waiting for so long. I doubt it'll happen though for the next couple months. But yeah, I would say the tippy top one would be more leveling methods and also changes to the current leveling system, like bringing back mob farming, for instance, would be my top one. Oh yeah, we've got to go to that too. No. Got it. Okay. In a 30-minute queue? Okay. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. What's PvP scaling like? So PvP scaling is where like low levels are able to a certain degree start doing more damage against like high level players. I mean, kind of, and then high level players start doing less damage against low level players in this game. So it kind of brings them both in line. But I know I've heard, you know, some feedback from people that have been on the higher end of that, that are getting, they're taking a lot of damage from low level players right now. So that's probably going to be something that they'll end up looking at again. I know in the testing phases, I never personally encountered it too much myself, because even in the testing phases, I rarely, when they first introduced it, and you know, since then, I rarely ever fought low level players long enough to see it actually happen. Like, it never really happened. I never got 3-shot by a low level kind of thing. Most of the time I was playing con-based builds too, but yeah, I never really saw it myself, but I know other people talked about it a lot. Level 60 endgame quest chain for every weapon. Oh, you mean like the legendary quest lines? Because I know they do have that, but yeah, they do have the legendary weapon quest lines. Those are actually, I'm actually curious to see what they did to those, because in the testing phases they made it, but beforehand, like way back, we had to go throughout the different zones and fight different field bosses and go to different points of interest and farm mobs. But now, at least before this beta started, it was a thing where you had to get up to like 185, 200 gathering, and for some of them, and gather some really high level gathering nodes. Really high level. So I don't know if they're doing it like that still, but I'm interested to see what they're going to be like. What would be the major competitor? I don't know if it really will be. competing with game, like, of course we know that, you know, it's not really going to be competing with the game like WoW so much, like, because with WoW, it's you know, it's always been a thing where people would, you know, wonder if the next big game is going to be the WoW killer. And at this point, it's kind of become a thing where I think collectively everybody kind of agrees that nobody's going to kill WoW better than it's killing itself. So I think that it's not going to be a case for that, but like comparing it to WoW, but maybe ESO, they're kind of similar, especially like with the combat. It's more similar to ESO now than it was beforehand. So I think people tend to, since people tend to compare it to ESO a lot, maybe that one. Past that though, I wouldn't really be sure on what its main competitor would be, because it does offer like a unique experience that not a lot of other games on the market do right now. So yeah, I'd say that probably would be ESO would be the closest, or like BDO to a certain degree too. Yeah, BDO to a certain degree, because I know people that tend to compare this game, talk about BDO a lot too when it comes to that. Got 1v1 by a 42 at level 60 full geared. Yeah, stuff like that's been getting reported too. So I think they it sounds like they might have to take another look at it. I've seen mixed feedback on that too. Like I've seen people on the forum say that the damage scaling isn't that bad on PvP, but then people that I've played with and have been telling me that they're taking like 700-800 damage from people that are 10 levels lower than them and stuff like that. Like, damn. Sounds painful. Miss when El Dorado didn't have a queue. I know. I think it was only the weekend that did it. But I think tomorrow it's probably gonna hopefully dissipate again for the most part. But we'll see though. I can't remember where this one was. I'm looking for an artifact. Oh, I think it's this. Yes. Okay. Gotta lose the mobs. Please don't hit me, jab guy. I think I'm safe. Ow. Oh, I was safe. Gotta reset him. I hope they reset. Did they change it so Orb of Protection can't proc on yourself anymore? Even only getting to the second... No, it's still procking on me. Let me see. Yeah, it's still procking. Okay, cool. There we go. But yeah, oh, anytime you're wanting to level up like weapon XP, I love farming on ancients. They're so easy. They don't really move around that much, and they don't really do... Okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna die there, or be stuck there. They don't really do anything too fancy, so that part kind of helps too. Do console release? Nothing yet, but I know people are still asking about potentially console compatibility, like with the controllers. So that might happen, because I know in the past, like people that have asked on Twitter, they've gotten responses like that might be something that they'll look into. So who knows? But nothing official on that yet, I don't think. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, that what Jason said might be the latest news on the console version, but for the controller though, I don't know if that's been talked about just yet. Since back when people were getting responses like that. And got 2 shots from the higher levels. Yeah, there's definitely mixed feedback on that stuff, but we'll have to see. And you know, people have been questioning if it's something that's happening in the wars. I guess we'll find out in the war soon too. But yeah, I know that, you know, they'll always be looking at that kind of stuff and making sure that they can, hopefully they'll be looking at it and looking at ways that they can tweak that. So we'll see what they do over the next couple of patches. Maybe they'll address that. Are you going to join the wars? Oh yeah, we got the war starting in about not too long actually. 37 minutes, and the invite should start going out in about 23. It's gonna be so fun. This war is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be one for the history books. Like our pages, I know that before I even signed up for the war, there was like 40 people signed up on Syndicate, and the team is super stacked on Covenant right now too. It's gonna be so fun. What's up, Lotta? Hell yeah. We got a war today too. We got a war today, so we absolutely have to make sure that we showcase this. It's gonna be so fun. I hope. The worst thing that could happen, I don't even want to jinx it, but you know what could happen in the middle or before the war starts, where the servers happen to go down. I'm not going to say it, but it starts with an M. You know, we don't want that. We don't want that. The magical M that happened later or earlier in the day yesterday. Sure doesn't get selected. That would be, oh man, that would be such a troll. That would be such a troll, but no, I'm already selected in there, so I think I'm okay. Yeah, okay. And Payne's in here. Wait, is Payne online again? Payne. Okay, Payne's not online yet. Dang it. Yeah, absolutely not gonna log out. And what's the best way to level your weapons? Oh, so me personally, I like to level them on the ancients, but yeah, there's a couple different good spots in the open world. Like early on, around 20-ish, I go to Shattered Obelisk, or I go to Amarine Temple and farm up on those. And later on, I come to places like Morningdale, where you'll find a lot of ancients. And there's a couple of places, like there's one place where you can farm on animals that are all in the same spot. But ancients is what I usually default to. I love doing that. Farming weapon skills on them. Are you talking about crit chance, Curdled? Because yeah, with crit chance, because I know people have wondered about that in the past. If it's something where it adds it at a base rate, or if it's more of a flat rate kind of thing. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that either yet. Because I know we don't really have a way to view that in statistics, but that's something that people have asked about in the past too. Is like
Tell me.
getting the ability to view that.
Disappointing.
Oh no. Okay, cool. I have one more quest to turn in. Good. Is it the queue time you'll be set? Yeah, I know. The queue is killer right now. There might be other people. There might be people on the other side too that might not get in because of the queue.
Ah, I see it with my eyes.
Finally.
Yes.
All right. Now, where's that jewelry piece I had? I think it's in my bank. Hell yeah. New recommended territory, Morningdale. I can get the faction missions too. Want to get a house in Morningdale so bad.
Flippin' heck.
Yes.
Oh, you a sight for these pegged eyes. What do you need?
And then on the XP, yeah, shit. XP is kind of low on the PvP ones. These ones are okay, they're decent, but they used to be so much better though. I miss the old times. Faction mission XP. Let's go back. Hell yeah. 153 skinning going to, damn. Okay. Oh, luck. Okay. Yeah, that's the same thing. Same as the crit. Not 100% sure on that, but I hope we do get statistics on that in the future though. Luck too. Why is that? Yeah, Red. Yeah, we only accept the armament ones and not all the other ones because most of the time when I'm out and about, I'm not really worried about killing wolves. Even if they're like running after me, I tend not to worry about those too much. You can take those if you want to, but I tend to be lazy about it, and I just keep on running past. But you can take the wolf ones if you want to, though. Completely up to you on that one. Damn. Finally got to 45. Just 15 levels to go. That's all we need. All we need. Come on, game. Okay, let's make sure we need to buy a couple things that we go ahead and do that now. Let's see. When choosing town projects to do, which ones to stay away from? Yeah, like the armament ones that I was doing a second ago that I accepted, these ones. That's what people are taking for the majority right now. You just go from town to town and you can go for these ones. I tend to keep these ones just because this is just one strong healing potion. I can probably buy that from the broker once I start getting some more money. And I tend to avoid the fishing ones. Most people tend to, I think, because sometimes depending on where you're fishing, you might not get a lot of those specific ones for a long period of time. You can also do the cooking ones if you hunt a lot, but I think the light rations ones and this one, the garlic ones, this one I think is going to take random cooking materials that you might not have access to right away. And this one, let me go see what the recipe for this is. And oh, you sign up at the war board for the wars. You got a lot of purples. On. Decent chunk of greens. Kitchen, where's the kitchen? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, like the garlic one, you might not have a surplus of potatoes and garlic to make that one. And for the other one, it might be the same thing for the energizing light rations. You might not have a lot of cooking might not have a lot of cooking materials to make that. But you can, if you're in first light, forgot about this, you can also milk the cow and substitute that for the resource that you need for that, and then cook those. So those ones you could probably take, the energizing light ones and the armaments. And do it that way. Dorado, US East just went down. Oh no. It's probably gonna come back up soon though, right? I hope so. But I noticed that throughout the day when they've been going down, from what I've seen, they tend to come back within like 20 to 30 minutes or so. Hopefully they come back up soon though. And no, the war hasn't happened yet. And what's the worst weapon combo? Yeah, because you know there's a lot of really good combinations, so sometimes there might not be a worse one. Sometimes there's ones that just kind of stretch you too thin in terms of your attributes. Like if you wanted to go sword bow, for instance, that one might be, if you're trying to do dex and strength at the same time, and then also con, you might not get the best of all those worlds by doing that. So ones like that, you could still do like for fun, and maybe in the future, you know, who knows, there could be ways to make that can I pet your tiger? It doesn't let me. I can't get next to it. To make that viable. But right now, or like at the early game, it might not be possible. Wait, did you get most of your housing points from the... Oh wait, territory standing too. I was gonna say, tiger must have given you a crap ton. I love the chandeliers. Oh, you got bunk beds. Yes. You can go in other people's houses too and view their furniture. It's so cool. Hope you don't get banned for milking a cow. Yeah, true that. True that. Owning stones. Okay. Okay, here we go. Nice. Couple of those, maybe like 3. Gears repaired. I think we're good to go on that. And I need a DPS sword. So I'm gonna make sure I get a gem, an amber gem, Should have it in my... Got a couple carnelian gems there. You're still on for USEs? Okay, good, good. Pristine amber. If only that was cut. If only, if only. But it's good that we started getting gems from expeditions now. That's really cool. Shouldn't it have started? Not yet. The invites are going to go out in like 13 minutes. And then 15 minutes after that, the war is going to officially start. So we got a little bit longer. Tier 2. Okay, sweet. Copy that. I'll definitely... You know what? Maybe I shouldn't use the tier 3 one right now. Actually, come to think of it, I'll take those. Okay, yeah, let me invite you, Trog. Let me use these ones. Yeah. Oh yeah, DC said, yeah, I think, I thought that was, in my mind I was thinking that was going to be a tier 2 one. But I thought I had a tier 3 one somewhere. Vicious critical damage, okay. Could you buy that house even though, yeah, you can. Yeah, housing is instance, so you totally can. And musket rapier, yeah, musket rapier is pretty cool. And no way to change faction shield attributes like we do with armor. You know, I didn't actually try that. Let me go, I think I have my seals on me. Let me go check. I don't think so, though. But maybe we can. That was the one thing I didn't try it with. Yeah, war's gonna start in about 25 minutes. So we got about 10 minutes until the invites start going out. We're gonna get teleported inside the instance. Oh, wait. Shields are, No, that's the same bench. Okay, so yeah, maybe we can't do it with the shield then. Yeah. Trog. Oh, you're in the upper part of town. Okay, I'll be right there. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do it with the shields. I'll go try the outfitting station just in case, though. Yeah, I will, Lizzie. Yeah, in terms of the Paladin build. And to make it, you need to focus mainly on Constitution for your stats, and then you can do Focus Secondary. And then you get the spells Beacon, Orb of Protection, and Sacred Ground. And then you just do the entire Defender tree in the sword tree. So Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Defiant Stance. And then you'll be on your way from there. You get a Carnelian gem, you can put that in one sword, and then, ooh. Awesome. Oh, thank you. And then you get a second sword for PvP. And you can put an amber gem in that one. Thank you. Okay. Oh yeah, let's check and see. Let me unlock this shield too, just to make sure. Do you think faction gear is too strong? It appears to be always be stronger than anything I ever find. Endgame. No, at endgame you're gonna find stronger gear. Like we're gonna be getting gear drops that are about 580, 600 even. So no, you'll be finding stronger ones at that point too. And crafting gear, that's when crafting gear is gonna really come into play. Because then you can really min-max with the perks and the attributes and everything like that. And you might not always find the best in-slot stuff for your character from drops and field bosses and stuff like that at endgame. Yeah, crafting will have its place there too. Who's fighting in the war? It's going to be Covenant versus Syndicate, and Marauders is jumping in on mostly the Covenant side. Okay, yeah, we can't do it with the shield. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Our new sword. Let's see how that does in the war. Looking forward to that. And then I'm going to put this one as the new Carnelian gem one. Let's do that instead. So I can salvage this and then have a chance of getting it back. Probably not going to get it though. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, we're participating in a war for Syndicate and Marauder. It's Syndicate versus Covenant. But we're going to be jumping in on the Covenant side. Yeah, you're able to do that. And like if Marauder declares on Syndicate, Covenant could join in, that kind of thing.
What's the name of that website you use to find resources?
Oh, yeah. I heard that one. I should have a Carnelian gem back at WINDSWARD. Before I tank again, I'll need to make sure I grab that. Or there might be one in the bank, or the... Oh, rip. I hope it's not... or similar. What gems do you need for your gear with your build? You run emeralds or malachite? For my armor, I run emeralds for mine. I would run onyx, but I couldn't find any onyx though. So I'm doing emeralds. Because the onyx would give me the physical ward. Hold on. Yeah, that would not be good if, ooh, 250. Oh, that's actually not bad. You know what? I'm gonna get that, and I'm just gonna save it. I doubt it's gonna be a while before I find another one of those. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't have bought that because I forgot that there's probably multiple people that can do that. But still, I'll just keep it. A million people. Million. It's okay. Damn. 4 onyx. Oh, it's okay. I'm gonna stick with. It's okay. I'm gonna stick with. Actually. Did I? No, I'll stick with thrust. I'll stick with thrust. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be taking a lot of bullets probably, so I'm going to stick with thrust. I'm going to get another emerald. Yeah, I just... just remember that. That Maz can cut gems. Damn it. Yeah, actually, hold on. You have any emeralds on you? Yeah, third faction can go to help the other. Yeah. Russia, emerald. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me, can you come cut? Can I get you to...
Emeralds? Let me check.
Wait, hold on. Because I can get these bigger emeralds. You get Fey Iron in beta? Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah. You have a rare chance to get it from harvesting iron and like silver, platinum, gold, stuff like that. Let's see. Oh, I do have one onyx. Okay. All your armor stats are focused. They're focus and con for my armor stats, yeah. Focus and con are the gems that give health back from hits. There are jewelry pieces that give you lifesteal. Like you'll get a ring at some point during the quest line, and it should give you some lifesteal on that one. Tier 3 Earth Wisp. Okay. Wait, is this the upgrade or the cutting? Oh, okay, so two Earth Wisp. Emerald is, yeah, Earth Wisps. Okay, gotcha. Let me, Yeah, because I almost forgot about the moats. Do you need any other gems? I have some of every type cut. Oh, I need the... You have tier 3 emeralds? I need the emeralds. Because I think, well, there's going to be a lot of people doing... You know what? There's going to be a lot of people doing, Hatchet Great Axe, too, I bet. Probably Warhammer Great Axe. Hatchet Great Axe. But no, I think I'll be taking more bullets than anything. There's probably gonna be more bullets. I'll stick with emeralds. Do you like the life staff sword build for PvE? On the DPS side, it does low DPS, but it prevents me from needing to use pots, so that part's good. I save money on that. And then, yeah, if I'm fighting like an elite mob, I'll have a lot of sustain to keep going until the fight ends. It's just gonna take a while. Not cut at the moment? Okay. Got tier 3 emeralds maybe. I should be using these gear sets for a little while. Maybe I can... Oh yeah, that earring. I need that. Oh wait, no. Thought I did. That's Dex and focus. Actually, better than nothing. I don't have an emerald, or I don't have an earring run, so better than nothing. Take it. Okay. Okay, here it is. Here's the invites. Rapier. Probably opal. Seems to be dodging a lot. Might be another good choice there too. I think I have one. I think I can cut an emerald. I think we're good. I think, yeah, never mind on the emeralds. It might be fine. Oh, I thought okay. Oh, I don't have a flawed emerald, that's why. Moonstone and slash damage, right? I can mix and match. Say screw it. Just to put something in there. Plus, there's probably going to be some great axe and hatchet users too. Okay. Morning stones. Let's go. Yeah, let's see the FPS in war. The first war of El Dorado. Alright, let me turn all this down. Oh man, this is gonna be great. Hell yeah. Alright, light meals. I'm pretty sure we can stack these and pop it just to check. Stacks, it does stack. Okay. Buy some of those Inferno traps. This is it. Not a drill. Alright, you have an onyx too. Air gear. Just going through a load of screenshots. Oh, you might. Okay. Hopefully you don't have the long loading thing that happens sometimes. But either way, yeah, I hope it sends you in. I would just keep waiting though, no matter what, because no matter what, you cannot exit right now. Thank you so much. Okay, so groups 1 through 4 will be in charge of holding mid. Groups 5 through 6 will lead on. Okay, so we're in. What's the button for that again? To open up the. Hold on. Trying to open up the roster. Forgot what button it was. This works. We're in group 5. Okay. 5 and 6 will lead on A. Okay. No problem. It says 2 minutes. It's been like 10 minutes already. Yeah. I know some other people have been getting that too. It's gonna go down. It probably just has to wait for people to start leaving the server. Okay, it's gonna be left side. Okay. All right, baby. This is it. The AOC, feeling your heartbeat faster, getting sweaty. I'm ready. Keep an eye out for infiltrators. Oh my god. You know, actually, I played on the Phoenix server for the AOC. I never got to play it in its prime though. Back when it was originally released. I wish I did. That was another game alongside Star Wars Galaxies that I never got to play at their full potential. Yes, yes, yes. Skills. Should be ready. Look at how close I am to 20 or 18 on this. Oh my god. And then this should be good. Okay. Take a protection, enchanted justice. Maybe I should get that. Nah. We're on the Covenant side. Yeah, that's correct. Right. That's right. Why are you running Emerald in your gear? So for this war, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of musket users. And also, so different weapons do different types of damage. So spears, rapiers, bows, and muskets do thrust damage. Swords do it when you thrust attack. Like when you do this attack, it becomes thrust damage. So I know there's going to be a lot of Great Axe and Warhammer users probably, but Warhammers too, like probably not going to be that many for me to spec for that one. And I didn't have a lot of Onyxes before. I do have some Onyxes now, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of musket users. I don't know why. I have a feeling. I'm going to be getting shot out the wazoo. Soul, good luck, man. I don't think so. Let me check. Yeah, I think everyone's good. All right. So ready. Oh man. Finally. First war. I can't believe it took that long for that to happen. Like we just didn't declare. Nobody declared on anybody until now. That's nuts. Will we be streaming tomorrow? Let me see, because I know I wanted to see what I had planned. Yeah, probably. Because I know at some point I want to take at least a day or so and make a couple, maybe make like 1 or 2 videos. But I think tomorrow, yeah, I probably will. But we'll see. We'll see after we're done with this. Best standing points to spec into. Oh, okay. Most of your crafting stuff in. Oh, okay, yeah. So you can probably do storage. That can be a good one to go for first as a crafter. And let's see. Storage. You can also get the territory standing bonus one, so that'll help you increase it faster. And then also, let's see what else we got here. So gathering speed, since you're going to be crafting too, you can also get that one as well. And then past that, then you can kind of start going for whatever. But yeah, storage is probably going to be really good. Gathering speed and standing gain for a crafter. I feel like everybody in this war right now is just born ready to brawl. They're just ready. And Prime's helmet looks so good. He got it from the depths. I want it so bad. I gotta get that. Trying to think, because I know Syndicate, yeah, I think they're gonna be having a lot of musket users. Probably spears, some spears, and rapiers too. So I think we'll be good with the thrust. Make sure all my, yeah, okay. We're all slotted up, ready to go. Yes. Oh, here. And drop some honing stones if people need them. Honing stone. Left side gate. Let me wait until somebody picks those up. Anyone need honing stones? I got a bunch. Good luck, have fun. Absolutely. Good luck, have fun. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be chaotic. This is nobody's seen the other side's strength on the battlefield yet. Like there's a oh, that's right. Duh. I can't. Wait. Who was that needed it? Okay. They can't see, people can't see what you drop anymore. I forgot about that. That's right. Duh. Okay. There you go. Okay. Protha. Okay. Oh man, this is gonna be glorious, or a glorious disaster. Either way, I'm so ready for it. Yeah, I completely forgot that they can't see our stuff anymore when we drop it. And I think it only stays out for like 3 minutes now too. Taking XP gains, for a crafter, you probably wouldn't need it, but so I think even with the XP gain might apply to like when you're actually crafting and gathering, but the gain might be so negligible that you might not need it, because you're normally, I think, getting like, you know, 50, maybe 10 XP every time you gather something. Crafting might be a little bit more, but yeah, the storage one, you might benefit more off of that. And then once you get some storage chests in your house, you're gonna be able to get a lot more. But yeah, you might not need if you're going for crafting, you might not need the XP one compared to the other ones. What weapon is good with rapier, musket, or ice gloves? Oh yeah, so musket's really good with the rapier right now, and then ice gauntlet rapier is a pretty fun build too. And the honing stones are gonna increase our damage. So they're going to increase weapon damage by 4% for 10 minutes for the weak ones. And we're also going to pop attribute food. So that's going to give us some increased attributes. So doing stuff like that is going to really help for min-maxing to hopefully win the initial push that they're going to do against us. And then hopefully that'll let us capitalize on the rest of the war. So yeah, these honing stones are going to be able to increase our weapon damage percent. Come on. What's your attribute spread right now? 169 con, 108 focus. I can actually bring that down a little bit, or bring that con a little bit farther up. But I'm going to be going for like 250 con. So I'm not going to put any more points into focus. I'm just going to go straight con until about 250. And then at that point, later on, once we get the really, really good gear pieces, I can probably go like 300 con and 200 focus. Why did they change it from the previous 3 weapon slots to only have 2? I think they wanted to do that to kind of synergize with the global cooldown removal change that they did. Because if we had 3 weapons, I know for a little while there when we had 3 weapons still and they removed the global cooldown, it was kind of... I think they did that before they put it to the 2 weapons, but it would have been kind of crazy if we had 3 to be able to spam all those cooldowns at the same time. So I think that's why they did it. But do you have a leveling method that you follow? For the most part, it's just been the normal stuff. We don't have that many leveling we don't have that many leveling things to do right now. So it's just been mostly like main story quests, side missions, faction missions, town projects here and there. A lot of corrupted breaches we did after level 20-ish. But right now I've been doing the town projects a lot too, the armament town projects, because those have been giving people a lot of XP. People have been getting a lot of XP from doing those. And other people spectate? No, but that would be really cool. That's something that would be really nice to see. And C is the right side. C should be the right side. And A is going to be left for us. Which animals will you gather? Thick hide? Oh, if you go north of Brightwood, yeah, go into Great Cleave. You're going to find some wolves up there. You should find some thick hide up there. Yeah. Because like the 35 plus ones, that's where you get it from. Let's go, baby. Fuck, I can't get out. War. Pop stones, pop food. Here they come. Here it comes, baby. Here it comes. Come to me. Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Woo! This land is Roman. Holy fuck. Sacred ground, sacred ground. A lot of hits, a lot of hits. Oh, God. Pushing us back, they're pushing us back. Not today. Not today. We gotta push back on. Pushing back on. Come on, let me get my heels down. Okay. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Oh my God, we pushed it back. Holy shiz. Got you. Come on, crop it. Get your butt up. No man gets left behind. Fuck your push, push, push. Rivercrest, you can find that around lakes and rivers. It works! The Paladin works! Yes! Go, baby, go, baby, go! Oh, they're going C. Head in C. Oh my god. I'm going. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, look at all those bullets. No freaking way. Alright, come on, come on. Here it comes. I'm gonna put it right on there. That's where I'm going. Right there. Right there. Nope. Woo! Oh shit. Oh my god. Nope. Nope. Go, go, go. Think they're rotating. Nope. Oh, let me get in the green. Nope. 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 Ah. Nope. Access fucking denied. Holy fuck. Sacred ground going down. Fucking hold. Green is good. Green is good. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, shit. Do you feel the light? Do you believe? Have you met our Lord and Savior? Have you met our Lord and Savior? Nope. I saw that. Sacred. Sacred. Make it sacred. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Am I blocking? Am I even blocking? I can't tell. I think I'm blocking. There's so many juicy sacreds. Okay. Fuck, dude, I don't even know what's happening. I can't answer any questions right now. This is no question time. I'm sorry. I can't answer any. I can't look away. Fuck it. Start pushing. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Sacred ground. Fuck this. Go, 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 go. Push. Fucking push. That's right. That's right. Oh my god. Got you. All the way to fucking get back in that fucking face. Okay. Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh shit. I will survive. Okay, I died. Oh my god. Okay, I died. I died. I died. We died. Okay. Round 2. Let's go. Okay, I was too far away from the team. Holy fuck. Nice. Oh, this is amazing. Oh. We didn't even I didn't even think we put down traps. Oh no. Other gate, other gate, other gate, other gate. Nope. Keep going. Hey. Let's go. Go on in. Come on in. You know, I could probably start messing up these engines. But no, let's go over here. Damn repeaters. Gotta get those engines down too. Engines down. Okay. Now here we go. Here we go. Here they come. Yeah, the trade-off is that we don't do a whole lot of damage, but we sure can hold. We're holding. Okay, move to the next engine. B, looks like it's being capped. We do need more kegs, yeah we do. That's true. Is chat? Oh no, chat's bugged? Okay. If anybody has points, get powder kegs. I'm gonna get some too. Yeah, it's like domination. Yeah, exactly. Powder kegs. Alright. When they put those down, we can counter them pretty much immediately. Oh, they already got it though. They already got it. That's where I'm going. Block stability. Get behind me, I'll keep you safe. There's so many projectiles. So many. Oh, I missed myself with that. Nope. There's so many people right here. Oh, there's so many people right here. How many people are behind me? I'm not even aware. I'm blocking so much that my last my device, it's recharging so quickly. So quickly. Are we winning? Can't even tell. Oh my god. I hope we're winning. Defiant? No, sir. Afraid not. Rubber banding and shit. Rubber banding all over the place. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, God. This is great. This is fantastic. Holy fuck. Come on, baby. Nope. Set up that powder keg. Igniting. Oh, he didn't do it. Okay, he didn't put it there. If he puts it there though, then we ignite it. How are we not lagging out from this? This is amazing. I couldn't put down my sacred. I put it down. There we go. Sacred's down. Beacon's down. I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Am I surrounded by enemies or friends? Oh, it's all red. It's all red. Okay. It's all red. Got it. Oh. Yeah, it's all red. It's all red. Fine stance. Maybe I should back up. Oh, you guys are back there. Okay. What's up, Krata? Sacred ground. Okay. Nope. And we're back. Back to full. Oh, fine stance is back. Thank you. How fast is this recharging? Let me just watch it. Yeah, that's pretty freaking fast. That's ridiculous. Do. Do you believe in our Lord and Savior? Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. How are we doing back there? You guys are doing great. They're trying to get behind me. Oh, they're trying to get behind me. Nope. Oh, Defiant. They're using tactics. They want me dead. They want me dead so bad. They want me dead so bad. Oh my god. Nope. Sorry. And we're back. Orb. Uh-oh. Nope. Oh. 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 And we're back. Okay. I see red people indeed. Okay, now I see more blue than red. Where do you think you're going? Oh my god. Oh my sweet baby Jesus. This is fantastic. Oh, I've never had as much fun in this game as I'm having right now. Okay. Oh, hands are sweaty. Okay, let's go back in. I guess I'm gonna have to upload this as a video later. Yeah, we're gonna have to upload this. Okay. Hi boys. No. Oh, I saw that stun coming, but I still got hit. Get him off. Ah, there's so many. Everybody else's Sacred Grounds is amazing too. Everybody else putting Sacred Grounds down, it's awesome. Defiant. You know why they call it Defiant? It's because you refuse. Because you refuse to go down. That's why. That's why. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Defiant, thank you. Hello. And let's go back to full. Okay. Sacred. Yeah, this is this is definitely how we help. It's definitely how we help. And put it right here. Start pushing them off a little bit. Oh. Get him off, get him off, get him off, get him off, get him off. Don't let him take it. Don't let him take it. No. It's pushing because they have more people on. They have more people on it. Oh shit. Nope. Back to full. Oh, they're capping A as well. They're pushing hard. They're pushing. They're pushing hard. Get them off it. Get them off the point. Get them off right now. We got this one. We almost lost it. We almost lost it. Oh, it's not over yet. They're trying all of them. Okay, I'm gonna switch. C's good. C's good. Go, go, go. Oh, there's only one person over here? Okay, I'm gonna go for A. Well, no, even as a regular tank, your job is to get on the point. So even if I was just regular tanking, then it would still be the same thing. The tank's job in a PvP war is to sit on the point, but having this kind of build lets me sit on it longer. If I was a regular tank, I probably would have died in like 10 seconds at a lot of different points during that. Oh. Oh. We're defiant because we refuse to go down. Oh my god. There's just so much. Don't forget to repop your honing stones and food if you need to. Repop mine. Okay. Devil. Oh, I missed that. Sacred ground right here. Oh, that was close. That thing is doing a lot of damage. We gotta get rid of that. A repeater. Kill him. Push in. Spartans, what is your profession? Oh my god. Oh my good god. This is the craziest war I've ever in this entire game. The entirety of my playtime. I've never, ever seen something like this. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Nope. Yes, baby. Yes. This is our job. This is our only job is to stay alive and push them back. Nothing else matters for us. That's our, we're doing it. We're doing it. Nope. Oh, I think my team's gone. I'm coming. Back to the point, back to the point. Keep them off it. I got the sacred down, I got the sacred down. Good, good. Oh, they got 1 point. They got one. I didn't even see that. He got capped, yeah. I didn't see that. Floppy. If we have them all on 1 point, though, I know we can push them back. Go on B. B, B, B. How is he not dead? Because they said die and I said no. That's why. I said no. Not today. Someday, but not today. The hell off the point. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, let me kill him. Damn it, let me kill him. Damn it. Got me off the green for a second. I'm going back on. Nope. Oh shit, they might kill. Yeah, I got me. They got me. They got me. Oh, I was so far away from the team. Damn, I was so far away from the team. Oh, good fight. Holy crap, this is the Paladin build right there. Holy fuck. This is Paladin. This is Paladin. It's glorious. And no, like, it's similar to a regular tank. It's just that we're combining the tank and healing aspect at the same time. It's similar. It's very similar, though. If they do get my block down and they're able to CC me, they can take me down. That's why we get the tower shield, because it's got the most block stability. Oh, hey. The game is pretty much over. The game is pretty much over, though. Holy crap. That was glorious. Get on it. We're fighting with the Covenant against the Syndicate. Good game. Oh man, good game. Beacon. And also, when my health is, oh, these repeaters can do a crap ton of damage as well. Using those more often on me would allow them to kill me pretty quick. Oh, 15k? We got 15k for that. What was our score? Oh my god, 600 gold. I love it. Okay. Oh man. Oh yeah, good game. Fucking game. Dude. Duels are 1v1. This looks chaotic. What is going on? That's war right there. That was war. Oh, I was 16. 2 deaths. I got 2 deaths. Oh, my healing. What was... I wonder who got the most healing, though. Let me see. Is there a way to check for that? Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh, I was not even that far off from the on the healing side. Oh, no. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, my God. Good game. Good game. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh wait, damage taken stats. I didn't check that. I'm gonna have to upload that. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Where do we go from there? Like, what do I do now? Yeah, I should have disabled screen shake. That was nuts. Good game. But yeah, so the trade-off of that build is you don't do damage, but wow. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game, peeps. Good game. Holy crap. That was a good fight. That was a really good fight. There is CC in this game, yeah. Oh, man. How do you run so fast? Any passives? No. Nuh-uh. It's just normal run speed. How am I running so fast? Wait a minute. What the hell? Maybe I am running really fast. Hold on. Let me stop. What the hell? I don't know. I don't have anything on. It's just my normal run speed. Maybe I am running really fast. How the fuck is... I don't know. Something's going on there. Oh, you know what? That was happening during the... Oh, you know what it is? I bet there's a run speed thing on Beacon. I bet somebody put a beacon... Because I don't have it on mine right now. But there's a haste buff that can happen on Beacon. I bet somebody put that on me and it just stayed on for the entire time. What the fuck? Zoom, motherfucker! What is this? I think I'm bugged out. It's a bug from War, it seems like. You did 380k. Good Good God. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible. We've tried to reproduce it. Oh my God. I got it. Who wants to have a foot race? Let's bet 1,000 gold. I promise I won't use any skills. Wow, that was an amazing war. That was an amazing war. Okay, yeah, I'll have to. Oh man, I wish I was recording it at the same time because it's gonna come out. It might come out a little blurry, but I'm gonna have to post that tonight. Wow. And I gotta go back and see how much damage did we take. I have to go back and see. You can do the same glitch with the sword. Okay, gotcha. I took 500k damage. Are you serious? No. Oh my God, no. See, I was trying to pay attention. Was there people of equal level to me? And I saw a couple 47s. I saw a couple 40s. So I was like, okay, it can't be the level. Because like there's other people here too that are like near my level. That I don't know. I don't know what I just did, but I'm a paladin for life now. 500k. I took 500k. No. No. 498. Oh my God, no. No. Oh my God. Thanks so much, Theseus. I'm not flagged here. Okay, now I'm flagged. What the fuck? What the fuck? 500k. That was amazing. So block stability, it's basically what well, actually, so yeah, it should be like block stamina kind of thing. Like it helps your block. At least that's how I understand it. Like it's your total block stamina bar kind of thing for block stability. But yeah, so for my attributes, I got mostly con, and then secondary focus. I'm gonna have to make that video. So, you know what? Okay, so tomorrow I might hold off on the stream. I think I might need to make the video tomorrow for the actual build, just to showcase it. I know there was times where I wasn't sure if my team was around me, and I just kept going. Like I kept going. That was insane. I'm gonna have to do a video. You know what, guys? I don't even know how to top that. I don't even know what to do now. What level? I'm 45. And yeah, I have perma haste right now. So my sword, yeah, my sword passives, I have pretty much the entire defender tree. These two I don't have yet, but I might actually go into the sword master tree for the mobility one. I like the mobility one, but I'm gonna see, because I also want to get the what is it? This one, freeing justice. So I might go for that instead. But yeah, I don't think I'll need high grip or elemental. I might just go for those instead for the last 3 points. And I think it's a bug from the, yeah, they're saying it's a bug from the war. Why I'm running so fast right now. What can I do? What can I make use of by running this fast? Like, what can I do? I can run from WINDSWARD to Everfall and do the armament town projects, I guess. Do you foresee Great Axe getting nerfed? I think it might, with how strong it's been in PvP, but I don't know. They might just tweak it a little bit as opposed to full on nerfing it. What made you choose? Well, at first I was just gonna do, so as soon as I saw the Amber gem, because when I was making a video about the ultimate weapon guide, yeah, I was doing the ultimate weapon guide, and shortly after I went back in the footage and I realized that the Amber gem is actually something we can use while stacking focus, and it's going to scale our damage up on our swords and like our weapons. So I got the idea from that, and then I started looking at life staff, seeing what skills could stay out, like while I'm switching back to my sword and blocking. And it turned out that sacred ground, orb of protection, and beacon do that. So okay, so somebody asked about orb of protection. So orb of protection, what it does is it puts a 15% fortify buff on me for about 20 seconds, right? And then with this passive, it also turns into a heal over time. And I have cleric gear on, so I have a lot of constitution and focus. Because what you can do is you get faction gear, and then you can turn that into focus gear by taking a seal to the bench with the faction gear in your inventory, and you can change it that way. Oh yeah, what do we get from this? Oh, nothing. But okay, so what happens with orb is that it stays on me, right? But also I can switch to my sword and do defiant stance. And I don't know if some of you noticed, but I was waiting until I popped my orb to do defiant stance for some of the portions during the fight. The reason I do that is because the damage reduction stacks. So if I do defiant stance, by default it gives me 30% damage reduction for 8 seconds. But if you get final countdown, if your health is above 50%, that damage reduction is increased by 20%. So that's altogether about 65% damage reduction for about 10-15 seconds. So that was helping a lot in that war too. It was helping an absolute lot. Yeah, we're gonna have to upload the war tonight, and I'm gonna have to make the video. We'll hold off on streaming tomorrow. I'll make the Paladin video. I'll go in depth on it. Oh man, I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. Okay, and the seals, you buy those from the faction vendor. Coming to self heals. It's possible. It's possible that they'll do it. Because right now the only difference between me and a like a regular healer is most of my attributes. Like, I'm not that far off from a regular healer's stats and setup, because healers right now have been taking heavy gear for the most part. A lot of healers have been rocking heavy gear. So if I wanted to go pure healer right now, all I need to do is respec and go into focus instead. So if they nerf it, I don't know, they'll nerf it for healers too. Like, it's giving you the best of both worlds, and you can keep the orb on you. Yeah, there was so many sacreds too. Sacreds, it was amazing. I saw a bunch of sacreds and when I was outside of those sacreds, I was taking a bunch of damage, but in those sacreds though, it was glorious. It was absolutely glorious. Did y'all take WINDSWARD from the Witcher? No, we actually defended. We defended WINDSWARD. I think they're gonna lower the taxes too, they said. But yeah, we defended them from Syndicate. But after the invasion's done tomorrow, because the invasion is happening in Everfall, then I think people are gonna want to declare on Everfall next. And also, what I do for PvP, I turn off targeted healing. So in the gameplay settings, by default, most of the time targeted healing is going to be on for most people, I think. I turn that off because what happens is when you have targeted healing on, it kind of introduces a delay when you're trying to aim the skill. I'll do it when it's off cooldown, but it's a delay because it'll automatically cycle to you or like another target, and I found that it causes like a little bit of a delay, and if I turn it off, I can do it pretty much instantly for putting on sacred ground. So like, I'll show you. It does this, right? And then I can't really aim around that well or anything like that when I have that on, but when I turn off targeted healing, it's a little bit more freeform. You see? And then I just put that down right there, beacon, this, switch, and then I just block, and that's my job. I just stay there and I just block. That was incredible. Now when we get, okay, so another thing to consider, when we get to level 60, everybody's at level 60, you know, that might not happen. Like, I don't know how I was able to tank that many people at once, but like that might not happen when we get to 60, right? Because people are gonna have better perks, they're gonna have better gems, they're gonna have better builds. So you know, I might be just limited to tanking on the capture point and just, you know, staying there. But that was yeah, I'm bugged right now, so I have like super fast run speed. I'm bugged from the war, so we're just we're running down to WINDSWARD. Oh man. And the PvP scaling, yeah, I need to see I need to get more experience with that, like see more of what it's doing to people right now, because I know people have been talking about PvP scaling throughout the testing phases and even now, but I haven't seen it in action too much. But I was gonna see if I could recognize it happening during the war, but there was so much going on that I just didn't see. I couldn't see. But we'll see what happens though. In terms of like the next wars that pop up. I want to see what happens there. See if the damage scaling is more noticeable after that. We won! We won! You want that? Oh, that's lifesteal. Oh yeah, because some of the perks you can get are related to lifesteal. Oh, that looks so good. You know what? Is that tradable? Yes. Oh, I feel... Wait. No, I don't know if I should even take that. Feels like it's going to be too strong. We can take that. I can sacrifice not having an amber gem to get that. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm going to get a lifesteal sword. That'll be so fun. That might even be more powerful than... oh, God. Oh, that said 1%, right? That said 1%? Because, oh, God. Oh, my damage. Okay, 1% of my damage, right. Wow. Yeah, we're running a lot faster right now because we're kind of bugged out. We're kind of bugged out. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end it there. I'm going to go ahead and start working on... First, we're going to upload the war video. Then I'm going to go ahead and start working on a build video to showcase this more. I don't even know where to go from here. I don't even know where to go from here. And the running thing is cool, but yeah, I don't want to use this, you know, just to do the freaking territory thing back and forth. So I'm gonna get off. I cannot wait to see that. I gotta watch that back as well because that was just absolutely insane. That was absolute 433k. Okay. Okay, absolutely. Bash. And yeah, my current attributes are 165 Constitution, 104 Focus. And the Emberstone, what it does is it converts some of my weapons' physical damage to elemental damage, and then it scales up that damage based off of my focus stat. And oh man, oh, and red, that's because they haven't started a town project for the lifestyle buff yet. They haven't started it yet. Yeah. Oh man, Adam, I don't know where to go from there. I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm gonna upload that video. I'm gonna upload that video. I can't wait to watch it again. And then we're gonna do the build video tomorrow. I'll probably come back to stream on Tuesday. What, Tuesday? Yeah, we'll come back bright and early. That'll probably be when the Everfall War is gonna happen too. So that's gonna be so fun. Thank you guys so much for joining. Oh man, I'm blown away. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Holy crap.